https://discord.gg/flat-earth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Check and 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted.
24/7 Go Globe Evidence Fishing Part 11.
Yep. Well, I mean, there may be a basement, there may be an upstairs, who knows? But what we're on is just one surface. And it's
we're on the one that we know about.
Yeah. Cool. Who was the new guy asking if we're flat earthers? Who was that?
It's Chipper.
Sunshine?
I knew it was you, Seppa. He's
Seppa.
still on it.
Oh, Seppa, sorry, you have a different, two names there.
No, but there was another guy who came in and asked, so are you guys really flat earthers?
Well, maybe he split already.
He left, I think, yeah.
You telling me you guys accept the flat horizon and the motion of the surface? Crazy. He's probably gone to join the other room.
Probably. That way they can go and talk to each other and hug each other. Maybe come up with a plan. Maybe figure out what they want to ask this time.
Sing Kumbaya. The Earth is globe. Kumbaya. Kumbaya.
Should I just send a message? Should I just send a message in that chat asking if they're all working on some globe proof to present?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. They better be coming back with some hard evidence.
Yeah, I'll send. Let us know when you guys are ready with the globe evidence. Let us know when you guys are ready for the globe. Ready.
And gravity is not. You might want to, because they're just going to say gravity again. That's all they said the whole time. Gravity is not proof.
Man, this gravity is it's amazing. It can do so many things.
Yeah, it fucks with your mind. It makes people crazy. Gravity makes them fucking crazy. They just get squirrely when you take that away from them.
Yeah.
I'm just trolling them now, but
yeah.
The guy is streaming the ISS live from YouTube.
That's
They've got that playing in the background to cope and see. So in the background of their conversation about how evil flat earthers are, they're all just watching this.
Hey, so you guys don't know. You guys don't know. We have a hurricane approaching Florida right now. They should be able to see that on the ISS stream.
Oh,
that'd be a good one.
Hey, I see old dude in this channel. Hey, old dude, how's up? You haven't spoken yet, I guess. Can you speak?
Oh, good. There's some other people, so I don't have to moderate or try to deal with this while I'm driving still. I'm almost to my spot.
Is old dude able to speak? I don't know. He has journeyman role.
Yeah, he's able to talk.
Okay, all right.
He can't server mute, that's all.
Yeah.
I don't know how I got perms to server mute, but it looks like someone gave me those.
Well, not everybody's name got done yet. Plus, the room is supposed to be done today. Then we'll be able to sign whoever needs to do what.
Awesome.
Cool. Man, they're so upset. The politics server is going to have to be taken note as multiple rooms are springing up referencing Flat Earth, and all their members are upset and messaging them. You have to ban these Flat Earthers. They are coming on telling us we need proof, telling us we need measurements. They're upsetting us. You need to get rid of them.
They make us so mad we have to make other Flat Earth rooms.
I said, well, maybe you can come up with one if you all work together.
This New Zealand guy is astonishing. I just don't understand the reasoning when he was reading that paper, his thoughts and his assumptions, making assumptions about many things. It didn't bug him at all. I don't get it.
Is that the one who just said it's gravity pulls things right to the ground and it pulls air to the ground, just like no problem?
Maybe, yeah. I don't don't know. There was multiple guys saying the same thing, talking about gravity. I don't know.
Yeah,
But
pulls air to the ground. And,
yeah, I asked him what is
they
produced. He's like, "What do you mean? It's so vague."
you know they
I'm like,
freaked
"What?"
out when I told them that gravity is strongest at the Earth and weakest at farthest away. But for somehow it doesn't pull any of the gas down to the ground at the Earth. But when it gets way up high, it forms a container, and they just shit themselves.
Hmm.
Yeah, they're just they came back. I said, "Well, you're going to work together and get us a globe proof. That'd be good." And they said, "Show me a picture of the physical container that's containing the gas."
Oh my days.
Show them a air pressure gauge.
He's saying, "Join this VC then." So then why did you
Nope.
run away to another room? Rejoin it.
Yeah, like we're still here. We didn't leave.
Their idea, here's what it was, what they said exactly. If we all leave, this room will shut down.
He said that?
Yes.
In his dreams.
I was just staying muted so they thought I wasn't there because I was dealing with the turnpike ticket takers and shit.
Yeah, I was AFK. I had to make some breakfast. I hadn't eaten anything since I woke up today. And arguing with that guy who's circuit jerking me like, holy shit. Yeah.
Circle jerk if you're not jerking him off too. That's by definition of circle jerk.
Well, all he wants is yeah. I mean, he just wanted mental masturbation, that guy. So.
Okay, so that's different than circle jerk. Mental masturbation can be solo. Circle jerk requires two.
Circle jerk?
Nope.
How can you circle
he was
jerk
doing
yourself?
It to himself.
How can you not circle jerk yourself?
Wrap your hand around it. You'll see. It
That's not a circle jerk. That's just a regular jerk. That's just normal.
You form a
You're just
circle
adding
with your hand.
words.
You just form a circle with your hand. You'll be all right. Relax.
It's more of an oval.
That's Snack, isn't it?
Who?
Oh yeah, it is. Outstanding.
Oh, is Snack still on it? Snack is still spiraling down.
Yeah.
Wow.
Where do you guys think I'm gonna go? I mean, I'm not coming on the Flat Earth Discord anymore. I think that's a little bit too toxic of a place, but it's not like I just disappeared.
How you doing, Snack?
Have you been there before?
I'm doing well. I'm on my way to work. Just hanging out. Just
Have you found any
working in and around
last time
Atlanta?
we spoke?
I mean, I think the glow proof I presented previously is pretty adequate.
What was that?
Seismic shadows.
Seismic shadows. What's that? Seismic shadows.
Earthquake shadow zones exist. Anytime there's an earthquake on Earth, it creates a shadow. The reason why it creates a shadow, meaning that these waves are not detectable on the other side of the planet.
I already debunked you on this, remember?
No, you didn't debunk me because you'd have to first either prove. Hang on, wait, hang on. Okay, let me explain it before you start lying about how you debunked me.
First off, you have to. You're trying to say this happens on a globe and not on a flat surface.
So
make sure you clarify that.
Okay. The reason why, the reason why we know it's a globe and not a flat surface is because if it was a flat surface, the surface waves, right, the surface waves. We know how fast waves travel across the surface of the Earth, right? It travels much slower than waves traveling through the Earth because we have measuring stations, seismic stations that measure the vibrations of the Earth's crust.
I see. So you know what that vibration is that you're picking up, where it came from.
Yep. Well, you could take it different places. Once it gets to a certain strength, yeah, we know there's only a certain place it can come from. But there were problems initially where like traffic and stuff would set off these seismic sensors.
So if what you're
like
saying
a train
is
going
true,
by.
So if what you're saying is true, then that would mean that there would be physical curvature of the surface, yeah?
Exactly.
There's physical curvature of the surface.
Okay, so who measured that?
Eratosthenes measured a long time ago, but I mean, it doesn't have to be physically measured.
Did
It can be observed
Eratosthenes
without.
measure
Hang
curvature of
on.
the Earth?
I would point out the fact that you don't have to go into a woman's womb to see the baby inside of it, do you? You use
Damn, bro.
ultrasound,
So you've been on
which
this
are
for like
ways,
5 years. You've been on this for 5 years, and you're still saying Eratosthenes,
all you're talking about is, oh, you have,
bro.
it looks level. Man, come on. For however long you've been doing it, you could do better.
But
But
you're
you
still talking about
It's
Eratosthenes.
saying that, oh,
You
okay,
didn't measure
because
the curvature.
Eratosthenes is a good
What did he
argument
measure
against, oh,
exactly?
it looks level.
You
Oh,
know
it
that
looks
Eratosthenes
level.
assumed. You know that Eratosthenes assumed the curvature, though.
Okay, but you know that we can observe the curvature through means
Right.
other than, oh, we
So I
took a
asked who
tape measure and
measured it.
measured it. Hey, no, wait.
So who
We can
measured it?
observe. We don't have to measure it. We can
So there's
observe
no one.
the
There's no one
curvature
measured it then.
through
Is that what you're
other
saying?
means, right?
So
Is
you're
there any way
saying
to see a? Hang on, stop. I'm gonna leave. Do you guys want to just talk to each other, or do you want to talk to me? I think you do enjoy
Yeah,
talking to me,
bye.
so you're gonna stop
um
over talking to me if you
No
want
one
to talk
enjoys
to me, or I'm
talking
just
to
gonna
you,
leave.
Snack.
Snack, you need to relax.
Okay.
Relax.
So
Relax a bit.
hang on. So the point is, right, that you don't have to cut a woman's belly open and look at the baby to see what the baby looks like on the
This is
inside.
why no one likes talking to you.
We
false
use these things called
analogy, not
ultrasound.
equivalent,
And
not the
it's
same,
not.
not
It
the
is the
same.
same.
No,
These are waves.
no. If you
These
want to
are
measure the
exactly the same.
size, you want to measure
These
the
are. Do
size of
you
the
understand
woman's
how? Hang on.
belly. You measure the
No,
surface
I'm
of the
not trying
belly.
to measure the size of the woman's belly. I'm trying to
Well, you're
tell
trying to
what's
measure the
inside the
curvature
woman's
of the
belly.
Earth. You need to measure the
No, I'm
curvature of the
trying
Earth,
to.
though.
I can see what's inside the woman's belly, right? Using
No, you
waves,
can't.
right?
No, but you don't
So
know that it's a
ultrasound
belly
doesn't
that's got
exist.
curved.
Hang on. So
You
ultrasound
said you
doesn't
can
exist.
do this. You can't do that.
I can't. I could
No,
use
the
an
curvature.
ultrasound machine.
They wouldn't let you 5 miles near an ultrasound, dude.
Okay. Okay. Well, y'all take it easy. I'm good.
What was that?
He doesn't sound
He
good.
he does that. He'll spiral. He'll try to dominate the conversation. Then when it's your turn to talk, then he'll peace out.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's like a gimmick he does.
Ultrasound. What the fuck?
He's gonna go into the office all red and angry, and people are gonna be like, "What's up, bro? Why are you looking so pissed?"
That's normal for him.
What is the thing about? He said earthquakes creates shadows. Where does it create shadows? Below the surface? Like what talking above?
He's talking about shadows of like PNS waves, whatever the fuck he's talking about. I
Ah,
think
waves creating shadows. Like,
he's talking
I
about
mean,
waves creating
you can watch
shadows.
the
Like, I
sun
forget those.
go behind the horizon.
Yeah, he talks about PNS waves, and then what he'll show you for proof of that is this manual he's got that it shows a cube of concrete as its conceptual idea. So then he shows a hammer hitting the flat surface of a cube of concrete and then telling you that it's not possible to get a seismic shadow on a flat surface. As he shows you the demonstration in the book, it's like figure 3, page 17. Here's a demonstration of seismic shadows. You hit the cube of concrete on one end, and you can measure on the other side of the concrete.
does this cube have flat walls?
Yeah, it's a cube. At one point there was a joke server called Snack, the divine prophet of Cube Earth.
Okay.
Yeah, it was hilarious, and he eventually got pissed and left the server. But it was really epic. I mean, because he was like, "Dude, this is a server for you. You got full admin control. You can mute people, do whatever you want. Talk all about your seismic shadows and how they don't work."
Interesting. Yeah.
Then, like, he gets mad. It's interesting too because he'll get mad, like if you make fun of him, like a flat earther or whatever, or a theist, whatever. Anyone he disagrees with who makes fun of him, he'll play the victim card. Like, oh, you're so toxic, you're so mean, you shouldn't be on the internet. But he went to Jam Panda's server and they basically just mocked him and ridiculed him. He's like, "Come on, guys, I'm on your side. Quit being so mean to me." And the more he did that, the more they mocked him, and eventually he just left the server. I'm like, Snack, look at, if a globalist atheist calls you names, you cry about it and you don't like it. If a flat earther or a theist calls you names, you make it into a huge deal that you've been harmed and you need to be like It needs to be righted. That person needs to face consequences for hurting your feelings. It's such a double standard, dude. You know,
New
like
Zealand guy in this other. Sorry,
no, go ahead. I know I was kind of running long.
No, I'm just saying to the guy. He's like, well, show us gas pressure without the container. He's like, gravity. I said, demo, or is it just a baseless claim? And he said, the Cavendish experiment.
Outstanding.
And what's the cause, the natural phenomena? We don't need that. We have the effects only.
He thinks there's a version of Cavendish out there that uses nothing but gases.
Yeah. It's not even an isolated experiment. Boy, quote unquote experiment.
He's talking about swinging metal balls in a shed as proof of gravity holding gas pressure.
Yeah.
We know the Earth is curved because we can watch the sun go behind the horizon.
Do we? Or do
You watch the
does it
sun
appear to do that?
You watch the sun do something, and the sun told you the Earth is curved?
The sun told you.
No, when you make an observation and there's only one conclusion over any other, if you watch the sun go behind the horizon, that proves that it's being obstructed.
So the sun does something. The sun goes over the curve, and that told you the Earth is curved because the sun went over the curve. What if you took the sun out completely? Would it still be
Hey,
curved?
but like, how do magnets work, though?
Ask the insane clown posse.
No, like actually, how do magnets work? What are magnets?
What is your question, man?
How do magnets work?
Construct a coherent question, you motherfucker.
Fucking magnet. How do they work?
In what sense? What are you trying to apply to?
What is magnetism?
Oh, you came back from the other chat.
What is magnetism?
How was that the channel? Did they construct a...
What is magnetism? Explain.
Did they construct a globe?
No.
Irrefutable?
No, I'm asking how do magnets work?
I don't know what you're asking even, to be honest.
How do magnets work? What are magnets? What is magnetism?
Well, they're objects with attractive properties, right? Or repelling
What causes
properties.
the attraction?
Magnetism, as it's been called.
Okay, and what is magnetism?
An attraction.
It's witchcraft.
Or repulsion.
That's cyclical. You're just speaking in
circles.
circles.
Because you're asking a cyclical question. It's like saying,
I'm
why is the grass
I'm asking
green?
what
You're asking,
causes magnetism. What is magnetism?
Why is grass green?
What is magnetism?
Yeah.
He told
why
you
is
what
grass
it is.
green? Mm-hmm. You get two magnets and they attract together. The material that they're made of has magnetic properties, which means they attract together. And these can be found in naturally occurring minerals on the Earth.
Yeah, but what's causing that?
The fact that they exist as magnetic materials.
Yeah, but what causes that in some materials and not in others?
Are you looking for God did it, right?
No, I'm not looking for God.
Well, that's what you're getting to. That is what you're getting to, because that is just.
Is that where you're about to take it? I'm asking you the question. You're
asking why is the nature of reality the nature of reality?
I can answer.
No, that's not what I'm asking.
So
like asking why is up, and down, down.
The molecules and magnets are arranged in a specific pattern, and their electrons spin in a specific direction. When you have two different magnets, the spin of the electron creates an electromagnetic charge, and it causes the other magnet to want to align with that spin, that electron spin. They couldn't answer that.
That would be
easy.
So then, how does a magnetic compass work?
There we go. Keep going, dude.
How does a magnetic compass work?
Was that Windows?
They push away from each other and pull towards each other at the same time.
What? Then how do they land on what is perceived to be magnetic north? How does that work?
You're asking how a compass works.
I'm asking how do magnets work, and in how he framed how magnetism works. How does a magnetic compass work? What is it being attracted to?
Was that Windows 95?
Yeah, Windows 95. How does that fit into the model of what you just said? How does a magnetic compass fit into that model, that understanding, in any way?
The planet has a magnetic charge, and it has a north pole and a south pole. It's a dipole magnet. So when you have an electromagnetically charged compass,
But
it
if the
aligns with
Earth
that
is
dipole.
flat, why would it point towards
Exactly
on a 3D plane? How would it point up or down when you tilt a magnet? When you
Well,
tilt a compass?
if you had a magnetic
When you tilt a
attraction
compass.
towards one direction, like the north,
mean when you
that's where
tilt
the
the
compass would point.
So
You
wherever
don't
you're
tilt the
standing
compass.
would
You
be
don't.
you can
So
have an
say
infinite amount of
Yeah, but
south
you're
pole.
thinking of this as if it's flat, right? The actual magnet is being held flat, right?
This
Now,
the
if you tilt
compass
it,
being held flat.
vertically, it will still lean towards what is supposedly magnetic north.
No, you need
Yeah,
to hold the
Why is
compass
that?
flat, don't you?
like a gyroscopic compass is what you're talking about.
No, he's talking
No.
about a normal compass,
A
which you
normal
hold
compass.
flat. You hold
Well,
level, yeah?
It
a
has
normal
both
compass can only
height.
move in a
So,
plane,
so let me ask you
two-dimensional
this. Let
plane.
me ask you
But if
this.
you
If
have
you're on the equator, you're on the side of the ball, and you're holding the compass flat. Your compass is pointing what, into space, or do you have to
no, it would
point
be
it through
pointing
the
towards the
ground to get
north.
to north?
It would be pointing towards the north of the ball, and you're not actually on the side. What it is every
No, you would be on
surface.
the side.
No, in a
If you're at the
picture,
equator, yeah.
in a picture, you would be on the side, but in reality, you're not on the side of anything. You're on the
Yeah,
surface.
exactly. We're
Because
on a
all
flat
down,
surface.
what?
Yeah, exactly. We're not on the side of a ball. We're on a flat surface, which is why you hold the compass flat, which is why it points to a direction on a flat plane.
No,
Right?
you're
If
on a
you're on a
curve.
ball,
You're on
if you're
a
on a
surface.
ball and you're on the side of it, I would have to point my compass through the ground to see the direct north.
No, so you're on a surface, but it's curved.
Mm-mm. No, you don't have
Yes,
a measurement of curve, remember?
you can observe curvature a lot of different ways.
Where do
Fucking
you observe
magnets, how do they work?
curvature?
None of you have answered any of my questions.
Where did you observe
Okay,
the
you
curve?
don't know. Then just use that. You have no
Wait,
answers, and you don't
Wait,
know.
why do we not know?
You don't know.
Well, I'm here to ask you guys. You're the geniuses. You know everything. You know this stuff. I don't know shit.
Okay, you don't know shit.
Yeah, but I'm already admitting that. But you're
Okay,
not
so
telling
write
me
that
the
down.
answer.
Write it down.
Would you
You
say?
don't know.
So would
Okay,
you say that you don't
Crit
know?
does not know shit. Got it. I
No,
wrote it down.
Would
you,
you
not me.
say?
You.
Would you say then that you don't know that the Earth is a ball?
He ran.
Yeah, he's a fucking troll, man.
It's the hard counter to a lot of these guys because they think they know and they don't know. So they ask you to show you that they know something. If I know something, I'm not going to ask somebody. I already know it. Why would I ask you? I know what
So
I'm
here's the
talking
thing.
about.
I think let's be a little more charitable with our interlocutors here. Is the reason why people ask you questions that they already know the answer to is because they're trying to have a Socratic dialogue where they get you to answer something and then pose a question which contradicts your belief. And
Yeah, they
they're
don't know
trying
what
to
I'm
get you
talking
to
about to begin with.
they're trying to get you to understand something. That's why they ask questions
So
they
he
already
ran
know the answer.
away.
But their
Yeah,
their
you can
position.
follow.
Well, he probably got frustrated that his questions weren't being answered.
Okay, so
Well, we're
he
not
runs
just going
away
to make
then.
up a story. Yeah, I mean, like we're on a position of his assumption of, well, it's talking about magnets there, which is kind of non sequitur, but we're talking about the Earth. If you assume that the Earth is a ball in all of your arguments, you need to prove that assumption. So if you're assuming that something is occurring because the surface is curved, you need to prove that the surface is curved, right?
I don't think that's what a lot of the argument is. A lot of the argument is here's an observation.
Exactly. It's
Here-
more like here's the sun, here's a light in the sky moving. Therefore, I'm going to assume the ground is curved, but that's fallacious, which is why we're saying
so,
you need to prove that the ground is curved first for your then
so
subsequent assumption of what you see in the sky.
so there's observations that we can make, and we go, what explains this observation the best? And you go with the best explanation, which is a curved surface.
And then you say, right, my assumption is a curved surface. I need to measure that to
Not
verify that
assumption.
assumption.
It's not an assumption. It's based on evidence. So you look at
No,
the
because
evidence.
you don't observe that.
Yes, you do. So
Where
you
do you
make
observe
an
that?
observation, huh?
Where do you observe it? Because I've only ever seen a flat horizon.
So it's going to look locally flat because you can't see that far,
Right,
and
so
the
you
curve
are assuming the curve.
the curve the curve of the Earth is disappearing over the horizon. So you're not going to see a curve going away from you. That's just impossible unless you can look through the ground.
So
So
the
you have to
horizon,
look at
the horizon
you have
should be a geometric distance away from us. So we should be able to calculate the distance based on the ball.
So,
so you have
his
to look at
worldview right
objects.
there. You've
You have
got
to look
something.
at objects that go over the horizon and are obstructed by it.
Use locally
So you look at
flat
the sun,
and then
you
say
look at
not flat at the same time.
Yeah, so it's
How do you
locally
have
flat.
that?
What does that mean? What does locally flat mean?
How can something be locally flat and
Appears.
also not flat at the
He
same
said
time?
appears flat. Appears.
He said locally flat.
It locally appears flat.
Appears
He
locally
left one
flat.
word out
so
there.
the
So
curve
you've
is so
got it. You've described it as flat and not flat.
Appears.
No,
Contradictory.
so a very gradual curve is going to appear flat. You're not going to be able to detect.
Okay, so how can that be
There we go.
not flat at the same time?
With the naked eye, you're not going to be able to detect the curvature within a certain range.
Why are you saying that there is curvature then if you can't detect
So when it gets beyond a certain range, then you're going to be able to detect the curve.
Okay,
because you have enough
what's the
distance.
range? Let's say I'm 6 foot. I'm 6 foot on the ground. What's the range for the curvature?
You said 6 foot above the ground.
Yeah, I'm on the sea side.
Where you
I'm on
can
the
start to
beach.
detect things going over the curve. Well, the higher up you go, the more you can see of the curve. But
Well,
at
I'm
some
6 feet.
point, it won't matter how high you go. It'll
Right.
be
Well, at
obstructed
6
by the
feet, where would the
opposite side.
obstruction begin? At 6 feet, where would the obstruction begin?
I'd have to look it up on a calculator.
So have you tested it to check that it?
There's a
You
curvature.
tested
I mean,
it to check.
if I could get time off of work, I could go out and get some
Okay,
range
but at the
finders.
moment, for now, you haven't tested that, so you don't know that the horizon is a geometric.
No,
distance.
I can see the curvature. I just can't detect how far my
Right.
specific vision is going with elevation. I can give you exact numbers if I do the research,
Yeah,
but I can
I
see
can give you the exact numbers because we've already
but I
done the
can
research, which is strange
but I
because
can
you're
see the
arguing with
effect.
us having not
I
done
can
the
see the effect.
research.
I
We
can
can
see
tell
the
you off the
effect.
top of our heads what the numbers are.
Excuse me, sir. I can see the effects of the curvature, regardless if I've
No, you
measured
don't
down
know
to
it's
the
a curvature
exact
though.
meter.
You just assumed it
Excuse me,
because
sir.
you just said you haven't
Excuse
measured it
me,
yet.
sir. Excuse me, sir. I'm still talking.
You're excused.
So,
Now be
excuse me,
quiet.
sir.
Dismissed.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah,
So
you're dismissed.
You're dismissed.
Curvature.
You say
I
you'll
don't
come back
need an
later. Come
exact.
back later.
I don't
You
need
come
an
back when you're
exact
smarter, kid.
measurement of the exact down to the exact meter of
You do.
distance. I can still see the effects
Okay,
of the curve.
give me it to the nearest mile. I'm 6 foot. How many miles away should the horizon be?
So you're 6 foot.
Yeah, you can go onto Google and type in
The
distance
Earth
to
is
horizon
flat.
calculator.
Deal with it.
Yeah,
Don't be weird about it.
The flat Earth thing's a troll, and you guys are sucking
Well,
into it.
No,
well,
it's not a troll.
we're in the
It's
middle
a
of
troll.
exposing.
It's a troll, dude. You've been
It can't
trolled.
be a troll because it has nothing to do with you.
Is that why?
If
It's a troll,
the
dude.
Earth is flat, if the Earth is round, why aren't shoes slightly curved?
Oh yeah,
Huh?
yeah, good stuff. So,
Yeah,
6 foot observer, how far away is
Shoes
the
are
horizon
flat because
supposed
the
to
Earth
be
is flat.
in the globe religion? How far away is the horizon for a 6 foot observer? That's the question on the table.
4.2 miles.
4.2
Is the
miles.
moon
Okay, well, if you
75
look in the
million
chat,
miles away?
if you look
Is
in
the
the
sun
chat, whoever
666
said that, so I
million
posted this
miles?
image. So the 8 foot observer height, where the geometric horizon distance is 3.4 miles,
Nobody's 8
we
feet
see the
though.
horizon beyond the second grid, beyond 10 miles. So no, the horizon doesn't match the geometric prediction of the globe. Now what?
What are you talking
You're in
about?
snow globe.
Dude, you've been sucked into a troll, my man.
Is this
So why
a
is the horizon not
fucking
geometric?
Navi? How is he 8 feet?
Why is
How
the
is he 8
horizon not
feet tall?
geometric?
Why is the horizon not geometric? Why is it not where it's supposed to be?
Dude, you don't know what that statement means.
Yeah, I do. You just
Yeah, I
said
don't know
4
what
miles.
geometry
Why
means.
is the horizon not geometric?
Yeah, because you
That
just
is
said it should be 4 miles.
that's an oxymoron, dude.
So what is the horizon? Tell us.
The horizon.
Yeah.
You want me to explain
Smart
what an
guy?
horizon is?
Yeah, define horizon.
It's where the atmosphere hits the Earth.
Incorrect. You don't know what you're talking about. So that's
Oh,
fine.
that's not the horizon. The horizon is how How far
Holy shit!
on the
Do
globe?
you want us to tell you what the horizon is, since we need to educate you guys, apparently? So the horizon is the apparent
It's where the
meeting
firmament.
point of the ground and the sea, of the ground and the sky, right? The apparent line between ground and sky is what the horizon is. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's an
Right,
That's
apparent,
what
because
I
you're
said.
up.
it's
But
What I said.
okay,
optical.
so
So
what's the
that's the
difference between the
definition. So the
horizon and your
definition of
eyes and your camera?
horizon. So the definition of horizon is not the curve of a globe. I'm glad we agree.
What can you answer a question? What's the difference between the horizon and your with a camera and a horizon with your eyes? What's the
Both are
difference?
optical limits.
Because of what? Perception? So you
The
can perceive
limit of the
something with your
optic.
eyes, right? Until you
Yep.
cannot see it no more. And then with a camera, you zoom in and you can still
Yeah.
see. You can see a flat
Exactly.
plane.
So it hasn't gone behind a curve then, has it?
It
Yeah.
hasn't gone. There
So
is no curvature. There is no curvature.
yeah. So
Exactly.
light travels in straight
There,
lines.
there
Okay.
has to
Self-defeating
be
argument,
because
man.
you can watch the sun disappear behind the horizon, and
Right.
its angular scale does not decrease; it
So
stays
is
the
the
same
horizon
size.
physical? Is the horizon physical or what?
The horizon physical.
It's more mental because eagles, they can, their horizon is further out because they have better eyes than us. So it literally depends on what species you are.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah.
So
No,
the
the horizon
horizon
stays the
is
same no
physical or
matter
what?
what
Lord.
distance you can see at.
Yeah.
Your elevation is what determines the horizon.
Okay, so what about fog?
Fog can
Fog
obstruct.
is when the
Fog can
clouds get
obstruct the horizon.
lazy and they decide to
Yeah.
go down to the
Fog,
ground. That's what
fog,
fog is.
fog is
Okay.
flat.
So the horizon is not physical then.
No,
No, it's
the
how
horizon is
you
still there. It's just
Not
obstructed
physical.
by the fog.
Yeah, but the horizon is the optical limit, not the curvature of Earth.
You said
No,
it's not. You said
it's
you said
where
it's
you
not
look and you
geometric,
see
dude.
the sky meeting the ground.
Yeah, it's the apparent position where the sky appears to meet the ground, correct.
So if you have an obstruction like fog, you're not going to see the actual horizon. You're going to see fog in the way.
But you will have a horizon because it will be the limit of your vision that you'll see that flat line if you're looking out over
No,
the
that's just
ocean.
your field of view, like your line of sight.
Yes,
That's all that is.
exactly. Which is what the
Exactly. So
horizon
what does
is.
that prove?
That's what the horizon is, the limit of your view.
Yes, like I said, it's
Wow.
your
Exactly.
elevation. It's
Wow.
where you see the sun meeting the sky meeting the earth, and if you go higher, your
Yeah.
horizon line, you can see farther.
Yeah.
Yes,
If
so
you go up.
it's yeah,
Yeah.
so it's your observation, it's an optical limit of your eye or how far you can see. Doesn't have anything to do with curvature of a body of water.
So if you go up higher, your horizon, like I said earlier, if you keep going up higher, you hit a wall. You can't see any further because the actual shape of the planet prevents you from seeing through the ground.
What height is that, and what's your proof of that claim?
What's
Yeah.
my proof of that claim?
If I if I
What's the
make a
height?
Photos
huge
from space.
gigantic hole in the middle of the earth and I just keep digging for thousands of years, technically I would go to China. So this is proof that the earth is flat and not
Well, I mean,
round.
you can watch
Yeah.
the
Yeah,
sun go behind the horizon.
arguments that you globes
The
have.
Yeah.
sun,
Yes.
the sun goes behind the horizon.
So if you
Is
have
that
Yeah,
optical or
because
so
physical?
no, the
what
sun
he's
isn't
saying is
outside of the earth. The sun is inside the earth, okay?
Oh
It's
yeah,
inside of
You want to
the
just mute this
the
guy for
firmament.
trolling?
I'm not trolling, sir.
what he's
Yeah,
saying
you're
is if you had a
trolling.
powerful
Just be
telescope,
quiet.
you could see Australia.
The moon and the earth are inside the firmament and they
Yeah,
rotate.
you don't know
Yeah.
where
They
they
go
are.
around.
You don't know where they are. So
Yeah.
either way, the
Yes,
point
bitch,
is
I
the
do know. I just
horizon
told you
is
where they
not a
are.
consequence of curvature because the horizon moves day to day. It doesn't align mathematically with the globe.
The
So when
So
you
horizon is where
zoom in with a
your map
powerful
loads
telescope,
because we're
you
in a
see
if
the fucking
simulation.
earth.
the sun stays the same angular size which we observe and it goes below the horizon, then the horizon is obstructing it. What geometric shape allows for that?
So you're saying the horizon is physical again?
You didn't answer the question.
Well, your question assumes a
Ooh.
physical horizon, does it not?
The horizon obstructs the sun, so of course it is physical.
Right, okay, but then why do we measure it one day from one elevation position and it's 3 miles away, and then we measure it from the same elevation position the next day and it's 10 miles away if it's physical?
That's
Is
not
the
true.
globe growing
That's
in
not
size?
true.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it
That's
is.
not true. Show me an observation of that
That's not
where
true.
it changes. It just arbitrarily changes. Show me an
Okay,
observation of that.
okay. Fine. Well, you just, I mean, you
So
already doing it. This is the same thing you can say that you haven't
as I just
tested
showed,
this, so you're
you
just
didn't answer the
claiming the
question
rebuttal
again.
without actually
You went to
testing it.
some arbitrary.
Hold on,
Back with
bro. No, you were
questions.
wanting the
You didn't
video.
answer the question. You didn't answer
You're
the
wanting
question.
to see it.
So the sun
I'm showing
disappears
you.
behind the
I'm
horizon.
showing you
What
the
geometric shape?
observation.
You
The
reset.
sun disappears behind the horizon. What geometric shape allows for that?
You were supposed to look this up.
A cube. A cube.
Right. So in the
Why
text
is my
chat now,
question
I just
going
posted a
unanswered?
GIF
Why are you guys
because
refusing to answer
we're
the
Because
showing you
it's
question?
the
a dumb
observations that
question.
you
The
asked
Earth is
for.
flat. Period.
You were supposed to look
Yeah.
this up. You said you were going to come back after you got off work and say exactly how far it was to the horizon, and you reset before you got there. So go
Who
on
is
now,
this?
get.
Who,
You're
me?
dismissed. Yeah, Windows 95.
That's not what I said. I said
Yeah. So in
you
the
guys
chat,
asked me a question about
And you also
how I
said that
That
observed.
guy can't
your
listen.
That's
proof.
not at all what I said.
You also
If the
said
Earth
your
right? No,
is
proof
you
that
round,
you've
said
got
why can't
answers.
I see the
No,
Earth
no.
is round?
So I said earlier. You guys asked me for an exact calculation I can do for elevation, how that affects my view of the horizon, and I said I can't do that unless I fucking go out there and give you an exact
that's
measurement. And
fine.
even
It's
if I
already
did,
been done. It's already been done.
and even if I did give you my personal
Yeah.
measurement of it, it doesn't matter because I can still observe the sun going behind the horizon. What
Well, if it's not
geometric
going at the
shape?
right distance for the globe, then it does matter because it means it's not the globe and it's not curvature that's causing that obstruction. Now, what you asked
It
for,
doesn't matter
because you just
because
said you haven't done these observations, other people have.
I
So if you go
I
into the
have done
text
the
channel right now,
observation. I have done
you just said you hadn't. You just said I'm going to
I
work. If
have
I had
done the
done them, then I could
if
give you
you let me finish,
my
sir.
data.
If you
No,
let me finish,
I'm
sir.
talking right because
Why
you
are you
asked for
over
the
talking?
sources. You
Why are
asked for
you
the
over talking?
sources. You asked for the sources, and
Can
I'm
we get some
providing you them.
moderators in here?
Yeah, I'm one.
So yes, so you
So
should know better. So the
yeah,
sun,
so
I've observed the sun going behind the horizon
no,
myself.
you've observed the sun disappearing. You don't know that it's going
Isn't
behind
that
the
called the
physical horizon.
sunset? Guys, when the sun is setting, that means the sun is going somewhere else. That doesn't mean that the earth is rotating away from the sun. That is not what's happening, okay? The sun is in the firmament, and the firmament is blocking the sun. Can we guys stop having this debate about the fucking horizon now?
So the sun
So
disappears. It stays the same size, and it disappears slowly, bottom first, below the horizon.
okay, let me just. So this GIF that I've just posted in the chat, does the sun stay the same size?
What?
The GIF that I just posted in the chat, does the sun stay the same size?
Oh my god, it's in Africa, period. No, the sun is going further away from me. That's why it's getting smaller.
Okay, so the
You
sun's getting
dumb.
smaller.
So
No, but
yeah,
it's
Yeah,
getting
there
smaller
you
that
go.
from
that
your point
that.
of view.
That refutes the argument that the
so
sun doesn't
so
the
It's
I've
not
seen
size.
this
actually
GIF.
getting
I've seen
smaller,
this
it's
GIF
just from your
before.
point of
I've seen
view.
this GIF before. It's edited, first of all.
What do you mean it's edited?
Secondly,
What do you mean?
lens flaring from
Lens flaring.
in fog and shit is
What's your
not
evidence for that?
the actual sun.
So what's your evidence
Fucking
for those claims?
changing
What's your
size.
evidence for that?
I can show you. I can take a video. I took actually a time lapse
Okay.
video of the sun, and it never
Right,
changes
okay.
size.
So what
It
does that
never
have to do
changes
with this?
size. And I
What does
can
that have
show
to do
you
with this
hundreds
time
of
lapse
videos
of
on
the
the
sun?
internet. I
What does
can
that have
show
to
you
do with this
hundreds of
one?
videos on the internet of the sun never
Okay, but
changing
what
size.
about this one? What about this one?
Sun just gets bigger and smaller. That's all. Bigger and smaller.
That one you just sent, I don't see any change in size actually.
See how the globies deny what they're just looking at. I mean, everyone sees it get smaller.
Buddy, I can show you
Guys,
videos
you know,
on videos of the sun.
Jesus is the sun because
Okay,
Jesus
I
is
can.
walking on water.
Go?
through
Yeah,
the ocean. He walks on water through the ocean.
that's cool. I like that idea.
So
I mean,
we're still
And
waiting
that
for
makes like
some
the
globe
sun worship
evidence
of the
here.
Egyptians. That's what we're supposed to be worshiping, the sun, because the sun is literally the key of life. It's the source of all life on planet Earth. And it's energy.
No,
It's
that's
unlimited
sun
energy from
worship.
the fucking sky.
That's sun worship. That's what they've got you doing with heliocentrism. That's a cult.
Yes, and why did we
Anyway,
stop? Why did we stop? Because some white people told us, "Oh, you shouldn't be worshiping the sun. Worship fucking
no,
Jesus Christ."
they're
Suck my
still
fucking dick
heliocentrists. No, they're still
with that Jesus
heliocentrists.
Christ shit. We need to start worshiping the sun. Period.
Right. So could we get some proof for the globe now, please?
Because the sun is shining for everybody. It's shining for Chinese people. It's shining for European people. It's shining for everybody, and it loves us all equally.
Bro, just
So
stop.
look at this one. Sun never changes size in this video. In this GIF.
Flat
What about
Earth
in my
equals
gift?
retard.
Never changes
No.
size.
So why does the sun stay like it never sets in like for 24 hours, like for like a month or so up in the North Pole? Why does that happen?
The vegan ginger.
Explain that away. Explain it away. Well, let's hear it. Aliens? Is it the aliens?
Why would it be aliens?
Oh, well, aliens don't exist because the Earth is flat.
And that Africa time lapse you sent me, that's a well-known fake GIF. It's
Okay, what do you mean
photoshopped
it's
by
fake? Okay, what's
lying
your
flat
evidence?
earthers.
Okay, what's your evidence for that?
What's
My
your
evidence for that?
evidence for that?
Yeah, what's your evidence?
I can look up the video again of the fucking
Okay,
proof that
yeah,
it's
go and look
edited.
up the video again and prove that it's an edited video. Until then,
Yeah.
why don't
If you
you
just
not
sit
talk
there.
before you got
And
evidence?
technically, the sun is actually white. It's not yellow because
Cool. So
the
no evidence for
particles
that
on
claim
Earth.
either. So do we have any evidence for the globe yet? That's what we're waiting for.
Sounds like the color of the
I
sun is the evidence
I
right
showed
now.
it to you, and you just denied it, and you came up with a Photoshop GIF, and you deny,
What was your
and you just live in a
evidence?
fantasy world.
Yeah, you said you weren't going to do it yet.
His evidence is
Yeah,
the
you said
color
you
of
hadn't
the
bring this
sun,
up.
I think.
And so what geometric shape allows for the
The
sun to stay
color
the
of the
same
sun is
size and
white.
disappear over the horizon?
But we can see it doesn't stay the
It's
same size.
not black.
And I
It's
just
white.
sent you a GIF.
Okay?
I just sent you a GIF of the sun staying the same size,
Yeah, and there's a
and
GIF of it
disappearing over the
not staying the
horizon.
same size, so it doesn't always stay the
I
same
just sent
size,
you a
does it?
GIF of the sun staying the same size and setting over the
Yeah, that's one
horizon.
example, and we have another example of it
One
not being the
example.
same
Okay,
size.
I can send. I have a whole list of them right here. I can send you 100 if you want it.
Oh my god.
And you're still not going to answer the
You can
question.
send as many as you
You're
want,
still
and it
not going
wouldn't
to
mean
answer
that
the
it
question
always
because you're
stays the
afraid.
same size. How would it
And
always
you're
stay the
still
same
Let's
not
size
search
answering
when
the
up
we
question.
can see it not
sunrises.
staying the
Let's see
same
the
size?
Well,
sunrise.
here's the thing. Here's
So
the
the
thing. You
premise
know
is
it's curved.
incorrect.
You guys are just
it's curved.
talking fucking over each other.
You know
He
it's
knows it's.
curved.
He's
I
spurred
know it's
out.
curved. Based on what measurement do I know it's curved?
No,
You don't
it's
observe
based on
curve,
your
do you?
what you're doing right now is
Remember,
you're wiggling and
remember,
worming your
Appeal
way
to
You're
out of
still
the
doing
multifallacy.
correct.
it. Shut up,
remember,
man.
remember. You said it was locally flat, meaning I don't observe curvature. So you don't observe any curvature. So how do you know there's curvature exactly?
So
Because the sun goes down.
locally flat is too easy to explain this, and the fact you're too stupid to understand that is pretty
Feel
stupid.
free,
First of
explain it.
all,
It's
Not
hilarious. Yeah,
stupid.
it's
He's
hilarious.
right. You
Explain
just don't
locally flat to
understand.
everyone in the room. What does
When
locally
something is
flat
when
mean?
I'm saying something is locally flat, I'm talking about a limited observation. You expand that observation, then you see the curvature.
So yeah, but that's not an observation that you make. Your observation is just flat, yeah?
How come there's no curvature to the moon? How come we
And
only
we're
see
talking about a
side
specific
of it?
context.
No,
The
you just said
Earth,
it was
the
locally
moon
flat, meaning what you see is
flat. It's flat too. It's a hologram that the aliens put up
this guy's just
to
wasting your
distract
time.
us.
Why don't you go to the flat retard room?
Okay, yeah, let's give someone else a chance then. Has anyone else got a good question?
Question everything, folks.
Yeah, you're fucking retarded. Oh my god.
You guys just trust what the
You're free to
government
go
says.
and
The
try
government
on
says
your own.
the Earth is round, and you just believe them because you're sheep.
Have we got any good questions about Earth?
And you have a
Or any
flat Earth
evidence for the
cult.
globe
You
that
have a flat
anyone
Earth
wants to
cult
present?
religion that you are unwilling to.
Guys, look at this image. This is what I'm trying to say. The Earth, the sun just goes in a
You're breaking up,
circle,
whoever that is.
and that's why the North Pole is always white. Because I mean, it's always
Okay, so no evidence for the globe.
yeah. Because it's flat, dumbass.
It's weird because everyone says there's
Can't,
so
can't
much
argue with that.
evidence for the globe. It's so obvious. But when we ask what the evidence is, no one can
No,
tell
I've
us.
They
shown,
just
I've
don't
shown it to
know. They
you.
don't
I've
know
shown
the
it
evidence.
repeatedly during this conversation, and you just
Without appealing
refuse.
to fallacious
The
reasoning,
sun
like
gets
I see the sun
smaller
move,
when it
No,
goes
therefore
over the
you're
I
horizon.
live
just
on a ball.
you're just ignoring it all and saying nope, it's flat, it's flat. Nope, 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 and you got your fingers in your ears. That's all you're doing. You
I
don't
know the
have
Earth
that.
is a ball because the sun
We're
never
all
changes size.
indoctrinated and
Well, it
learn that
changes
Earth
size there.
round.
All right, so obviously this
You know it's
it's like
curved
talking
because
to
of
a
how
fucking
locally flat it is.
Retard.
yeah. It's I'm literally trying to talk to a bunch of
Have
retards
you
right
been
now.
to
You know how
So
Antarctica?
Kevin,
fast
I'm
it's
not gonna
moving
waste
because of
any
how
more.
still
I'm not
everything
gonna
seems.
waste any more of my
Have you
time.
been to
You want to
Bye,
risk it?
Antarctica? Because
Felicia.
guys, this is such a it's like a yin and yang of the night and day. That's so cute.
You're so deep. Oh my god.
Oh my god, you're so right. I am so deep
Your
in
three
your
knuckles
mind.
deep.
Right? You can only circumvent the Earth. That's it. That's all.
Oh my god,
Like
yin and yang. It makes so
all
much
the
sense now.
you want to go to Antarctic, you're not allowed to pass the 69th parallel. Nope. Not allowed. Go for it. Try.
Why would you even want to go to Antarctica? It's literally the end of the world is at Antarctica.
Russia.
You don't want to fall over the edge.
Russia is definitely they're no longer a part of that treaty that was signed back in 1949 or 48. They're no longer a part of that
What?
treaty.
That
Or they
is
were going to
Korea
support find
national.
more land.
Shut up, bitch.
Land. There's got to be more land beyond the ice wall.
There is no more land.
Beyond
There's a
the ice
turtle that
wall.
eats you when you get off the edge.
We should.
There's no flat Earth. There's no
Wait,
globe Earth.
vegan Christ, are you a flat earther?
I'm neither,
Yes.
man. I'm just telling you. I'm like
So
okay.
you're a
Of course
vegan
I am.
flat earther.
All the
Yeah,
NASA
because I have actual common sense.
Exactly.
are truthers of NASA. That's awesome. And NASA
Shut up. Your mic is really bad. Omega, Alpha,
Yeah,
Omega,
it's
whatever the fuck.
it's really
Sorry,
bad. Yeah,
shit
it's really
isn't
bad.
it?
Like y'all are
Fucking hell.
y'all are trying to drown so bad. Y'all are just trying to drown so bad.
I'm part mermaid, by the way, if you didn't know, if you couldn't tell.
I'm under the water.
Actually, that's not how that works. It's not like some Vampire Diaries shit where mermaids are like biting people and you can become a mermaid. Or like part mermaid.
No, my mom is part mermaid.
You can't just be like you. Yeah, you can't just be part mermaid. You either are or you're not.
How do you know?
Gills. I need gills.
Exactly. You don't know. So.
And also, you can't turn into a mermaid. Like,
What?
it's not possible.
You can't turn into a mermaid. You stay a mermaid with 2 legs or 1 leg.
So they came here from another planet, and they're pissed off. They hate humans.
Wow, you guys are fucking just crazy, aren't you?
Shut up. You're a furry. Can we mute him? Yeah, let's mute him. Keep him muted.
From the planet.
He's just a bully. He's just a hater. He's just an
He
insecure.
doesn't see the truth. But go on with the alien mermaids from outer
Why would you
space.
say he's a hater? Where did that come from?
No. We come from the planet
Alpha Omega, your mic is very
Yeah,
bad. It sounds like
I can see that you guys are struggling to come up with
like
anything for the
popcorn.
globe religion. Take it to another channel if you want.
Can we mute Alpha Omega, please? Because his mic is really bad.
Alton,
It's
and you
hurting my
guys, come on,
ears.
you live on a ball that's hurtling through a vacuum. You must have one piece of evidence.
If you want to live in a fucking fishbowl, go ahead, sir. But I'm
not choosing where to live. We live on Earth. You have this idea that it's a cosmic spinning water ball in a vacuum. I'm asking if you have any proof.
You just want to break the firmament and drown everybody. What is wrong with you?
True story, bro. So nothing for the globe then. Okay, glad we're agreed on that.
Are there fish in the outside the firmament?
So they
Kinda
think
weird.
that They think that we're religious.
Yeah, they
Yes.
think observable reality
Why
is a
did you guys
religion and
unmute
TV
him?
is science.
Wow.
Exactly. Go back to being muted. Ugly.
Please. Please. My
At least I'm
family.
not confused about myself.
It seems like you are, sir. You literally want to drown everybody. The fuck? That's pretty confusing, I must say.
Look,
How
in
do
all
I
ancient
want
civilizations,
to drown people? How do I want to drown people?
I'm telling
look,
you, you can't just turn into a mermaid. The fuck? Like,
yes, you can. And if you're a
no.
hybrid, you can transform from a human to a mermaid. I've
Yeah,
done
I'm
it
literally
many
a
different
mermaid.
times.
I'm literally proof of a mermaid. I'm a living mermaid.
No, you're not. I can
Yes,
hear
I
it through
am.
your voice. You're not a mermaid.
Yes, I am a mermaid. What?
Trust,
Are you saying
Your
I'm not a
your
mermaid?
Adam's apple is
you
too
guys,
big for you to be a
My
mermaid.
huh?
Okay,
Your Adam's
listen,
apple is too big because mermaids. We don't have Adam's apples because of our gills because we need to make room for our gills. But you obviously have the biggest Adam's apple in the fucking VC, and you're not a mermaid. I'm sorry, you're just
Oh
human.
damn, the mermaids are fighting. But
I
actually,
can't
you're not
believe you
mermaids.
just said that
And
I'm
you know
not a
what?
mermaid.
It's a really good thing that you're not, because we actually need to start enslaving the mermaids because they're trying to get human rights. And once they do that, the firmament will get blown up and we will fucking drown.
Well, yeah, mermaids need
I
human
won't
rights.
drown. I won't drown. You guys will drown
Look,
because
they have you brainwashed, okay? Little Mermaid, right? It's a conspiracy. It's propaganda. You're
Well,
not.
she just come for a little mermaid. I wouldn't have it.
Listen, you guys are always complaining about having legs, right? If you really are mermaids, and I'm not going to call you mer people like you're trying so hard to get me to call you. You know, like Aquamarine, for example, she's like whining and complaining, always calling her little sea daddy to fix all her problems. Oh, sea daddy, please help me. Not how fucking privileged are you to just be able to fucking call your sea daddy to solve all your fucking problems? And then you're next thing you know, you guys are living in all the fucking water towers, making everything smell like fish. Like, come on.
Are you saying I smell
that
like
is why
fish?
vagina smells like fish because women are all secretly mermaids.
But you just said. How does that make sense?
You have a lot to
Be-
say in the chat. Chris, why don't you actually like unmute yourself if you have something to say?
Well, because you have
Chris.
ridiculous straw men that nobody
You
here,
haven't said
especially a
anything
flat
this whole
earther,
time. You're
thinks
not
that the
contributing.
firmament is
If you
going to
have
break.
something of actual substance, why don't you say
Exactly.
it,
Where's
Chris?
your proof that? Where's your proof? Like, we have proof that mermaids exist.
Where's the proof?
I'm literally in the ocean
I'm the
right now.
proof. I'm the living
Women
proof.
smell
What
like
the
No,
fish.
he's
fuck?
not.
Tell me
He's
something to
fake.
say then.
He's the fake mermaid. I'm the real mermaid here.
No, you're not. You're the fake one.
I'm
Trust
not.
me. You don't
So
want
you're
to
appealing
be
to your
a
own
Female
mermaid. You
expectations.
mermaids
do
don't
not want
even
to be
have
a mermaid.
vocal cords.
Yes, we do.
No, you don't.
Yes, we
Just be
do.
happy. Just please be happy and
No,
grateful
you
that you're not a
don't.
mermaid. Okay? You don't want to be one.
You
You
know
guys
what? I
avoiding
Well,
the
feel really
remember
topic?
when the
discriminated.
Great Flood happened? The
You want to
Great
know
Flood happened.
why they're you want to know why they're here? Because they fucked up their own planets, okay? And they fucking hate humans. So even if you are a mermaid, you might want to stay silent about that because you know you're gonna
No,
get
because
hunted down.
nobody's gonna believe me,
You're gonna get
obviously, because I'm on
enslaved.
Discord. Nobody's gonna believe a random half mermaid
Oh, you think
that
people aren't
I'm
gonna
on
believe
Discord.
me when I expose you guys for what you guys are trying to do? I see you guys always hiding in the bathtub, not contributing to
Oh,
society. Come
man.
on, you guys don't
You will
contribute
not.
to society.
You will not expose us.
Anything but the topic, right? You guys can't handle that the Earth is not a globe. So you're like, mermaids.
Shut up, Chris. You literally are a fucking hippie. Shut up. Exactly.
I'm not a hippie. Thanks. I have long hair that makes me a hippie.
Yes.
No, you look like Jesus. Jesus must
I
have
have
been a
long hair.
hippie.
I look like
Well,
Jesus. That
Jesus
makes
was
me
the
Jesus.
biggest hippie ever. What
No, that makes you a hippie and that makes you Jesus.
Okay, nice
Excuse me,
logic.
Chris. You must have some mermaid deep in your lineage. Because I can hear it in your voice.
Not to my knowledge.
Yeah, because Mongoloids like you don't know.
Not a Mongoloid.
That is hate speech, my friend. I'm Mr. Batman. I'm going to tell you
Alpha
right now.
Omega, your mic is very bad. Go fix it.
He's talking from a
It's
tin
making me
can.
uncomfortable because I can't tell if you're a mermaid or not because your mic is so bad. It's making me scared.
Can mermaids exist on a flat Earth?
Duh,
No
I am
barbecues
on a
work on a
flat Earth
stove.
and I exist.
We are two-dimensional beings.
We're not.
That's my
We have
mermaid
length,
head.
width, and height. Can I believe how
No,
tall I am?
what are you
Can you
talking about?
can you believe in how tall you are?
I'm 5'11".
But do you believe that or do you know?
That's what the doctor said when I was in the psych ward.
It doesn't answer the question. Do you believe it or do you know?
I don't know.
You don't know how tall you are?
I'm 5'11", I told you.
But do you believe that or do you know it?
I don't know.
Wait, belief is not mutually exclusive with knowledge. What are you talking about?
I said
Knowledge
no,
is
not knowledge.
knowledge is
When I
justified as justified
stand
true
next
belief.
to a tree, I'm 5'11" inches off the fucking ground next to the tree. Am I
So,
wrong?
no. But is the Earth a science question or a measurement question?
It's flat.
Measurement
No
question?
questions needed.
Well, there's a question because they've been teaching this globe for a very long time.
Because they're trying to manipulate us. They're trying to think that we're fish. But unless if you're a mermaid, you're not a fish. I'm sorry.
Ridiculous straw man. I don't know where you're coming up with it, but it's quite hard coping in my guess.
You think that you're a walking fish that's a monkey
A
fish that came from
straw
a fish
man.
that
I
came from a
didn't say
monkey.
that. You did.
You
Evolution
believe
is
in...
fake.
Exactly, like this guy said, he proved my point. Evolution isn't real. You're either a human, a mermaid, or an animal. Nothing in between, unless if you're me.
Now, don't get me wrong, I do think there's a strange connection to dolphins, but it has nothing to do with mermaids.
Elon
I
Musk said
hate
we're
dolphins.
de-evolving.
People think mermaids are friends of dolphins. No, we're not. We hate each other.
You know they have the
They
same
eat our
number of
fish, and
bones in
then
their
they
fins
rape
as we
our
do in our
fucking...
hands.
They rape our women. And then
They both
when they
have
get mad at
phalanges.
you, they headbutt you. Mermaid, like, dolphins are just evil. They're evil little
They are.
bitches.
They are literally.
Yeah, exactly. Do
We
you know
need
what?
to
talking about
like.
something real?
We have war. We literally like in our like Atlantis Sea. We have war against dolphins all the time. They try come in and steal our
Mm-hmm.
stuff.
And mermaids are friends with orcas, and that's why orcas hunt down dolphins, because we hate them, because dolphins are literally the bane of the ocean,
Mhm.
and they can't even
Anything but the
breathe in
globe, right?
water. And
Anything
they
but the
have
globe.
to hold their breath because they're not fish at all.
They don't have breathing underwater like us.
Yeah.
Is
Like,
anyone dolphin in here?
I am
No.
here.
Oh well.
I actually like the flesh of dolphins because it's so fatty and so flavorful. It's delicious. Like, it's a
Why can't we
Excuse
just
delicacy.
get
me.
water?
It's a
You're
delicacy.
not a vegan mermaid. You're not a real mermaid.
No.
You're not a real mermaid.
Are you
No.
kidding? Mermaids eat fish. They
No, we don't. Did he
How
tell
do
you
you
that?
know, Alpha Omega?
Fish.
How do you know?
You
You're
just
not
eat
even part
plankton or
mermaid.
something?
Man, I banged a mermaid back in '72.
Yeah, I ate a mermaid.
Your
What?
dad
You
probably
can't
wasn't
eat
even alive in
mermaids.
'72.
I
Mermaids are like...
tossed the torso back in the water though, because it was weird looking at it.
No, look.
The
Mermaids
bottom
are
half though,
twice
you
the
can eat
size
them.
of humans. Okay? You cannot kill a mermaid. A mermaid kills you.
Why
Yeah.
not? Why
You
couldn't
can kill a
it?
And
mermaid.
unless if you use those stupid fishing poles and you reel us in, I hate those things. You know how many
I
times I
used a
got
net.
caught?
I pulled it in with a net, and then I used a
Okay,
K-bar,
that's
and I
more
removed
humane.
the
That's more
torso and
humane.
put it back in the
K-bar.
water.
That's more humane, but still. What if a turtle was
I
in
killed the
that net?
mermaids just by polluting the water and throwing car batteries in there.
That doesn't kill us.
Yeah, our skin
Just
is
gives
like
you
Well, how does
really
access to
tough.
cars.
How does a mermaid have sex, and how does a mermaid have a baby?
We spawn.
So
What we do
Oh, you
is
you
have to
take her
make
home and you put her in the bathtub and you let her lay eggs and then you just go in there and piss all over the eggs, just like that.
no.
That's all you gotta do.
No. We spawn.
I call my
So
Chinese
what
friend,
happens?
and he says "Ying Ching Bo," and
What
he eats all of
happens
your
is
fucking
that the
shitty kind.
female guys, shut up. I'm trying to explain about my species. So
Yeah.
the female mermaids, their titties get really bright red, and then we swim upstream out of the ocean into the river, and then she releases all of her eggs, and then the males release their sperm, and then they harvest them, and then the males shove the fertilized eggs up their penis holes, and
penis
to get
hole. Yeah.
pregnant. And yeah, and the pregnancy lasts for about 3 years. It's a 3-year pregnancy,
Yeah,
and
we're
we
actually
give
quite
birth.
close to seahorses.
Yeah,
I thought they had like
Are
a
there
fish that
transgender
opens up.
mermaids?
No.
it depends,
I'm into
but
this.
mostly no. They're very rare.
Yeah.
They have a very low mental illness rate in the mermaid
Do you
community.
think mermaids should adopt policies that affect all other mermaid kind to kind of pander to the trans mermaids,
I
despite
don't
them being a
know
very
what
low percentage?
happens. We don't like human laws because human laws are for ground people, and mermaid people aren't ground people.
Yeah.
Okay, but
So
like,
we don't have those laws.
what if what if what if a transgender mermaid wants to go into like, you know, a female mermaid bathroom? What happens then?
Oh no.
They're just
We
not
don't
allowed.
use. Yeah, they're just not allowed.
I
We
mean, we don't really
That's
have
kind of based.
that. We don't have bathrooms though. Like,
What if you have like South American mermaids trying to go into like North American mermaid areas?
What? We don't have
Do they-
borders. There's either water or water. Okay.
Oh, so you guys are kind of globo homo type of mermaids, huh?
So
That's cool.
the difference is that there's freshwater mermaids and then
Yeah.
saltwater mermaids.
Oh,
and
do
then
you
brackish
deport the
water
freshwater? Do you deport the freshwater mermaids from the
No, the
they just
saltwater?
freshwater
can't
mermaid.
live in. They just can't live in with us.
Yeah, they
Well,
can't.
that's
die.
racist.
No, they'll just die.
Yeah, there's
You'll
too much
fucking
salt.
kill them?
No,
What
they
the
just won't
fuck?
be able to breathe. They'll start puffing up like a pufferfish and explode.
Oh shit.
That's crazy.
That's really toxic for
It's
our
really
atmosphere.
What if a
It's really
freshwater
gruesome.
mermaid commits a crime against a saltwater mermaid?
Or
That rarely
begins.
happens because unless if they have a dart gun and they can shoot between the freshwater and the saltwater, it can't. There's no crossover.
Yeah.
What if the saltwater mermaids try and take over the territory of the freshwater mermaids?
It can't happen. We can't go into the freshwater.
Yeah, but like
Can
you guys
not?
bring
Humans
salt.
are so retarded. I have to
You
repeat
guys
myself
can
over and over
you
and
guys
over
can
again.
bring the salt into the freshwater and make it salty.
No, we
Right?
can't.
No.
I can
Do
make
you know
it
how
salty.
rivers work? Rivers pour into the ocean. So
You
if
want me
we
to
throw
make it
salt
salty?
into the river's just gonna push the salt back into the ocean.
What if you guys have some kind of breathing salt apparatus that like you can go into
No,
the
mermaid
freshwater and take
technology is
over?
very primitive. We're very primitive. We're still
Yeah,
in
we make
hunter
it out of.
gathering.
We literally make it out of coral. Like.
Yeah,
very
and because of humans, the coral is dying out, so we can't do it anymore.
Yeah, it's because me and my car batteries would throw them in there.
This is why we
What are-
always advocate for humans to stop using
stop.
plastic. Yeah.
What you gonna do about it? Can you even lift a car battery?
right now.
Yeah, you know what?
All right.
You know what you
Guys,
guys need to do? You need to
I'm
learn
going
how
to
to farm
AutoZone right
algae.
now, buy another fucking Duralast
Make
battery.
yourself useful.
Yeah.
When we enslave you,
dump
we're
it
gonna
in the
make you
ocean,
farm
nobody's gonna
algae all
use it.
day.
Drop
we
it on a
enslave
fucking
you.
baby mermaid's head.
The longer, look, we as mermaids, we created trans people
Get a
to
six-pack while
distract.
you're at it, throw that in the ocean.
We
I feel like there's a
made
lot of discrimination towards mermaids today.
yeah. And
Well,
like
there's no
the thing is that
discrimination. It's just the
we're
ocean.
manipulating
It's a
humans.
convenient bin for us, right?
Excuse me, shenanigans.
Shut the
whatever
fuck up,
your name is,
Gillneck.
Your mic is
Start having
really
like
bad.
derogatory terms against
Wait,
mermaids.
neep 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 neep
Yeah.
neep neep. You said
Yeah.
that you're gonna send me a video of a person eating their own eyeballs.
When did I say that?
Send it. I want to see it. I want to see it. Cause like, why the fuck not?
Oh yeah, the guy who like rips off parts of his eyeballs and starts eating them because he's on meth or something.
Yeah, I'm gonna friend you, and I'm
I
gonna
gotta
text
find it.
you. Friend me back, or else we're gonna
Here,
start
let
a
me.
war between the
I'm
mermaid
sure if
kind and
you
the
Google
human
it.
kind. I tried
Hang on.
googling it, but all I could find was nothing. Just people with no eyeballs.
Oh.
Yeah, let me see.
Was he black?
No, he's a white guy.
Oh.
So why are all mermaids white? Can you answer that?
No. Have you ever watched the
The
new
Little
edition of
Mermaid.
The Little Mermaid? You can be black too.
Yeah, you can
I'll
have
never
black
go.
mermaids now.
Is there
Oh yeah.
African
Look,
American
This is what
African?
happens.
They're not
This is
called.
what
They're not
happens.
called African American. They're called African Oceanic. Okay.
African
They-
oceanic
If
mermaids.
you're a
Do they?
mermaid,
do the oceanic
no,
African
look,
mermaids commit
look.
more crime despite making?
If you're a mermaid from more darker water, you're gonna be more white because you don't need the melanin. But if you're from
Mhm.
clear water, you're gonna be darker
Oh
Mhm.
shit!
because the light goes through the water.
Hang on. So do the
So deep sea mermaids
African
are actually very
oceanic?
pale.
Do the African oceanic mermaids commit more crime than the?
Yes, way more crime.
Oh, that's a problem, huh?
Yeah, that's why there's an Asian oceanic mermaid war with the African mermaids. It's really bad. It's really gruesome. But like most of the mermaids are working together. We made trans people in order to distract humans, so we can take over their world.
We're trying to take over
Dude,
the
you
world
can't
right
even take
now.
over fresh water. How are you going to take over the world?
It's in the water.
Because
Frogs are
freshwater
gay.
is
Get them?
different.
Mermaids are gay. Oh, man, that's strong.
All mermaids can transform into their human shape, so we don't have to worry about freshwater.
Yeah.
Do you guys have
But like
treaties between like saltwater mermaids and freshwater mermaids?
in some areas,
We can't even go into their water, so.
Yeah, so how do you communicate? Do you just like throw messages in bottles?
Yeah, that's. How did you know?
Because I'm more creative than you, that's why.
We literally write down on like seaweed and put it in like some bottles and throw it.
Yeah. Okay.
bottle water. Did you know there's like most
an Andrew
mermaids
Tate.
come from Britain, so most mermaids have a British accent.
Yeah. This is why I'm more mermaid than that mermaid.
No, you can't. No, because you have an Adam's apple. It's obvious.
You got the apple in the big bowl sack.
Excuse me?
Autumn's apple.
I can hear your voice crack.
Andrew Toy. Toy like a toy.
Oh my god, Andrew Tate
Andrew
and
Tate?
mermaid
Oh, yeah.
culture. In mermaid culture, men that look like Andrew Tate are seen as more hot and sexy than men that not look like him.
Okay, I think that's just you. I think that's just you.
Because we like men that are balding and have no jawline because they look more mermaid.
Merman.
I mean,
shut up.
some
I'm so
mermaids like crabs. It's kind of weird. Like
I bet the
some
Asian
mermaids-
mermaids like crabs, huh?
No, Asian mermaids like dolphin meat the most.
Crab eggs. Very delicious.
Oh my god, stop talking about food. I'm getting hungry.
Man, you guys are all poor, man. You know I'm rich. And I eat like 4 square meals a day. I mean, I'm happy.
That
You're
makes
not
you
supposed
fat.
to eat 4 meals a day. That's bad for you.
Yeah,
if they're
technically, you're not even
micro,
supposed to eat 3 meals a day. You're supposed to eat
You're
like
not
2
even
or 1
supposed
meal.
to eat 3.
you're only supposed to have 1 meal and starve, like, pretty much. Eat
Yeah,
cotton
that's
balls.
all. That is literally. I'm being all serious. You're only supposed to eat 1 meal a day.
Why?
I watch my figure.
Because your body
Like,
needs
what
energy.
end goal are you
Look,
trying
look,
to
look,
achieve?
look. The
Like
more time
starving
you
yourself?
You
eat,
don't think people
shut up, shut
foraged
up.
and eat berries throughout the day? Come on.
Yeah, like people didn't.
Yeah. We ate small meals throughout the day. That's what we did.
It doesn't matter like what we used to do. Like we can still
Shut
change that
up.
and
You're just
improve.
And this is
fat.
why
You're
the
just
human's
fat.
life expectancy has gone down.
What do you mean it's
Because
gone?
you're so
we're
fat.
eating
Oh,
People
So
didn't live
This is why
this is
we're
past
the worst of the
30.
dying
mermaid.
very earlier.
and you guys are
Because
all
the
eating
Bro,
mermaids,
butter.
we invented fried chicken and fast food in order to get humans fat so we can take over the world.
when
I guarantee
people were
everybody in
foraging
here
for
eats
berries
margarine.
and stuff like that, the
Huh?
life expectancy wasn't past 30. What are you talking about? The
Well,
life
that is
expectancy
what
because
are you
on that
talking
has
about,
grandma.
bruh?
skyrocketed to
What are you
fucking
talking
levels of
about?
like
Are you
80.
saying I'm wrong because I'm a mermaid?
Yeah.
What?
Like that is
Okay, this
discrimination.
discussion is
Funny
not
Yeah,
for
that's
man.
me. I'm just
I
offensive.
gonna
think
get
you have
muted.
I think
So
you have your flippers a little dry.
Oh
You
my
guys
god! You know what?
retarded, man. Brain
Okay,
damage.
all
stop
eat
making
margarine.
fun of
I
a
can tell.
mermaid. Okay, that's mermaid
It's
est.
a
That's mermaid phobic. Okay.
is it merman or are they all just mermaids?
We don't
Oh.
have gender in our society.
They're
You either produce
mermenders, man.
sperm or you produce eggs. That's it.
So the ones who produce sperm are the males, right?
Well, no, but
Yeah.
they produce sperm, but then they also carry the mermaids. So
Yeah,
Y'all
they,
still
they
fucking
also get
talking about
pregnant and
mermaids? Damn.
they also
Damn.
breastfeed. The males also breastfeed the
yeah,
mermaids.
Why would they
Stream
need to
spoke for like
breastfeed?
10 whole
Which way?
So
minutes.
it's
And you
like
guys are still mermaiding.
Mermaiding.
Crazy.
because this is a real
So are
discussion.
mermaids mammals, like, or are they fish?
They're
Both.
yeah, we're
Ow,
both.
I'm so hungry. Because we
So
lay eggs and then we give birth to live young and then we breastfeed. So that makes us both.
What?
What is
And we
this?
I
can
think that makes
also
you just one.
asexually reproduce.
Breastfeeding underwater, bro? That's wild.
Yeah, that's wild,
Have you ever
bro.
heard of a manatee? Manatees breastfeed underwater.
Yeah, but they're mammals.
And
I don't know how
whales,
manatees feed their young. No, I'm sorry. I've never
they
gathered that
breastfeed,
knowledge.
dum-dum.
I've never had a reason to know that. Why do you know that?
Because I'm a mermaid, that's why.
I can't believe, right?
Good
Vegan
answer.
Arcus is saying we don't have souls. Like we have souls.
We're
You have
You guys rely
literally
on propaganda. You guys try and make everybody feel bad for you. Oh, feel bad for us because we shapeshift
Wait, what?
to appear like we have legs. Oh, because we're so jealous that you guys have genitalia. Just go back where you came from.
You
You have
don't
the
even have
entire
legs.
ocean. Stop trying to break the firmament. It's not okay. You guys know that we won't
You
survive.
guys
we
are
need the
throwing
primordial
Stop
water
trying
plastics
to
into
to
our
break the
populate the
ocean.
firmament.
world.
That's
We will
actually
survive.
wild.
You
Bright
guys
the
Can't
are
believe
fucking
you just said
firmament.
that.
invading.
Bright
You
it.
guys
Oh
are
my
Bright it up.
god,
invading our
look, a
ocean.
ginger. Yum. In mermaid
Oh no.
society, gingers are very attractive.
We're better than
there are no
everybody.
such thing as ginger mermaids. Come on now, let's not get carried
Ginger.
away.
No.
No, ginger humans. Is that a joint or is that a cigarette?
This is a cigarette. It's a gemite.
All right, fellas. This is not the topic of this server. Thank you. If you want to talk
Wait,
about
what
Well,
do you
Earth,
it
mean?
is
Shut up.
now.
if you
Yes,
want to
it
talk
is.
about
Well,
the
it is.
topic of Earth, which
Okay,
this channel
well
is
then
made for, then
anybody who
please
has
stay
the
No,
here.
ability.
this
Get
is
the fuck
mermaid
out.
chat. What do
Get
you
your other
mean?
channel other way.
Okay,
This is
so
literally the mermaid chat.
listen, anybody who has the ability to make their own voice channel, just go make one for
Yeah, go
mermaids.
make one. Talk about mermaids
Conversation.
and
Wait,
what the
hold
fuck
up, hold up,
else you
hold
want to
up.
talk about. Okay?
Alright, let's
Yeah,
make
but
a
no,
voice.
this is about
Cisco, so we talk about
mermaids.
the topic
No,
is
it's
about
not.
Earth. So fuck off, being
You
This
guys
is
racist.
are
the
just
mermaid
jealous. You're trying to
chat.
segregate the mermaids because we're so much
Yeah,
better
they're
than
literally
humans.
just being mimiced right
We're
now.
asking
It doesn't matter. Go to the
mermaids.
You're
channel
making me quite
or fuck off.
upset.
This is what mermaids do. They make everything about themselves. You're supposed to
It
be
doesn't
farming
matter.
algae. Get back to work, please.
It doesn't matter. This is
Do you think
No,
mermaids
we're
think the
trying to
world
take
is
Oh
over
round?
all
my.
okay.
human society.
Hello.
Are
In the
you trying to
physical,
start
Hello.
slavery for mermaids right now?
Go create your own
Get
channel
back
if
to
you want to
work,
talk about mermaids,
mermaids.
please.
Yeah,
Get back to work.
make your own channel for mermaids.
Wow, look, they're trying to enslave
98
all
before.
mermaid kind. Like,
I said,
are you serious right
enough
now?
talking about mermaids. Create your own channel if you want to continue, or stay if you want to talk about the flat Earth
Quetzalcoatlus,
topic.
are
What
you a
if
dinosaur?
I think the Earth is made for mermaids? Like,
That's fine. Take it on your own.
Yeah.
but I
This
want
is
to
the topic
debate
of
that.
Earth. The topic of
There's
Earth.
nothing
Okay.
to
Other than
debate.
that, create your own channel, please.
Yes,
Thank you.
you're being mermaids.
Doesn't
Are
mean
the
No, this
aliens
is
actually
most definitely
mermaid
mermaid
people?
chat. I don't know what you're saying, bro.
Yeah.
Can you guys not read the title?
I read
The
mermaid
title
chat.
doesn't determine what we're talking about.
I
No,
literally
but the
read
title's the
mermaid
room.
chat.
break out the
We're here
mathematics.
talking about the effects of on flat Earth by mermaids.
No, you're not.
Hi. Who else doesn't want to talk about the server topic or the VC
Yeah,
topic?
speak up or get the fuck out.
Hmm.
We have new people want to come in here and learn about the topic. If you're gonna derail it with mermaid shit talk, then fuck off to a new channel and do that over there instead. Okay?
Yeah, you're poisoning the well.
We don't need your shit here.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. It shouldn't have taken this long to get you to understand that either. It's okay to have a little joke going, but I mean, at some point, I mean, all right, everyone heard the joke. It was funny. Time to
Britt, you
move
should
on.
be able to mute them.
Oh, okay. I'll have to check.
Okay, well, I don't think the Earth is flat
Because
because I'm not schizophrenic.
that's not a valid argument.
That's an argument.
No.
No, it's
It
a
is.
straw man.
That's not a straw man.
Flat earthers are not schizophrenic.
Does the plane have to compensate for the curvature? No. No, they don't. Ask every pilot. In fact, you're talking to one. I don't have to adjust nothing. There you go. Poo-poo. Caca.
I mean,
Wait,
you
said
guys derailed
Like a
our
big
whole.
piece
You
of
guys
pie.
derailed our whole debate, so now it's just gone really dead.
It wasn't a debate, it was a story tell.
Yeah. Mermaids and whatnot. The hell is that? Furry talk.
Well, you know what? That's exactly what a mermaid would say. You don't want us to talk about this because you don't want us to actually come up with solutions, which would be to enslave them and make them farm algae, which we desperately need.
Again, a horrible straw man.
It's got to do with mermaids. I thought you were talking about flat Earth in here, guys.
I mean, you guys can just create a
Holy
24/7
shit.
mermaid channel or something. Go over there and talk about it.
That's what I'm saying. The trans terrorists took my ability to make my own voice channel away.
Real.
So can somebody else please go make a fucking voice channel so we can actually debate this because we need to come up with actual solutions. This is an actual emergency.
Yeah, go get on that.
We can do that.
I cannot
I can't
create
do
a
it. Somebody
channel.
else. Somebody tell the trans terrorists in this server to stop taking away people's ability to make their own voice channels just because we.
Well, we're not admin, dear. Why don't you go and log on with admin and complain to them about it?
Hmm.
Yeah, have a discussion with them.
Anyway, why do you think the Earth is flat?
Because there's no curvature over distance where it's supposed to be according to the geometrics of the size of the globe that you're told
Why
to
is
live on.
there no curvature?
Well, it doesn't drop away. There's no curve because it's flat.
Proof?
Drop over distance, there isn't any. Go and look at stuff in the distance and measure it according to the globe that you're told that you live on. You'll discover that it doesn't curve. And you're seeing things that you shouldn't see.
I mean,
It's
if we're
it's
talking
that
about
simple.
like eyesight distance, I can't really see that far ahead. So
Well, binoculars, long distance, modern cameras, the P9, the P1. You could hire a camera for a day and go and do a 30-mile observation with it.
okay, I'm already bored.
Nice.
Okay, bye. Next.
Spiral code. That's good.
Well, I got a question. If the Earth is flat, how does that impact my daily life? I was like, why is this important to me?
I mean, being lied to. I mean, imagine being lied about something where you live upon. Yeah, how would that make you feel?
Well, people lie to me every day. Yes.
Yeah, but how would you feel about it?
Doesn't really matter, does it?
I don't know. I mean,
Do you like being lied to?
I don't go anywhere.
Okay.
If you had a
Do you like
significant
being lied
other
to?
and they were lying to you, wouldn't that matter?
If someone lied to you, would that matter?
Well, yeah, like, but it would depend who it is. If it's the government or like NASA or something, I mean, I don't really care.
But also, if you knew the truth about something, could you be sold fish oil?
Well, the thing is, like, this is the question. Like, how am I losing if I start
you're losing a
saying
lot
that I
every day.
believe in flat Earth, right? Like right now, I'm undecided. So, what do I gain or lose from this? Like, should I get involved?
You gain a good foundation. You can start making better decisions.
Well, exactly.
Honestly.
Like, what decision? Like how what should I do?
Well, for instance, I'm not sure if you're familiar with our fiat currency system and the way that our system works and our tax system, but if you were actually a business, right, and a business entity like an S corporation of an LLC, you start to see through other deceptions, right? Flat Earth and globe Earth is one of the biggest deceptions we know of, right? And they lie to everybody. 99% of us were all once globers as well, right? Presented with this information and then testing the globe claims for ourselves. I don't think anybody wakes up and is like, yep, you know what? I think everything I've ever been told is a lie. No, that's not how it works, right? It slowly breaks away and you are revealed the truth.
Yeah, but I guess my concern is like, what am I going to do with that? Like,
Whatever
if I
you
go all
like.
in on this, like, what's going to happen? Like, am I
If you know the
gonna?
truth, for instance, in my case, right, I never wanted a family, but now I have a beautiful wife and 2 loving daughters, right? I have a successful company now that designs wonderful pieces of architecture. I chose to make better decisions and become a professor, right, and actually help other young minds think correctly and objectively versus subjectively. I think it's very important, but it matters when you make it matter.
Well, you don't have to worry about asteroids hitting you anymore. That's for sure.
Exactly. But yeah, I think it matters differently to everybody. But how do you know what you don't know yet? You know what I mean? Isn't that what life is about? Learning? What would the world be if everybody just knew the truth? It was just singularity. Nothing would really happen. Maybe it was like that one day. I don't know. But that's just speculation.
Well, I'm getting kind of old now, so I'm kind of like, you guys can handle that shit. I'm gonna just get some sheep and live on a mountain somewhere.
Oh, of
I
course.
don't care anymore.
I can appreciate that too. But at the same time, I can picture you out on the fat of the land, living off of it, looking at the sunset, right? Isn't it more beautiful to know the truth of at least what you live on, right? Rather than, the spinning, wobbling space globe with, so many weird numbers if you really look into it also, right? And the
What I
way that
think
we
it is,
can
I
prove
think
it
it's that
is
I'm not
reality.
invested. I'm not invested in globe Earth, so
Yeah.
not knowing or caring about that kind of like I could go either way. Like I kind of don't really care. So I'm looking for some reason to get involved, like in an activist way. Like
You got on your PC, but I got a. Oh my god, it's brighter than my future.
I don't know. All I'm saying is that, with a good foundation of truth, the world can be your oyster. It doesn't have to be a nightmare.
How do the lies benefit from telling us that the Earth is round if that's a lie?
Money, control, power. They get to tell you, look what happened 3 years ago and everybody believed it instantly.
That's coming back. So watch how many of these guys believe it instantly again.
Well, one way that they might benefit is like the Truman Show. Like, if you think that you're in an enclosed area, like you're on a globe Earth that you can't escape, like maybe they're like keeping us trapped somewhere.
Right. Oh, well, you can't leave. It's already been discovered. You're too late.
You'll just come back to where you started. I don't know. Like maybe Maybe there's something to it.
Well, it's like even if you examine the story of how America was founded, right? And we came from the UK. Who do you think first told them, "Hey, there's more land over there"? And the first guy was like, "No, there isn't. God, that's stupid. There's no way." Right? But they tell us some stupid story about flat Earth. Even they go, "Look, oh, the people thought it was flat, but Christopher Columbus, he solved that in 1492." Right? That's the first time you probably ever hear about flat Earth, is when they ridicule it. Which is why it's ridiculed today. Because we're just copying the same things we were learning between the ages of 0 and 7.
Seems like the Cermit is bugged. Aurora, you there?
Didn't they have explorers that circumvented the Earth? They went all the way around. They made maps of it long time ago.
Well, the question I would have on that is, if you fly east or west, like if you go east or west, like
Not flying.
don't you get to the same don't you get to the same place?
Well, there's a different map for pilots. Totally different than what you know. They don't go by a globe.
Nobody
Their
does.
instruments don't go by a globe either.
If we,
Imagine they have a little
if,
globe on the desk.
They go. That's why they call it a plane.
if
You
the
know,
Earth,
because it flies over a plane.
see, if the Earth was a globe, then surely they would be using them to navigate. Surely
They would have called it a glober or something like that. You know, instead of a plane.
you don't see anybody use like in a boat or in a plane or anything like you ever using a fucking globe. Never, and it tells you on the bottom of most globes that these are not for educational purposes.
The Earth is the same as a compass. That's it. There you go.
And anywhere you're taking your headings off, like east or west, you're obviously taking that from north, from magnetic north. So that's the only place we can say for sure that we can take, like you could take directions off it or decide to navigate to wherever. Like all these flat maps work. So where's the
And
globe?
why doesn't the United Nations have a globe symbol instead of a flat Earth? Why is that?
That's a good question.
It's just a coincidence.
Why does the United Nations flag a flat Earth flag and not a globe?
I wouldn't say it's a flat Earth map.
Flat Earth model. I mean,
It is a globe projection. The AE map, it's a globe projection.
It looks just like a compass. You know, like if you were to lay a map on top of a compass,
with
it's
33
just like that,
sections.
except for the north is right in the center.
So has anybody actually?
And there is no south. There is no like opposite of the the magnetation. Like there is nothing. Like you can't find south.
Sorry about that noise there, folks. So has anybody got any evidence that we're in motion or that the Earth is convex, dictated by the radius?
I think
my
in
teacher
a
told me.
bubble. I think
Anyone?
it's possible that the people might think that we're round is because we're in some sort of convex or concave thing, like a bubble inside of it.
I mean, that's not what we experience, though. Like, I don't understand concave Earth whatsoever. It doesn't make sense to me in
Can
the
I ask a
slightest.
question?
Go for it, bro.
If all of academia is at some point lying, right, that
No.
the Earth isn't flat,
No,
at
that's not
what
true.
point
Bro.
they do indoctrinate the new students? What
Bro,
point they
that's
tell them, hey, the Earth is
bro.
is flat?
Bro, that's not the case. We're not,
The
bro. We're not
Rockefellers were
trying
the
to say
first
that.
ones.
Wait a minute, bro, we're not trying to say that all people in education, like all teachers, lecturers, primary school teachers, we're not trying to say all of them are lying, man. They've been taught the same thing. They've grew up with it. They believe it. And all they're doing is, if it's a teacher, he's teaching whatever is it a syllabus they call it? That they've got specific
Regurgitating.
things. They've got to teach X amount of stuff over the course of the year. If they start doubting the specifics that they're given to teach youngsters, they're not going to have a job for very long.
Yeah, but what sense does it make, right, that all of these scientific institutions, some of them diametrically opposed, like politically, like the scientific institutions in China absolutely despise the scientific institutions in the
Did
United
you
States,
listen to
right?
anything he said?
I
Have they
did,
got?
but I'm
Have they
making a
got?
case.
You did?
Bro,
I'm
have
making
any,
a case.
bro, any of these supposed countries that are supposedly against us, I mean, they all have Rothschild currency, fiat currency. So whoever fucking has the money, and that guy Rothschild, I can't remember his name, he says, "What? Give me control of a nation's money, and he'll have control of the lot." So
Okay, but why are the Jews doing it then?
why
it's
the
Are
not
the
the
what?
Jews
Jews. They're
lying
the
to everybody?
Rothschilds.
Well, I
The
think the Jews
The
are
Rothschilds.
yet
Rothschilds are
again.
Jews, right?
I think the Jews are yet other people scapegoats, so we can point the finger at them and say they're the boogeymen. Like over history, there's always been boogeymen that everything's been attributed to. So
Why do
the
Globers
guys at
always
the
want to
top,
talk about Jews?
I mean, you can't
We
deny
don't.
that the Rothschilds created the sociology of the education system back in the day, and they're the ones that introduced all of this stuff. They were the ones that have indoctrinated, at least 2 generations of people to believe that whatever they tell them. So they can tell you, there's a man on the moon, and you guys will believe it if they
bro,
Okay.
whoever's in control of the media and the money, and these people are the Reuters and the Associated General Press. They own all mainstream media, not just some of it or most of it. Apart from independent people, they own the fucking lot. So they can put whatever they want in their papers, news reports, whatever. Then that it scares people. Fucking the narratives, people jump on and jump on the bandwagons and they believe them. So they go along with them. Like
Okay, but what's
COVID,
the end goal?
like well, I mean, what is the goal? They've got mind control over everyone. They've got everybody believing they live on a rock. They mean nothing. They evolved from primordial soup. So in the back of most people's minds, they really think they're insignificant.
So
So
you
They
think
have people.
they're
Hey,
hiding God?
no,
well, they are
no, they have
hiding
people
faith
believing that the air is going to kill them.
as well as terrorists and fucking. Well, I mean, they've got your 9 to 5 job. They've engineered this place. They've tried chains and fucking whips and violence. No, it's an open prison. Literally, it's an open prison. And the people in the prison, the prisoners, they're policing it. They're coming in to us to argue with us, call us names, give us abuse, tell us to kill ourselves. So your globe earth, your people that are just believers, they'll fucking fight tooth and nail to keep this narrative alive in their mind.
Oh, I just don't think that people like to be told things that just don't seem to be true, no? But the same counts for you guys, right?
true is
Sorry,
because
it's
everything your
breaking up for
parents
me.
and you learning is not the truth to as far as you're concerned. But you know what? Earth is not God's realm. Earth is the devil's realm. So it's all about lies and deception and all that stuff. And it's how much
Yeah, I
bullshit you
wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that because I'm not a religious person. I think religion's yet again part of the control system. And if you look into these Abrahamic religions, they all come from the Torah. Not to go on to the religious topic, but it comes from the Torah, and the Torah blatantly says no more sacrifices, no more idol worship, no more books to be added or taken away. Then the Abrahamic religions all came about flying in the face of what the Most High demands in the first book. So they are all against the initial book and Yahweh.
I agree with you. I mean, none of us really know the truth. None of us really know. But a lot of the stuff's not checking out these days. And I mean, it's all your science and all of the stuff that you guys are learning. Sure, you can do some stuff, mathematical equations and stuff on paper, but when it comes down to it, a lot of the shit sounds like too far fetched.
Bro, the thing is, most people nowadays, they've got some kind of warped image in their mind what science is. They think that technology and all, like math and astrophysics and all these, they think that these things are science. That natural science, cause and effect, that's what we're trying to deal with 24/7. Our server and this room, we're trying to deal with the scientific method and what can be backed by experiment. That's most people think that academia, maths, as I said, all those other subjects, they think these things are science.
I mean, do you think that's the reason why they want to try to round us all up and put us into these super cities? Is because, eventually we're going to figure it out?
Well, they
The
took
science.
away, I mean, decades and decades ago, like most people, they weren't buying all their food, their meat and their vegetables and stuff. Nowadays, it's commercial. You walk into the shops, all the carcasses are just all hanging up. That's quick farming, controlled energy. All these animals, they're shit from pillar to post. So we just walk in, take what we want off the shelves. Whereas before we were getting from farmers, direct from literally from the farmers, heirloom vegetables. Now it's all GMO, carcasses of animals that are literally, I mean, they go through the abattoirs and they're absolutely terrified, shitting themselves, jumping 5 times the height of their body over railings and shit because they're absolutely terrified. They get their throat slit and all those fear chemicals and hormones. That's all tainted right through the meat. All these people that are buying that shit, it's all that bad energy is getting transferred into them. So they've got this place sewn up for toxic shit for the mind, body, and the soul. And everybody just goes along with it, man.
But
See,
it's
I
working
stopped
out
eating
well. But it's working out well for a lot of us.
Sure, I mean it pays the bills right now, but I mean, like you feel a
if you're
certain
lucky.
dishonesty.
What else is there?
I mean, well, there
I mean,
has to
if
be.
you're, it works out for the people who are lucky enough for it to work out. But look at what they've just done to the world the past couple of years. All the businesses they've fucked, people with restaurants, fucking like untold stuff has been shut down. Mortgages fucking have just been completely fucked. They've took back their houses, their fucking businesses. It's all part of the plan, man. They fuck the economy up. They take all the shit back. Then they own all the shit again that they sold to them.
But that did not happen to most people.
Hello, guys.
Well, most people are
Happened to
struggling
some.
now. Most people are like there's nurses, literally nurses from the NHS going to food banks in the UK because they've not got enough money to
Scottish
live.
man just call most people Nazis.
So you didn't notice
Pardon?
the price increase of everything over the past 3 years, like double. You
No,
didn't notice that?
no, man, crazy. The price of
Yeah,
What
energy,
are you guys talking about?
the
but that's
Can I
reality,
understand, please?
the reality we find
With
ourselves
due,
in. That's what we're talking about.
with due respect,
The reality is like 5 years ago, if you went to go work for McDonald's, you would get paid $12 an hour. Now you get paid about $18 to $20 an hour. So yes, inflation is real, but also price increases have been real as well.
Well,
those guys doesn't
scarcity as
have
well.
manners.
So,
Yeah.
on you
Yeah,
go,
but
bro.
these
Sorry.
food companies are making record profits
Yeah, man.
during inflationary
I
times.
do not disagree with those statements.
but
Correct.
how is any of
No,
this tied to
look at
flat
the
Earth?
Record profits. We're
look at
talking
the
like,
price of. Sorry, bro. On you go.
oh, it's all good. I'm
Mannerless
just saying,
people.
it seems like a transfer of wealth, and it seems like a lot of the stuff that's going on right now, and they're just going to feed us nonsense because
Yeah,
we've
man.
been educated. That's all to believe it.
Bro, I'm fucking. I hope. Quite a while ago, I always said to myself, I hope I see the fake alien invasion shit. But when it was CNN or one of the major fucking news companies, they've been streaming that. It was in one of your American sort of parliament type places, and they were talking about UFOs. They called them UAPs, but they were streaming it for. They're still streaming just now, trying to push the UFO agenda, and I think that's what's coming next. I think we're going to see an increase UFOs on the news, and they're going to start pushing this fake
Yeah,
alien
shut
shit.
up, you stupid.
What?
Bro,
Dude,
if you want, shut up.
you don't think that they're going to try to push some sort of alien invasion? What they have to do is they have to convince us all to give up our religious beliefs, to give up everything. Like whatever you believe in, don't believe in it. Just believe in what they tell you. If not, they'll freeze your bank accounts and starve you to death, and you'll watch your families die. That's it. That's all.
Has
I mean,
anybody had their bank accounts frozen that you know of?
yeah,
coming, bro.
actually, I knew two people that got their bank accounts frozen. That was during the trucker convoy, but
Why?
still.
Because they didn't give up their beliefs.
See, when the digital currency comes, like, because they've already kind of pushed it in, they've sort of crowbarred it in just with this COVID shit, where some shops, you go to a coffee shop and they won't accept cash, literally, so you've got to have a card or a phone that's
Wait,
attached to your
what
bank
the
account.
fuck?
So
What place have
they're
you ever gone
It
to
was
that doesn't accept cash?
I've been to a place
coffee
like that,
shops in Edinburgh.
There is.
but
There's lots now
they
coming
did do
out.
that, but it
And
wasn't.
they literally gave
I've never gone to a store
so
anywhere in
they
America where they did not accept cash.
well, they gave me the coffee for
Yeah,
free
there's
because I never
there's
had
a
cash.
place in what is it, Boston? Yeah, Boston, I think, where they have an all, everything is digital. So even
The baker, one of the baker chains as well.
I
Like,
get the
it's quite
cards
a.
and I get the taps and I get the push your fucking card in and all that stuff. I get
But
it, but
see
I've
when
never been to a place that I've
That's
like walked up and pulled out
that
cash out of my
basic
pocket
base
and they
no,
said
bro,
no.
I'm not making it up.
basically
Do
every
you think
shop in
I'm
the
lying?
UK went to basically every shop in the UK went to contact us over
Not every
COVID.
shop. Nah, not every shop. I've one
Like
coffee shop in
shops and shit
Edinburgh
like that.
and a
They
coffee
all
shop
went.
in London.
Again,
that
in
I've been.
America, I have never walked up to any store,
You will soon.
restaurant, place,
You
or
said, bro,
anywhere
you said
that I
that.
was like, oh, I got $20 in my pocket, and
Yeah, but
they refuse.
yeah, but at the end of the day, there are shops doing this, regardless of whether you've went in one or not. There are
I
shops
have not
doing it.
experienced that here in America. If that's happening in UK, I'm assuming it's probably going to come to America sometime.
Mate, they're going to
It
push it
already,
everywhere. They're trying
there's
to get.
already places in Ohio doing
Yeah,
that.
they want rid of
I
money.
live here. I know.
There are
They
places
want
in Ohio
cash,
that won't
bro.
take cash.
Bro, they want cash obsolete. That's what they want, man. That's the next push, I think, that they're
Harry,
going to go as well.
that's
Slowly
a
but surely.
realization I haven't taken. No, I
But
have
how does
not
that help them?
experienced that myself. I've
Yeah,
not been.
well-
I've never walked up to a place before and be like, "Oh, I got
You've
20 bucks in
said
my
that,
pocket
bro.
here."
Bro, you've said that like 7 times in the past
Again,
fucking
I'll
minute
say
and a
it
half.
10 times. I've never
Well,
seen
why?
it. So
Right,
I
you've
don't
not
know if
seen
you're
it.
LARPing
We
or
just,
not.
we heard you, You've not
just
seen
Google
it,
it,
no.
bro. Just Google it. Like it's
Soon they
it's
won't even be
it
accepting
definitely
American
happens.
money anywhere in the world. And you guys know that, right?
That's eventually
You know
going
that
to
your
happen,
dollar
man.
is gone. Your money is nothing now.
Well, the monetary system's fucking ready to collapse and has been for a long time. They just keep fucking diluting the system with their quantitative easing, they call it in the UK. So they're literally just printing more money,
Money's
diluting it.
already
So,
digital units on
so
a
today,
screen, but for
so
them to not
today,
be able to take
bro,
cash when you go
you
to an
can,
ATM.
bro, you can hear me speaking, can't you? Or you just fucking tripping out your mind and you can't even hear. But anyway, man, at the end of the day, that's what they're pushing. They've already started it. They crowbarred it in with COVID. So I suppose we've just got to deal with it.
How does any of that benefit them?
It doesn't
Well, at
even
some
make
point,
sense.
see, the thing is, right? See if they get rid of cash completely and they have these super cities and Elon Musk with his fucking tunnels and it's all connected and there's no longer farmers and like there's no longer like natural places to get your food and there's no more cash. If they've got these super cities all fucking engineered, they can literally just turn people off if you don't do what they say or if they find out you're being detrimental online to the system or whatever, man. I don't know what they're going like specifically what they're going to do, but they've done even
Yeah,
more.
you're
See what I'm
LARPing.
saying,
Cash is
bro?
not going away.
Well,
What?
I mean, even if
They've
cash
already
is
got rid of
even
gold
if cash is
standard,
going away,
bro.
I'm not sure. I don't
What,
like
bro?
everybody shops online anyway. Like, who the fuck
Bro,
cares if cash goes away?
they've got rid of the gold standard, so you can no
Yeah,
longer
but
walk in. You can no longer go to a bank and get your money back.
Years ago.
Listen, they got rid of the silver and gold standard, right? So if they got rid of
Yeah, I
that,
mean, I'm definitely interested in it. Oh, for sure. But you have a great, wonderful
look
day.
look at what they've done to Libya. Look at what they've done to Gaddafi in Libya. Gaddafi was shopping the dinar, gold standard currency. He was going to start selling oil on the open market with fucking the dinar gold standard rather than the petrodollar, which is what you have to sell your crude oil or buy it. But you have to use the petrodollar to fucking like to work commerce with oil. But he was trying to make it so fucking it was gold standard and fucking it was a fucking gold backed currency. And what did they do? Made out that he was a fucking terrorist, invaded his country. Libya was
not a
like a
terrorist?
utopia. Now, Libya was like a utopia, bro. See, if you were training to be a doctor in Libya, and while you were training, you got the average fucking wage of a doctor while you were training. Everything was subsidised because it's a oil producing country. Every sovereign citizen was entitled to a fucking equal share of the fucking oil revenues. It was a utopia, mate. And they had to get rid of them. Like all the other countries they've invaded. Like they done nine,
literally
bro.
sound like you're LARPing, like D&D.
Me.
You think,
Me?
You think
You
like
think
all
I'm
of
laughing?
you think like all of the other countries they invaded were utopias before they invaded?
No. But look at Afghanistan. Look at fucking
It wasn't a utopia before they invaded.
No, but the fucking the clerics and the heads of the fucking villages would not allow the farmers to grow fucking opium. It was haram in the fucking in Islam faith. But the British fucking soldiers are over there guarding the fucking fields.
Bro,
And then
dude,
then
not only
there
do you
was bro.
sound so fucking ridiculous, but I
But the
love
British
your
weren't the
voice.
ones. They weren't going over there growing the opium.
No, they were the farmers growing opium were fucking they couldn't grow it while the fucking Afghans were in charge.
Opium was
Then-
coming from the Afghan hills before we got there.
Alright, there was a fucking there was a fatwa released that they were allowed to fucking grow it to get fucking arms.
That's where opium comes from.
you
The
are you
look
Irish
at
as
the opium
Scottish?
wars.
Where's that
Yeah.
accent come
Bro,
from?
they went into they went into Iraq to seize the oil and destroy the fucking all the shit that they destroyed, as well as fucking into Afghanistan to secure the fucking smack. That's why they went there, man.
They went there to
They've been,
secure.
but
You
now
think
they're
they
not
went to
doing that.
Afghanistan to secure the opium?
they've been
Yes.
selling smack for fucking centuries.
Why the
You've
fuck
been
would they
to
want to
heard
go and secure opium for?
for
Because you got to
fucking
know
sell
drugs, buddy.
smack.
You don't know drugs, man.
The
You don't
fucking
know
they're,
that opium is heroin. Heroin is.
I know opium is
that's what they
heroin.
need.
bro, they're big time smack dealers, man. They've been selling smack since
Yeah, but the
before the
amount of
fucking
profits you're
opium
going to be
wars.
making from something like opium is insignificant compared to if you
What?
own an oil.
Well, they called it morphine at the hospitals, and that's what they use it
Yeah, but
for. And I
morphine
mean,
is
it's
an
all over
opioid.
America.
You
Morphine's
think
actually
that
morphine's actually useful though.
you think
Morphine's an
smack's a
opiate.
fucking low?
Morphine's useful.
Now they don't need it anymore because they have synthetic drugs. It's synthetic drugs that come from China now. They don't need. They
But
don't
see,
need
the thing
opium.
is,
It's still an
bro, see
opioid.
the thing is, right?
If it's synthesized, it's still synthesized from opium.
Bro,
If it's morphine.
Yeah, but it's synthetic now, and
morphine.
they don't need
No,
as much.
What's the difference between synthetic morphine and not
morphine's
synthetic
an
morphine?
opiate.
It's all
You get-
synthesized. No, you don't grow morphine.
Morphine. No, but morphine's an opiate. You get opioids.
I know it's
that are
opioid.
synthetic.
It is an
No,
opioid.
it's not an opioid. It's an
It's
opiate.
heroin, morphine. It's the same
opiate.
exact thing.
It's not the same exact thing.
It's an
Heroin
opiate,
and morphine
not an
isn't the
opioid.
same thing.
No, but it's opiate rather
Saying
than
that
opioid.
we're getting synthetic morphine now, as
Bro.
opposed to as like the morphine before wasn't
It's
synthetic.
fentanyl.
See,
Yes,
shit, like,
fentanyl is the new
bro.
drug. It's cheap to produce.
See, there's a guy. Listen to this, right? There's a guy called Professor David Nutt, and I looked into this when I was at college, man. I done one of my outcomes on it, and he categorised every drug that there was, and he literally it cost it. It was Tony Blair's government, and they spent however many millions. That guy was a fucking the top neuropharmacologist in the world, so he could literally design drugs at the molecular level, and he categorised all drugs. And when he went back to fucking Tony Blair's government, he'd put alcohol at the very top, the most dangerous drug in the world, and Tony Blair's government sacked them for it, mate, because they couldn't have fucking that, because they sell fucking alcohol everywhere.
Yeah, alcohol
So,
probably statistically causes the most harm.
no, it is,
But
100%.
yeah, I know, but you've got to take into account the fact that alcohol is probably also the most consumed drug in the world.
Exactly,
by,
that's the point.
Orders of magnitude.
Exactly,
like it's not
but that's the
necessarily
point.
directly the most dangerous.
It is.
Objectively.
It is, bro.
Yeah, but if
Listen,
you consume if you
listen.
consume an amount of heroin and then an amount of alcohol, heroin's probably more dangerous.
Why?
Well,
Because
it's
it's more
probably
likely
worse for
it's
you.
more likely
It's
to
more
kill you.
toxic.
It's more likely to
It's
kill
more
you.
toxic. If you consume a beer and then you consume like a vial of heroin.
But I've been on opiates from the doctor, literally, for almost 20 years,
because they're
man.
synthesized.
No, but
They're
they're
designed not to kill you.
And they're
I'm
highly
listen,
addictive.
they can. Professor David
Everything
Nutt
can
also,
kill you if you have enough of it.
Listen, he also said that he could design
You
a
could drink too
painkiller.
much water and die.
These guys are just
Listen,
going to
bro.
overtalk
Bro,
you
listen,
anyway.
listen, man, right? He said that he could design a drug, a painkiller that works with the opiate receptors that does not have any kind of addictive fucking traits in it whatsoever. He says he would need $1 million or $2 million or
Maybe
whatever.
it's possible.
They never took him up on it
Maybe
because
it's possible.
they need the fucking smack, the illegal and the legal stuff coming in.
Okay.
What you think that? What? So the
I
opium
don't
wars.
think that they
do you
need
think,
the. I don't
listen,
think that
bro,
they need the
bro,
illegal drugs to come in.
Of course they do, man.
Why?
Fuck's sake.
Why do
What
they
mean,
need
why?
it?
Money.
Why?
Control.
What do you mean? Why for money? What proportion of money are they getting from illegal drugs being imported in?
How many
Fuck
billions?
all, bro.
How many billions go
Bro,
every
it's
year
a
on
trillion.
illegal drugs?
It's a $1 trillion economy. Why the fuck would they give a?
Are you fucking insane?
You know the risk
It's a
it'll be
$6 trillion
taken.
economy, bro. Who cares?
There's no benefit if the risk is so high, by the way.
Yeah, why would they
When it comes to
care?
using
It's
illegal
such an
drugs to make
insignificant.
money.
It's such
Bro,
an
what
insignificant amount of money
Listen,
compared to the
man.
amount of
What do you
money
mean-
that
What do you mean
governments
it's
have.
insignificant? How much money do you think gets fucking spent on illegal
Yeah,
drugs?
probably
every
millions.
year?
But we have,
Billions.
we have
Billions,
a
bro.
national budget of like £4 trillion. Like
What's that
why
got
the
to
fuck
do
would
with
they
it?
care?
What the fuck has that got to do with it, bro? They've
Bro,
been selling.
why if you've got a budget of
bro,
like
listen,
£4 trillion,
bro,
why would you care if you can get an extra
bro,
3 million or 4
right,
million from
listen.
selling illegal drugs, bro? They don't
Billions,
care.
bro. Billions,
Oh
bro.
fuck, no, it's not billions. No, it's
Of
not.
course it is, mate. How much smack do
Maybe
you think fucking gets sold?
globally, but not domestically.
Bro, they are in control
No
of
way
the
is
whole
that
fucking
domestically
world.
the amount
They're
of
in
drugs
control of the
they
whole.
can make.
Right, bro, you've not got a clue. See, but the thing is, right, see if they're bringing in illegal drugs and they're getting people hooked on them, and the people that are hooked on them are stealing, committing crime, going to jail, fucking doing whatever, all that fucking creates more fucking systems, more laws, more control, and they can bring in the synthetics, like methadone, Subutex, all the fucking different stuff.
The UK has gotten more
to the
libertarian
NHS
drug
fucking
This
trucks.
is a lot
with
of
time.
this is a lot of
The
hyper. This is a lot of
The
conjecture. But you're
UK
not
has gotten
explaining why.
more libertarian with
You're
drug
explaining why
abuse
what?
with
Why?
time.
Why would what you're saying all of these
just
things? But
objectively
like,
wrong.
what do they have to gain from this?
Bro, do you seriously listen? Right? Do you think that
I'm
since
sorry.
the opium wars, right? Since before the opium wars, do you seriously think smack dealers that have got the whole world sewn up? Do you think they're just going to relinquish the
opium
smack?
wars.
I wasn't fucking finish my sentence. Do you seriously think smack dealers that have got control of the world and people hooked everywhere over the world? Do you think smack dealers just relinquish their control of the smack trade?
Fuck
Do you
you
think
on
so?
about? Before the
The
opium
fucking
wars.
smack, bro. Can you
Smart
remember
girls.
fucking? Can you remember we gave fucking Hong Kong back? There was a
God
big
damn,
ceremony.
you sound like a fucking trombone.
Yeah,
Your voice is
can you remember that? I don't know how old you are, but there was a
I
big
don't
ceremony.
remember it, but I know of
right,
it.
well,
Sure,
right. Do you know why we had a 99-year lease on Hong Kong?
because we sold them a lot of opium and then made them give us Hong Kong.
A boat of the smack got sunk in
Yeah.
some harbour or whatever the fuck.
We did do that, but
Right. So do
so
you think they
what?
just stopped selling smack since then?
Yes.
The fucking place is riddled with smack.
The government doesn't sell smack.
Oh my! No, the government, the people at the top controlling the shit, dictating policy, fucking
Oh my god,
putting money into
What
whatever the fuck.
fuck are you saying?
You're just waffling, bro. What the fuck are you on about?
You're the one saying that smack dealers just gave
I
up
have a
selling
question.
smack.
I didn't say that. They do keep selling
Guys.
smack. I'm just saying that it's got fuck
Right.
all to do with the government.
I never said it was the
This
government.
is
You've said that twice
non-sequitur
now.
to the ground.
Oh my god.
I know. Get
Hey,
back
take
to flat earth because you're obviously fucking tripping out your mind.
take control of the conversation. I'm driving right
The
now,
crazy
and
thing
we
is
can't
we
hear
let
you.
you
Hey,
cook,
we
bitch.
can't
and
hear
You're
Spade
still
good.
fucked up.
We're gonna listen. We're gonna go back to flat earth. 'cause you-
just over here.
All right.
And
Back to FA topic, please.
when my little boy took off, I want to thank you guys again for that.
I don't know what you're saying, brother.
Oh yeah, he's great. He's in school right now, so he's actually
Wait.
going to school. So
Is he
they're
talking to us or someone else?
Bro, what are you
Cambridge,
talking about? Bro, what are you talking about?
which is along 500 West.
What are you talking about, bro?
But what I was going to say, because I was out cutting my grass the other day, and I
Is he
noticed
on
there
the-
was
is he- is he on the phone?
Alpha Omega. What are you
tube
talking about,
trucks
bro?
that were coming
I think
down
he's
the
on the
road.
phone.
And I don't know if you guys
Is he hot
are the ones.
micing?
He's on the
Yeah,
phone.
yeah,
He's
I think he's talking to someone
playing
else.
What the fuck
He's
was
not-
that,
he's
bro?
not actually talking.
There's an NPC going off script.
Yeah, man,
NPC going off script.
Alpha
Holy shit.
Omega, if you
he's
want
muted.
unmuted,
He's muted.
ping me, bro. I've muted you. I don't know if you're talking to someone else or whatever, but ping me and I'll unmute you.
It's a NPC going off script, dude.
So, can we get
Shit.
back to the flat stationary Earth that we all experience that you believe is the opposite?
Yeah, have you guys ever been to the ice wall?
Yeah, man.
What ice wall?
The
Which
ice
one?
wall. Well, there's multiple, right?
What? So
There's
you've
multiple.
seen, bro? We've all seen pictures of what looks like walls of ice. How can you tell that wall of ice is in the south, the north, Sweden, fucking Greenland?
We
How
have
the
no
fuck do you know?
idea. I don't know where
Exactly.
anything is because I haven't
So-
walked there or
so,
driven there
bro,
myself.
Right, so bro, we don't just claim shit. We don't think, oh, there's an ice wall because we've seen a picture. Like, we try and stick to empirical evidence, what we can back.
I see.
So, what in reality, what do you think makes the Earth like move or be convex over bodies of water? Because that's what we're here arguing. The point, man, is the Earth a convex ball, and is it moving?
I
That's
would
what we're
hope
trying-
so. I
Yeah.
like the theory that it's like a rock, like a spherical ball of like
It's a cool
amalgamous rock
story,
in space. You know?
bro. It's a cool story, man. There's loads of artwork from Hubble. They admit it. They're all artistic renditions. So, like, where do we actually get concrete evidence that we
They
are
admit they're
living on
composite,
a sphere
but they're
moving?
still actual pictures.
No, they're not photographs, bro.
Yes, they are.
They're not, bro.
They take hundreds of photographs and mold them into
Hubble,
one big
bro,
one.
bro, Hubble takes different wavelengths of light. Then it's all stitched
I know.
together. Then they embellish
Because
it.
it would look
and they
weird
add
if we.
to it.
Because it would look weird if you showed you the actual picture that it took.
It
That
would
is the
look,
most
it
ignorant
would look
fucking
ridiculous.
thing. The flat earthers are the most stupidest fucking people. Either they're
Oh,
LARPing that
man.
hard or they're fucking that ignorant. You can get on.
Nice cope.
See ya. Bye.
Well, he sounded
I
quite
think
pleasant.
genuinely the globe Earth is actually the best way of describing the world that we see around us.
Bro, we're not moving. The
Have
Earth is
you-
not moving. We're not in motion.
But you understand. But like you understand that.
Where do you experience curvature or motion of the Earth? Tell me.
Mhm.
If it's
What would
the
you
best
expect to
way.
feel? What would you expect to feel if we were right? If we were right?
Well, we're barreling in at least 4 vectors at millions of combined miles per hour through a fucking vacuum without containment.
What would you expect to feel?
Bro, see when I'm in the middle of a sentence, don't start your sentence, please wait. And then when you talk, I'll not speak over you. I'll stop people if they're going to talk over everybody, man. But please at least let people finish their sentence. Is that a deal?
Yes. So,
Cool. So what do we expect? Well, I would expect extreme parallax in the constellations. There's 88 of them and they've been the same literally since they were named.
why would you expect a change?
Because we're barreling in multiple vectors at
Right.
millions of miles per hour.
And yet they're hundreds of thousands of light years away.
Exactly. So the further away, the more fucking difficult it would be to try and focus on it. Like if analogy was given yesterday of a sniper. Now, if you're trying to shoot, say, 10 foot in front of you, you've got a good margin where you could be a bit left, a bit up or down. The further you go away for that sniper shot, it is going to be more difficult, if not impossible, to actually make you hit your target. So the further away,
to do with anything.
because the further away, any motion from the object you're standing on, the slightest fucking motion, it's going to put what you're seeing off.
No, it doesn't.
Of course it
The
will.
further away, the less significant the change is.
No, that's not
So-
true.
so-
That's not true.
It
If
is.
you move
What-
a
what
millimeter,
you're
if you
saying
move
is-
a millimeter, if you move a millimeter to the left and you're 100,000 kilometers from Earth, you're gonna miss your center, right? Like the spot you're supposed to hit,
Right.
by more
Right.
than if
But
you
that's-
were 50,000 kilometers away.
But that's not how light works. We're
Exactly.
not shooting at stars. They are emitting light
but
in
we're
every
looking
direction.
at-
Oh yeah,
we're
no, I
looking
agree
at
with you.
So if
his
if a
point is
light
correct.
moves, if a star moves 100,000 light years away, a million miles to the right, it would still be in exactly the same position as far as we're concerned.
Ayo, announcement.
Oh.
Globe Earth chat has begun above this channel. Globe Earth chat has a.
Shut up. Go on. Whoever was talking, Seth.
Nice, on you go, bro.
A star that is 100,000 light years away moves a million miles to the left. It would the change would be completely it would be imperceivable from the naked
I'm
eye.
talking about the motion from the
Yeah,
object
sure, it
you're
would be
standing on.
imperceivable
If you're
from the naked
standing
eye,
on an
but
object,
the fact
bro,
that it's
I don't understand why that's relevant. What does that have to do
What
with
do you
being
mean?
able to
If
see the
you're-
constellations?
if
What
you're
does that
on
have to
an
do with being able
object,
to see the
bro,
constellations?
if you're on an object that's barreling in different vectors at these mind-boggling speeds, then obviously you're not going to see the same stars every night,
Why
let alone
not?
every year.
I don't think you quite understand the scale at
Me?
which the universe is. Yes.
That's the point, the scale of it. And you're standing
What's
on
wrong with
something
the
that
scale of it?
because
I
you're
don't
on
understand.
you're on an
I
object
don't.
that's got
It doesn't make
multiple
sense for
vectors,
you.
bro.
You thinking
There's
the size of
different
the
motions.
the size of the Earth, the size of the Earth.
How big is
It
it?
doesn't make sense.
How big is
to
it?
be able to feel
How big
the
is it,
motion
bro?
of the Earth.
What's the radius and circumference?
The radius is 25,000 kilometers.
Whoa,
No,
I thought you didn't have a clue.
25,000 kilometers. Radius 12,000.
They mean 25,000.
Congratulations.
Wait, what?
Four-
You were way off, man.
39.59 for the
Oh, it's
radius.
circumference
it's
measured in
49,000 kilometers. Something like that.
24,901 for the
Pretty sure
the
it's
circumference.
I was
measured
right
in
numbers, just the wrong measurements. But
Calm yourself, bro.
Calm me, glow, man. Relax.
So anyway, we're not moving, bro. We're not moving. You experience no motion. You've got a vestibular system in your inner ear, deals with motion, balance. So that
It does,
tells you when
but-
you're orientated,
but
say,
that
upside
vestibular
down, for
system
instance.
measures movement relative to the Earth. It doesn't measure movement of the Earth. It measures
And
movement relative to the Earth.
But if you're on an object that's in motion, it's going to register that
No, it
motion.
wouldn't.
No?
It would
What?
register. It would register acceleration. You don't register motion.
Right,
you register
exactly.
acceleration.
And
but
the Earth is
acceleration
accelerating.
yes,
The Earth
but
is
the acceleration
accelerating.
is it's insignificant compared to the size
So how
of the
much
Earth.
is it? How much does it speed up and slow down over the course of the year?
It's a constant acceleration.
What's a constant acceleration? Turning in a
Do you not
circle.
know what a
bro,
constant acceleration?
bro,
Going in a circle is a
okay.
constant acceleration.
And that constant turning in a circle is constant velocity change.
Yes, it's a constant acceleration.
So you're constantly changing velocity. So it's
Yes,
not.
you are.
It's not
It's
like a linear constant motion.
It's a linear acceleration.
It's not linear though. It's turning in a circle.
If you were to draw the acceleration of the Earth on a graph, it would be a straight line.
What?
The acceleration of the Earth doesn't change. The velocity
does.
of the Earth changes. The acceleration doesn't.
It speeds up and slows
That's
down.
a constant.
Bro.
It doesn't. No, it's the
does.
acceleration of the Earth doesn't change.
It
The
does.
velocity of the Earth changes.
Bro, the 2 points on the acute, the most acute points on the ellipse, it has to slow down and speed up.
Velocity is the rate of change of displacement. Acceleration is the rate of change of velocity.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've got a citation for you, man. 1 second. So if we're on an object barreling around the sun in different vectors, we'll just count the one, the elliptical orbit. At the most acute points, twice on the ellipse, it must slow down and speed up.
Well, the acceleration of the Earth. Okay. Given that the orbit of the Earth is very, very nearly circular, granted it's not completely circular.
No,
the
it's not,
acceleration, the acceleration, sure, it does vary.
So an object
But
moving in a circle is accelerating.
it is
Accelerating
constantly
objects are objects
accelerating.
which are changing their velocity.
Yes,
either their
it's constantly accelerating.
I read that out for you. You're just talking, bro.
I know what you're saying. It doesn't. I agree
No,
with you.
I was reading the citation that I got for you, man. But you're not to listen, so.
Bro, I'm not arguing with you about the fact that we're accelerating. We're always accelerating because the direction of motion is changing.
And decelerating.
Not at the same time.
I don't
Well,
feel
we're
it.
speeding up and slowing down.
Well, yeah, I know we're speeding up and slowing down, but
Right.
not
I
at
don't
the same
feel
time.
that though. So is that why? Because I don't feel it. Is
But
that
why?
why
I
we're
don't understand
in
why.
motion?
Why do you expect to feel it?
Because
Circular
we're
motion is constant acceleration, and you feel acceleration. That's the end of
Yes,
that.
sure, you
No.
might feel it to
No,
a
that's not.
degree. But have you ever looked at? I saw a video before, and it was of somebody turning a car, taking a car around a corner, at the actual rate at which the Earth accelerates. As in, it's the same arc. It's the same what's it called? Arc velocity. Angular velocity of being on the surface of the Earth. It's actually completely
being in a car?
imperceptible.
Being in a car is
The rate of change of
barreling.
acceleration that you experience due to the orbit of the Earth is actually imperceptible, even if you're experiencing in an
Because-
object that isn't the size of the Earth.
Because your car,
You're wrong.
the car.
No,
claim
I'm
that
not
you're
wrong.
making. Right. So, I mean, you got a citation for this. Like, you got somebody who's done this.
Fucking Google it.
Oh, so we're fucking discussing this shit with Google. Fuck's sake, man.
What do you mean? What else am I supposed to do it with? Where did you get your citation from?
Well,
Was it Google?
But I already knew it, bro. Like I'm
You've got a
sitting here
citation. Where did you get your citation
discussing-
from?
But I'm
Sitting me saying,
discussing
"Oh,
this
you're just going to
because I
Google it."
know
Then.
about
All right,
it.
then.
No, but I know about this stuff. I've been discussing it for years. You're arguing the point, and you're googling stuff that you don't know. You're just hoping that it's there. So we're discussing this with Google.
Well, I don't know the exact number.
Why not?
You say why not?
Yes, mate. Why not? If I was sitting here arguing, I would know what I was talking about. I'm
Oh,
not
I
just going to say,
apologize. I didn't
"Wait a
research.
minute, till I Google it."
I didn't research it before I got onto Discord.
Well, I would if I was arguing about something like this. This
Do you
topic
research
is
every time before you go on
quite
Discord?
important.
All right, I just
No,
saw
but,
this
like,
chat and I was
all
like,
the
"Oh, that looks
people sending
interesting."
me
So I'll go
stuff-
in there. I didn't realize I had to prepare for it.
Well, I'm just saying, if you're going to
There's nothing
argue
wrong with-
something, then
There's
surely,
nothing wrong with
surely
doing the
get your-
research. But as you're doing, what's the issue? I don't understand what the issue is.
No, but not arguing with somebody and saying, "Wait a minute till I Google it." That's
What?
why I asked you the dimensions of the Earth, because most people, they say, "Oh, Earth's too big," but they don't even know it. So congratulations,
Yeah,
at least
but the
you
Earth
knew.
is too big,
How?
even if I don't know the radius.
But you did.
The fact that the Earth is too big
said
to
the
feel it
circumference.
doesn't matter. Like
Why
it
would-
doesn't matter
why
if I
would-
know if I don't know the exact radius because I do know
Well-
that it is too big.
Why would the size of it make any difference to the fucking
How could it
velocities?
not make a difference?
Why would
Well,
it?
you know when I say something like the Earth looks flat because the Earth is massive.
And
When I make a claim like that the Earth, even though it's spherical, it looks flat because it's so massive. I don't need to know the
you
exact
assume it is
radius
spherical,
to
but
make
you
that
don't
claim.
observe it to be spherical.
I would.
At all.
What did you say? Somebody?
On you go, Quetzal. On you go, bro.
No, he was saying he knows it's flat, but he assumes it's spherical. Why would you do that?
No, I said it looks flat.
Mhm. So you observe nature,
So-
reality.
I
So
said it
why
looks
would
flat
you-
in the same way that water in a blue bottle looks blue, but it isn't blue.
Yeah, and it's flat on top.
What?
The level of the water.
Yeah, levels out.
What water seeks level? Yeah, relative.
always.
Yeah, only because of
Changes
gravity.
water.
What gravity?
Because of
Which one?
gravity.
You know, actually,
What?
this is a good. Actually, this is a good point with. Yeah, one of the
You got evidence
one of the
for
only
that,
things that we could agree on is that there is a force of attraction to the ground. Yes.
Gravity is not a force, bro. It's not been a force
No.
for over a century.
Yeah, but you know what I mean, though. There is like, as in, if you
Yeah.
drop something, it's going to go down. As in, there is
What about
something that
helium?
looks. There is something that looks like a force of attraction.
Bro, if I let helium go, what fucking happens to it?
Oh my god, bro.
Oh, yo. Gravitons are real, and gravitons are a pulling force, dude.
Has
Gravity
gas
isn't a
got-
force,
Gas has mass,
but
Gas has mass, right?
it does have
Helium
mass.
got mass. Right,
It
so why
does.
is it not attracted? Is
Because
mass
it-
attracting
because-
mass? Is that selective? Is
Yes.
gravity selective, mate?
Yes, but
What? Gravity is selective? What
no,
the fuck?
no, I didn't hear you say that. But
That's what I said.
yeah, sorry, I didn't mean that. It's not
Right, so
selective,
is gravity
obviously, but
selective then?
it's
So
not
does mass
selective.
only attract certain mass?
It's not selective.
So
but,
why does mass not attract mass always?
Well, it does always attract mass. But
No,
it looks
it
like
doesn't
it
look like
attracts
that.
mass.
With helium, it doesn't know. So.
But helium,
The
it does. It's
level
just
of
the force of the
attraction
buoyancy force
depends-
on helium is
the level
greater
of
than the force of attraction due to gravity.
Right, that's a claim. Where's the scientific evidence for gravity, man?
Scientific evidence for gravity.
Right, man. Experiment.
Newtonian physics.
Does Google no brought up anything decent, like Cavendish or something?
What'd you say?
I'm saying, did Google not bring you Cavendish yet?
I don't even understand what that's supposed to mean.
Cavendish was a scientist. He did an experiment.
No, it wasn't an experiment.
It was an experiment.
What's the independent variable in Cavendish?
Hold on, I'm googling it.
That guy who said that Cavendish was an experiment, what's the IV? Or even the observation, what's the observation in Cavendish? And what falls down in Cavendish?
That's what I was going to ask next. I saw something fall down, so I'm going to hang some balls in a closet.
Oh, balls. It doesn't always work. I've seen a couple of videos, scientists, professors or whatever, saying that it's a really difficult experiment, in air quotes, to get working. Sometimes it just does not work whatsoever. They try to
It does what it does. It doesn't, there's no rhyme or reason. So
Wait, are you denying that gravity exists?
It's not, but we don't have to deny it. We're just asking for scientific evidence that it actually exists. We're not saying
Newtonian,
it does not exist.
would you deny Newtonian physics? If I showed you Newtonian,
does mass attract mass?
theory of gravity.
oh my God.
Where does mass attract mass in reality?
No, gravity isn't an attraction force.
So
specific.
mass affects space-time, and
It
this
does.
effect on space-time is what causes other masses to move.
I have a
And
question.
the
That's
movement,
crazy.
the stronger the mass, the bigger the movement. It's not
So
that
is gravity the cause or the effect?
So
don't
today
conflate.
it's
That's
now it's
debatable.
not.
But the thing
that's
is,
Don't
okay.
conflate two gravities. You can't interchange which gravity you're talking
Gravity
about.
isn't a force of attraction.
Mass attracts mass.
It
Was
looks
a
like it looks like a force of attraction.
It's an indirect force of attraction.
No,
Because
it's
it
not a force of
affects
attraction.
space-time.
It's not a
It
force of
affects
attraction.
space-time,
That's
and this effect on
pseudo
space-time is what causes other objects to move.
That's
So
a
now
pseudo force.
gravity holds air and affects space time and makes planets fly around each other and go away from each other.
And contains pressure somehow.
Yes, it's capable. It's capable of doing all of
Fuck,
this. What is
dude,
your
that
point?
does a lot of shit.
Can we
Oh,
get
It's
a-
literally all of what you say can be categorized as pull and push. Yeah, it pulls and pushes stuff.
Yeah, but
Can
it looks like a force of attraction.
Can we
That's
get someone
why people
who-
say it's a force of attraction.
Can we get someone who's isolated the supposed cause in an
Nobody knows the
experiment?
supposed cause of gravity.
No, gravity is your cause in an experiment, is it not? If you're trying to prove it. If you're trying to verify this mass attracting mass thing, then obviously your IV
Mass doesn't attract
has
mass.
to be. Well, no, it doesn't. I know. That's what we're saying.
Yeah, but
So what-
gravity isn't a force of attraction.
Not
There goes
anymore.
to Cavendish.
Yeah,
Not anymore.
It's
So
not
you've
a
not
force
got-
of attraction.
It's
What do you mean
not
not anymore?
anymore
Cavendish.
What do you
because
mean not
that's
anymore?
Einstein. Einstein's is a
I
pseudo
know.
force. Right, so Newton's was a force.
Yeah, but Newton was ever so slightly wrong.
That doesn't matter. Newton's gravity was a force. Einstein's
Yes,
gravity is
and
not
he
a
was
force.
wrong.
Newtonian physics is still real. What the fuck? Just because they're categorized
So-
different doesn't mean
Newtonian
they're false.
physics.
Can we get an experiment,
Newton thought
bro?
it was a force of attraction, but it's not a force of attraction.
Do you want me to show you what Newton actually wrote in his fucking diary before he
Oh my God,
died?
I don't care. What does it matter?
Well, he retracted that mass
If you go to
attracts
Einstein
matter.
and say, yeah, Newtonian physics are wrong, he'll just flat out disagree with you.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
what, he
Newtonian
retracted
physics.
it.
Newtonian physics isn't as accurate a representation of the universe as general
No,
relativity
can
is.
we get an
Yeah, sure, but it's closer than saying gravity isn't real.
No, it is. You're right, but it's not a force of
Can
attraction.
we get an experiment?
Also, to be fair, Newtonian physics don't really contradict special relativity, except when Newton mentioned that gravity was a force. But the way he describes gravity, it's pretty much accurate to the way Einstein describes
So
gravity.
how does space and time work in an experiment? Can you explain that to us?
What do you mean? How does it
Space
work?
and
in an
time,
experiment?
it's called a simulation. We can simulate gravity in space time.
If you
Yes.
take
So now,
a look,
so
take a
now
look
it's
in
just
the text chat.
imagination.
Take a look in the
I love
text
when they
chat.
use imagination.
Boys,
When they use imagination
order,
as proof, that is the
boys,
best.
order in the room before
Wait,
this
wait, are
disappears.
all
Look in the text.
simulations
Whoa,
wrong because they're fake, or what? What's your
bro,
point?
look, take a look in the text chat and you'll see an excerpt from Newton's fucking claim not long before he died. Gravity should be innate, inherent, and essential to matter. Yeah, he says it fucking.
Yeah,
He's
okay.
literally he's backtracking from it.
That's fine.
Right,
What does that have to do with anything?
What? So he's fucking took back this mass attracting mass claim, and
Well-
we're asking you. Listen, we're asking you for a scientific experiment.
He already said that
stop
mass
talking
doesn't
over
attract
me.
mass like
Mass-
five
Stop
times.
talking over me, bro.
Mass
Stop
doesn't
fucking,
attract
stop talking
mass.
over me. Well, so that's Newton's gravity out. Cavendish is out. So let's go with Einstein. Let me give us an experiment that verifies space-time's existence. Have you got one? Because I know you've not got one.
Listen.
Because Newton and Einstein's it's not scientific. There's no
Einstein's-
experiment. It doesn't follow the scientific method. Don't give me a story and you present an experiment or concede that you've not got one.
Einstein's.
Bro, can you give me an experiment? Are you going to give me one? Just
I
you've not
can't
got
think of
if you've
one
not.
off the top
Right,
of my
there you
head.
go. So you've not got
But
any science
Einstein's
involved in
theory of
gravity.
general relativity best
Cool story,
describes
bro.
the universe around us.
So
Where
imagination
does it
best
describe?
describes what we see.
Where is any
What
of
does
it
that
in
even mean,
reality?
air pressure? What are you talking about?
You're talking about imagination. You said a theory.
fuck
That's
are
an
you on about?
imagination. Somebody
No.
made it up, and you believe it.
It's it actually does best describe the universe around us out of any
Wait,
theory.
how? Why? What? How does it describe anything that we see?
What do you mean? How does it describe anything we see?
Name a single thing that
What do you
either
mean,
gravity.
except for the stars and the planets and
Wait,
the
what?
the
What do you mean?
galaxies?
Oh my
and that?
God.
What? So you're just going to name things in the sky? What specifically does either gravity explain in reality? I'll let you take either gravity, even though you've not got an experiment. We'll just
Do you mean
we'll
not
go
take
with it.
either gravity?
We'll run with whatever gravity you decide, and you tell me how it
No.
describes anything in reality.
It
So
means
tell us a
either
specific thing.
Newtonian or Einsteinian. Like, which one? Pick one.
Just name one, and right. So give us anything in reality that these explanations from these two people actually back. Like, how does
Fake.
it?
You're super low, then you come in clear, then you go
Is
super
that
low.
better? Is that better?
Yeah.
Right. So that's what I'm
You need
saying.
a
bro. Can
headset,
we
man.
well, these headsets, this earphone's all right. Actually, all right, man. It's just because sometimes it sort of drops down. But
Oh, now you're nice and clear. Keep it right,
Right,
there.
so-
Were you eating it? Eat it.
So can you give us you've not got an experiment, we know, right? So can you just you said something this best describes something in reality? Name something in reality that either of these two non-scientific stories actually back. Just name anything.
So can I answer?
On you go, because he's not going to answer.
First off, you said, how can we prove that space-time exists, which is a thing that we need to presuppose
Well-
exists for us to even attempt to... Wait, hold on. For us to even attempt to say that gravity exists. So one,
Well,
yes, we
I
can
would-
prove... Hold on. Space fake.
Right, bro. Calm yourself. I know my etiquette. I stopped talking as soon as I realised you're still. Go, man, go.
We can prove space exists because we can prove that objects in the universe interact with each other.
You
Yes.
can prove space exists.
Hold on. Yes,
What
we
is
can prove
space?
space exists because
But what is
objects
space?
in the universe interact with each other. We can visually prove it on a molecular,
No.
subatomic, and atomic level.
No, you
And
can't.
We can
Bro.
prove that time exists because we can prove that objects,
Bro.
as they move through that space area, change with
Right.
time. This is called space
Right.
time.
These are stories, bro.
Yeah.
So I'm saying, so see
These are
space
not
and time.
stories, these are
Bro.
verifiable facts.
Right. So, bro, can you give me 15 minutes and 3 foot?
He went through time and
Can you?
space.
Can you
Go
give me 15 minutes and 3 foot or 6 inches? Can you give me?
Oh, are you saying our measurements of time are social constructs? Yes, but time still exists.
Right, so they're not tangible things. You can't hold them in your hand. You can't stretch
Do
them or dilate them.
objects not change in nature throughout time?
Concept. We're
they not?
talking about concepts here.
Space.
Space
Okay,
is, bro. Space is length, breadth, height. Would you agree? Length, breadth,
okay,
height. That's space.
yes.
Would you agree that? Right. So
What do you mean
time.
space has height? What do you mean?
I'm saying space is
Space is
length,
length,
breadth,
width,
and
and height. He said. Do you agree?
Length within height,
breadth
as in 3D.
and height.
Length,
So
width, and height.
Yes,
would you agree that's right? So time.
I don't know what that means.
You don't know what
So he
length,
doesn't.
breadth, and height. So
Oh,
imagine
breadth.
like a
breadth.
3D
Breadth.
square
Okay.
box
Yeah,
in my
I
hand.
agree.
I've got an imaginary like invisible box in my hand, length, breadth, height, and then time.
I agree.
15 minutes, 6 minutes, or whatever. These are not things that can stretch. You can't, like just.
They can actually. They can actually stretch.
You can't get. Listen, you cannot get two concepts and mash them together with complex maths and equations and claim that these things are in reality.
You actually can stretch time.
Wait, Spakeface, how do you think GPS satellites work?
Yeah,
do you
they
think
actually-
that
they actually need- they actually-
on GPS
Oh my
satellites you have to
God.
run the clock a little bit slower because if you
Do
don't,
you
then the
think-
measurements will get
I've heard
more
that.
off.
I've heard this. And they can put atomic clocks in planes. I know I've heard all of this. But again, these are not scientific experiments. They're contraptions made by
What do you mean
man.
they're not scientific? They're empirical studies that have been proven and used to
They're not
literally.
experiments, bro.
What do you mean they're not experiments? We have
They're
actually
not.
experimented with time dilation. It's a real concept. It exists in the
so
universe.
Where
What the fuck?
where the fuck is time? Where do you get time for experiment with?
Time is the simple changing nature of objects
Right,
throughout the
so
universe.
it's not a tangible thing. You cannot.
Okay, Spakeface. I'm going to ask you a
man.
simple question. I'm going to ask you. Do you believe subatomic particles don't change?
I mean, has anybody ever seen an atom?
Oh, you don't believe in atoms?
No, I never said I don't believe in them.
You must believe in it. Just
Yes,
to know.
we've seen atoms. Yes, we have seen
Right,
them.
what do you mean we? You mean electron microscopes? have
Yes,
picked
you're
up
actually looking at
listen,
an atom
man,
at all times,
they've used-
actually.
listen,
But yes, we've seen
listen,
subatomic.
so they look through these electron microscopes and they've got like data, whatever they're picking up. Then they've got these fucking like high high spec computers, and they marry them all together. They take the data that they've got and it pumps out what they fucking
what?
expect to see. It's the same with these fucking. You get a high tech fucking telescope, and you get these. You add them to your computer, and it literally adds in extra stuff to make them look
Do
like
you
the
have
stuff
any
that
other
comes
way
from
of
Hubble.
proving that
It doesn't
subatomic
mean it's
particles
real.
exist?
Where?
Do you have a way of that these scientists are unaware of to help prove that subatomic particles exist?
I don't know what you're saying, brother. Sorry.
You're saying you're
I
not
have a way.
trusting the existence of atoms because
Well, I've
they're
never even said that. I just asked you if you'd seen one.
Yes,
Has
we are
anybody-
looking at one all the time. We are
What do
literally
you
all
mean?
composed of atoms.
What do you mean? Where are you seeing an atom, man?
We're composed of atoms, quarks, and subatomic particles.
And
Dude.
they just look like solar systems, and there's the nucleus, and they're all orbiting around. It's just a
Yeah,
coincidence.
they're all tiny little solar
Yes,
systems.
they're all
Suns and
electrons,
planets and all that shit.
electrons.
Bro, I mean, you're talking about stuff that you 100% cannot verify. You can't verify motion to the Earth, convexity to the Earth, and you definitely cannot verify the shit you're talking about now.
So
That's
you
like
cannot
another.
verify atoms exist. So again, you don't
Ah.
believe in atoms, right?
No, I mean, it's not that I don't believe in them. I mean, I've never done in-depth research into them to see if they are
So
actually.
you do
it's
you
like
do
the
believe in
mini solar
something
system.
composing us, or do you not?
What do you mean imposing us?
What the fuck?
I don't understand.
You believe.
But you're making this argument like you don't believe in atoms, like you question our belief in atoms, as though you don't believe in atoms.
Well,
you keep saying
I just asked
like no way of verifying
You
it.
keep
but you say
keep
no.
talking
it like-
about atoms. Listen, you keep talking about atoms like it's a.
Well, I'm sorry,
It's a
no,
fact.
but do you not believe? I don't understand why your question. Why do you not believe in atoms?
You just said again. Am I
just-
religious? No, I don't have a belief system.
What?
No, it's not about
What are you
believing shit,
talking
man.
about? Yeah, but do you
It's
think
like-
atoms?
You
Do you
keep
think
saying,
atoms?
do
Do you
we
think
believe
atoms
in them?
exist? Do you think atoms exist?
I think
I don't
really
know.
small particles exist. Yes. Do
You
I
don't know,
think
you
they
don't-
look?
Why do you think really small
bro,
particles exist?
do you think I think that I'm just going to believe stuff because it gets taught, because we've seen these supposed cartoons that look like solar systems? So I don't believe there's many solar
Spaceface,
systems
what
in
would
my
it
body.
take for you to believe that the atomic particles exist?
Bro, I'm not going to believe that there's miniature solar systems holding my particles together.
So you don't believe? Okay, well, you could just say that from the beginning. You don't believe in
Well,
atoms, dude.
I mean, I don't believe in the general stuff that comes from the powers that be.
So,
just because I found out about Earth.
So Spakeface, hold on, Spakeface. Do you know the second law of thermodynamics, right?
Well, that would be entropy, and that your place called space would breach the second law. Because entropy would increase in this open system.
Space.
that
Wait,
we've got.
what? Entropy does. Yes,
I
it's
never
not a
said that.
breach. It's a literal application of the law.
Bro, you're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm saying
He's just giggling
entropy.
because he doesn't know what's
Entropy
happening right now
would
to him.
increase. Earth is
pressure,
an
I don't care
open.
about you. I'm talking
Listen, Earth's an open system in the globe model. So entropy, you would agree that entropy increases in an open system. I mean, the bare basics that I remember from school.
Yes, which is
about
why
this
the heat
shit.
death of the universe is inevitable. Yes.
Right.
How
So
is this
how the
disagreeing
fuck-
with the second law of
Well,
thermodynamics?
Well, space does. It also breaches multiple gas laws. I think Boyle's law is one of them. If AI's in here still, he'll know about this
Are you
shit.
saying because objects form in space that this is a breach of the second law of thermodynamics?
No, I'm saying to you that we've got gas pressure on Earth. We've got 14.7 psi on average. It's
Okay, so because entropy is simply
listen, bro, I'm fucking speaking, brother. I let you talk,
ahead.
brother. So
Go
I'm
ahead.
trying to reply to you.
Go
So we've got this place that we live in that's got air pressure, and then beyond the place called the Kármán line, space is meant to be this near perfect vacuum, somehow enveloping and maintaining our pressurized system. You cannot even have gas pressure without containment at sea level. How the fuck are you going to have it within a vacuum?
So, Spakeface, entropy is not that there is no energy. Entropy is simply that there's more probability that there will be no energy.
That's not in
so
it.
That's
Does
literally what it
entropy
means.
increase in an open system?
And yeah, the likelihood that there will be no energy increases within an open system. Yes.
Right. So we're in an open system. So how the fuck can the pressure
Wait, no.
that we know we've
Space
got,
is
how
yes.
can
No.
it be
In
maintained?
space, it is more likely that there will be no energy. Do you disagree with this statement?
I'm not talking about that, bro. I'm saying to you that we know we've got pressure
We are
on Earth.
talking about
We
this.
know. No, we know we cannot have pressure without containment unless you can provide some kind of citation that shows gas pressure contained without some kind of container.
But it's not like
Hold on, Seth, hold on. Earth is literally an example of the very low probability of the formation of energy within space. It's very low
Earth is your
probable.
example.
That's why Earth is very unique. And any other
Earth
fucking
is your
planets are
proof
unique.
that you live
Space
on
is
a globe.
massive,
Right,
and
so,
emptiness is more likely than actual something existing.
So, bro, can we have a citation for gas pressure without containment, if that's possible?
All right, sure.
You're making it seem like the atmosphere just ends at some point.
No, it's a gradient. We know that.
It
You
is.
go up to Mount Everest, you don't take oxygen with you unless you're on a Sherpa and you're
And you
climbing
can't,
back.
and you won't get to a point in which the gradient is zero.
Well, they say, I mean, NASA moved the goalposts a few months ago, I don't know, maybe 6 months ago, and they said
but
that
it's an arbitrary line.
Man, it's still in the middle of a fucking sentence. They said that the Earth's atmosphere extends out with and past the moon. That's what they claim.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but just because you can't draw a line up where the atmosphere ends, it's an arbitrary line if you try to draw one.
Oh, can you have gas pressure without containment? Always boils down to this.
It's just a gradual increase in the amount of atoms that there are as a result of gravity.
Oh, you're just ignoring what I've said, man.
Yes, by the way, they're pressurized by gravity. You don't need a containment system.
Can you show us gas pressure without containment? Just at
Yes,
sea level?
gravity. Through
Right,
gravity.
so can you show us this? Can you cite this? Or is it just...
Oh, sure, okay.
The story that
There's a shit ton of citations.
You're saying air contains air? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, gas contains gas.
Gravity contains
air.
So gravity is a container, then, is what you're saying.
It's not a
Because
container.
when we had somebody
be.
look up the definition of a container earlier, and gravity wasn't one of the
It's
things
not a
of
container.
Well, you need one.
It's a proverbial container of it's a proverbial container of fucking air.
It's imaginary.
Like it's the exact same concept. No, it's not imaginary.
Imaginary.
It's not
I will
imaginary.
send you a proof that gravity exists.
Okay, go for it. I hope you've got the independent and dependent variables. You've got a hypothesis. I hope you've got
I hope
these
you
things.
too. I hope you got proof for how we actually are pressurized.
Well, I'm asking you, have you got all the specific parts to an experiment? Is this what you're going to provide?
Oh, sure, and I'm gonna have to ask
I
you
don't
for
think
a
so.
counter experiment on your part once I provide my
For what?
citation.
What of
For
that?
the
What are we
fact
experimenting
that
for?
gravity doesn't exist, that
What do you
gravity's not
mean?
real.
Well, so I'm meant to prove something that you can't prove. No, I have to
No,
disprove something you can't
I will
prove.
provide citation. I'm actually doing it right now. I
So
just
how
want
am
you to
bro,
provide a counter example, which is
bro?
completely
How am I meant to provide an example that gravity doesn't exist? That's impossible to say.
No, you can simply provide an example that our pressure atmosphere is due to something else other than gravity.
Well, that still wouldn't be proving that gravity doesn't exist. That could just be proving that there's possibly another factor that we're not looking at.
Yes, so I'd like a
Right,
counter experiment that proves that gravity
Relative,
isn't the reason why
okay.
our atmosphere is pressurized.
Well, relative density disequilibrium, people call it RDD. So we can do it with an experiment, I like to
I
call
need
it.
a citation.
Listen,
Can you just
well,
stop talking?
listen, you could do it yourself if you've got eggs in the house. Just get a glass of water, drop the egg in it, it'll sink to the bottom. Add some salt to the water.
Did you
give it
say
a little
drop the egg?
Yes, into the
Just
water. Add
listen,
salt
man.
to the
Just listen,
water.
bro. So add salt to the solution. The egg's already at the bottom of the glass. Add salt to it, mix it up a little bit. All you've done is change the density of the medium the egg's in, and it will rise. And you've even got an
Did
IV.
you just say drop something in your
Oh
experiment?
my god! Put a fucking egg in a glass of water, bro. It will
He's a
sink.
fucking
Add some
retard.
salt.
He's just
Whoa.
because you
Your
said put an egg
entire
in the water.
experiment literally relies on gravity. Do you not
What do you
notice
mean?
the contradiction?
Where's the
You
gravity?
just said drop egg
Listen,
in
man.
water and salt
Where's the
drops to the
gravity
surface.
bro? Where's the gravity in my experiment? I'm
If there was no
isolating.
gravity, the egg would
Bro,
not drop
I'm
in the
going to start
water.
muting
No
you, right?
pressure,
I'm
no salt,
going to
nothing.
start muting you,
You're
bro.
literally just proving my.
Are
I'm
we
going to have
allowed
to
to
mute
mute
you, bro.
people yet?
I'm going to mute him, man.
Okay,
right?
well,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Are we
Bro,
allowed to mute
well,
yet?
chill out then, bro. Just stop, like, incessantly rambling, man.
He's not
Please.
wrong.
I'm not rambling.
He's not wrong.
Yeah,
Yeah,
mate.
you keep
I'm actually
talking
pretty
over
damn
him.
concise.
Bro,
What was
you're
rambling?
ignoring the fact that I've showed
We
you that
can't hear
changing
you though.
density. Look, we're going to speak over me. You can't hear me now. Can you hear me?
Now, yeah, better.
Right. So we can prove that changing the density of the medium fluctuates where that egg is in the solution. Right. So we've changed what is the IV in this experiment?
No, but
What did we change?
no, but the thing you're not considering there is that
Water.
density and buoyancy would have no effect on where the object would go if there was no force holding.
Exactly.
If there was nothing holding them to the ground.
Who's saying that there's gravity?
In
You've
your
not
own
even proved
experiment,
gravity by an
experiment, okay, space,
The only reason more dense things go towards the ground is because the force of attraction is greater.
If
due to gravity.
Spakeface, if in your experiment gravity wasn't real, then it wouldn't happen in the first place. The egg would not get dropped in the water.
That's a
Salt would
claim.
not be able to interact with the fucking egg. Your experiment
that's a
fails before it
claim.
even starts.
No, that's
Yeah,
a claim
it's real.
you've made. You're claiming
Oh,
gravity
yeah.
exists, even though you've not proven it by experiment. You're just claiming gravity exists and
No,
ignoring
I'm
what
claiming
I've
your
said.
counter example is wrong because your
No,
counter
you're
example relies on gravity. Yes,
right,
it
that's
does.
not right. So give me a scientific experiment for gravity, or my example stands.
Sure, I'm going to provide. Sure.
That's what we've been waiting on.
Your experiment that only.
Atmospheric pressure.
But I think the issue is that changing density only affects the position of something if there's gravity pulling them down, because
Right, that's a claim.
heavier
Bro,
objects with
you've
greater
not got-
density,
You've
higher
not got any
density
gravity
objects,
proven, man.
higher density
Bro.
object.
Bro, I'm getting sick of listening to you just fucking incessantly rambling. If you're going to claim that gravity was fucking acting in this experiment, then I would expect you to provide a
Here,
citation.
Spakeface. Here's a
We're
citation.
waiting. Cool. What's the IV in it? Tell me. What's the
I'm gonna have to
independent
check
variable?
the IV, but it's just the most
what is
one of
it?
the most cited Oxford fucking thing. I didn't check the IV. Let me check
What is it about? What? Just articulate what
It's the
experiment-
relation of atmospheric pressure and gravity.
So up in the atmosphere.
What?
Yes, atmospheric pressure.
And where's
Right.
so
where
atmospheric pressure includes anything that's 10 kilometers above the surface of the Earth.
That's not an experiment. You're not actually. You've not got anything in front of you that you're manipulating, are you?
Buddy, it literally showcases the relation between atmosphere and gravity.
You're just
And
saying
read
shit
it
in the
if you
sky
want.
does stuff. You're just saying this does this. Therefore that.
Experiment is also guy doing stuff. What is your point?
What's the IV? What are you manipulating?
All right, well, let me check
the
the IV. That's what I'm
experiment.
talking to you right now.
There's no. You're not
It's
manipulating
called
anything.
the Geophysical Journal International. It's part of a wide meta-analysis of multiple studies.
You're not manipulating anything if it's up in the air.
Yeah, a study that includes an experiment.
It's not an experiment.
What is it? What is the experiment?
He's saying it's up in the fucking atmosphere.
It's literally an
something.
experiment.
Up
It's
in
a
the
simulation that attempts to prove
Oh,
It's a
it's
how
simulation.
atmosphere interacts with
Well,
gravity.
So it's a cartoon.
imaginary. So it's
Yes,
imaginary.
so you don't believe in simulations, right? You think
What do you mean?
every single
You need-
scientific
you have
simulation
to
is
model
false?
something. You have
You,
to model something to create a
simulation of what?
simulation.
it's not a simulation; it's simulation.
For what?
What, a cartoon?
The interaction between the atmosphere and gravity.
Right, so we
Okay,
asked
so
you
you have
for
to prove
an
that first in order to
experiment,
make that
bro.
simulation, don't you?
If gravity and the atmosphere did not interact, the simulation would not even work.
Right, that's a broad claim. That's a nice claim, bro. Nice stories. But
That's literally your experiment, counter
Bro, we're
experiment.
asking you for
tried
an
to fucking.
experiment that you isolate your presumed cause based on your hypothesis.
Simulation is not a scientific experiment.
Bro, an experiment is a hypothesis test, basically. So we expect to see something, form a hypothesis, construct an experiment, isolate your cause, manipulate it, and hope that it changes your DV.
Asking an example.
You're not listening to what I'm saying, bro. You're just not
I did.
You never, bro. You
I
started
did listen
talking.
to you,
Started
Spakeface.
talking before I was finished, bro.
Bro, what? Bro,
why are models not considered an
Can
experiment?
one guy finish first and then?
What did you model?
You've not got a clue, man.
Why are models not considered an example experiment?
What the fuck did you model?
What did
It's a
I didn't model
simulation.
shit. The physicist modeled reality.
Simulation is not a scientific experiment.
It can be.
Then you have to
It's
prove it
not.
and verify in the reality that.
Yeah, man.
What do you mean, like it can be?
No, but it can be it can be because you include the variables in question in the simulation.
Which variables?
It is
For
a
example,
simulation.
Quetzalcoatl. If you want to simulate a black hole, you're not going to be able to recreate a black hole. So you're going to use a simulation with the exact same real. Hold on. With the exact same current mathematical foundations of reality. You recreate reality in a computer, and you literally experiment.
These
there.
guys just said math is reality, basically.
It's a social construct that describes reality. Yes, you're just wrong.
Right,
if you
but
think
it's just a language, eh? Math's just a language, bro.
Which describes what?
Yeah, it's not reality.
Oh, it's no science, bro. It's not an
describes
experiment.
what?
Well, if you're just doing a simulation that's all maths, that's no science, bro. Eh?
Oh yeah.
They're
It's literally all the science is. Science is modeling and experimentation.
No, it's not.
Science. What are you doing?
Listen, man. Science is a method.
Science is the empirical research method, which relies on empirical research.
It's a method used. It's used to establish cause and effect relationships through natural observation.
Cause and effect is debatable. It's used to understand the truth of our universe.
You're being ignorant, bro.
Not
We're
necessarily
talking
cause
about,
and effect.
man. We're
You're
talking
literally
about
denied gravity, and I'm
natural science, the scientific method. That's all we're interested in.
Experimentation is part of the scientific method, is it not?
Experiment. I'll give you a citation on how you construct an experiment. It's either MIT. It's one of the big fucking schools.
Give me a citation from MIT that says that experimentations with modelings with models aren't
nothing to do with models.
justifiable.
What are you modeling?
Bro,
it's nothing to do with models.
Simulation
Modeling
doesn't fall
the laws
within the criteria of a scientific method. What's wrong with you? You need to Google.
I'm asking for a citation from MIT that says that models cannot be considered a valid source of experimentation. It's not that
doesn't follow
hard.
the scientific method at all.
Well, I need a citation from MIT that says that because he said he had it.
What do you mean?
No, he said he had it.
You don't have a model
No, you
to
claim
make
one.
a simulation from.
He literally said that. He said that. So I want a citation from him. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with asking for proof, dude?
Yeah, let's wait for it.
Yeah.
But, yet again, simulation is not a scientific method at all.
It's a reification fallacy.
We'll see.
Simulations are reification fallacy.
Spakeface, do you have the citation?
Took a bunch of math, they
Yeah,
threw
I'm
it
just
in a
taking a
computer, and they turned it on. They said, "See what happened when we did with math." That's how you determine that that's real.
Yeah. Do you have a better way?
Wow.
Yeah, go out to nature.
You
reality.
didn't have anything
Go out
to
in
model
nature?
to put those numbers.
I want you to go out in nature and tell me that. I want you to go out in nature. I want you to go out in nature and use nothing but nature to try to recreate the theory of relativity.
You can use equipments. You can use measurements. Why not?
I want you to recreate the theory of relativity using nothing
I don't
but
need
nature.
to recreate your imagination. Don't you get that?
I don't
That's
care if
your
you don't believe in
imagination.
the theory of relativity. It still exists beyond your perception.
It's an imaginary thing. It's a theory.
Cool.
It's just made up.
Right.
Imaginary thing.
If I put you next to a strong source of gravity, you're not going to feel the effects of time dilation.
Taking the
Is what you're
question
saying.
fallacy.
If I send you into a black hole, your feet are not going to get stretched compared to your heads. Sure.
Now you're telling us you can create strong sources of
He didn't say that.
So you're
didn't
able to
say that.
manipulate gravity. Yes, he did.
We
He
can't.
didn't say
Not
that.
yet.
If I put you near a strong
I
source of
literally.
gravity.
Yeah, he didn't
It's a
say he could
fucking
create strong
hypothetical
sources of
example.
gravity.
Stupid fuck. It's a hypothetical example.
Let the guy speak
God damn it!
for himself,
If I was
Oh,
Superman and I took you, if I were
more imagination, more
Nice one.
imagination,
You
right?
realize
That's how you prove things.
Listen, if you make a hypothesis and it lines up correctly with the world around us, then it's
what's the
reasonable
first
to
step?
assume that the hypothesis is accurate.
What's the first step in the scientific method?
For sure.
Make a hypothesis?
No.
Based on? What's it based on?
What's the first step if it's not to make a hypothesis?
What's your hypothesis based on?
That's not what he asked. That's not what he asked.
But it's derived from something. Can you fucking tell me what's the first step?
Yes, you make a hypothesis.
No, you see something, bro. You have to see something before you form your hypothesis, would you not?
Why? Because
Well,
it's
you
it's the evidence that you gather after it that matters.
What is your hypothesis based on if you've not actually seen something? I'm gonna laugh top level in the fucking mic, bro, for fuck's sake. I've just asked Indio to come over, man. He'll have fun with
You
you.
observe a natural phenomena. Yeah? Isn't that the first step first before creating a hypothesis? If you follow the scientific method.
All right, sure, yeah.
How could you form a hypothesis if you've not actually seen something?
Well, no. Okay, fine.
Fine.
I assumed that was obvious.
All right,
I
that's
mean,
cool.
you can't
As long
not.
as you concede,
But
whatever,
He actually had to Google it.
no, I didn't Google anything.
It's fine.
It's just that I thought that was obviously you can't do it without not knowing. You can't not know anything before you make a hypothesis.
Perfect. Now you just ruined your simulation.
Good one. Nice one, Air Pressure. But
thanks for the
thanks for the contribution, though.
No worries, man. But yeah, you see what we're talking about here? Actual science, yeah. We don't talk about beliefs and what we think, and we actually go about the scientific method and other stuff, experiments.
That's fine, but
and so
we're coming out and saying that just because something is a simulation.
We don't
it's
deny
not...
simulation, but it's not reality. You have to base it off reality first, then you have the simulation.
Yes, they do base them off of reality.
Okay, so how do we verify in the reality then?
They base them off of physical laws that have been observed to construct new laws.
Okay, then we fall back to we're not following the scientific method again.
Right.
It's
He
null
just
void.
goes back to
Yeah,
he goes
it's
back
null
to
void.
no, I don't have to do that. Yeah, I don't have to do that.
What? When did I say that?
I'm allowed to create a simulation because there's some numbers written down. I'm going to simulate it. Look, something changed on my screen, so the numbers mean something. It means we live on a ball.
I understand.
That's not how it works.
But I don't understand your issue with computers interpreting
You
numbers.
have to have
What's wrong with
something
computers interpreting
to
numbers?
model.
Bro,
You can't just model your imagination and say, "See, I modeled my imagination, so it must be true."
Bro,
No, you model something, you make a prediction, and then you make this model, and then you look at the world, and then if you let's say make a model or a simulation based on orbits or something like that, and then you make a simulation and then make a prediction, and then look and see that the orbits are doing exactly what you did in your simulation, just the way you simulated it. Then it's reasonable to assume that your simulation was at least somewhat accurate.
No, it just means that your simulation managed to do something that you hoped or wanted or even engineered the simulation
you had to have,
fucking do.
No, it didn't, because you made the prediction.
It's affirming the consequent. That's all it is. It's a logical fallacy.
God. No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
No. Right, so can we get back to
what's wrong with bro? Why'd you keep doing that?
Bro,
you just unmuted me and muted me like 4 times.
I never even touched you. What you're talking about? Can we get back to you providing? I never fucking touched you, man. Fuck's sake.
Okay, can we relax?
Can we get back to you providing an experiment with your variables, your hypothesis? Can you give us that?
Bro, what I'm saying is, you saying.
Bro, that's no.
Can
you give us that?
Oh my god.
Bro, a scientific experiment isolates, then manipulates the presumed cause.
I don't
Right,
understand.
have
Why
you
don't
got
you
one?
think that's what you're doing when you're making a simulation? You are isolating a specific
Oh my
event.
god. It's no reality,
No, you're not.
bro.
You're not. Give us the
Oh,
hypothesis, because
find me a
that's what the
Cartoon,
moderator.
man.
experiment
I'm
is based
driving,
on.
heretic. I'm
It's fucking a cartoon.
I'm almost home
Yeah,
from
give.
Detroit.
I'm really tired of listening to this clown try to
Man, it's
push
getting
logical
Well, we're not
fallacies
allowed to.
as
Listen,
Red Jack,
science.
you
listen,
have
So
server ban people right
but
now. You have to unserver ban them right away.
I'm gonna unserver me them because I'm gonna get him to tell me what the hypothesis for gravity is, because that's the only way he can
Heretic,
claim it's a scientific argument.
Heretic, you sound different. You're on a different mic or some shit.
Right, so who's
Oh, I'm
muting me
just.
now? Who was it that muted me then?
I'm just talking quietly.
Just stop being butthurt if you're muted. You should be
Bro,
muted anyway,
what do you
like
mean
for
I
ages.
should be muted?
Because you're incessantly waffling. You're just repeating.
That's just not. I'm being concise in what I'm saying.
I've asked you 40 times to give me an experiment with an isolated cause, your IV, that changes the DV. I've explained it and explained it and explained it. And you're still not actually giving us anything. Nothing. You're saying a simulation.
I've been listening, Seth, and you haven't given him what he's asked for
No,
at
not a
all.
thing, man. Not
You're
a
just
fucking shred.
You're just trying to pass logical fallacies off as science. What
That's
science
not
is hypothesis. Yes, it is. You can deny it all you want, but if you have science for it, then you'll have a hypothesis, because that's what science is based on. So give us the
said you didn't have to
hypothesis
have a
that you.
hypothesis.
Hey, this is why you're getting muted.
Okay.
So give us. Don't
Okay.
talk while I'm talking.
Right.
So give us the hypothesis for gravity. Then go ahead.
The hypothesis.
Go for it, bro. You've got the
That's
floor.
all. We don't want simulations or models. That's not science.
Or logical fallacies.
Hypothesis, that's what science is. First thing is going to be an observed phenomenon. You're going to test a supposed cause. Go on and give it to us.
Come on, bro. Or are you just Googling it? We better just go to somebody else and leave me some time to get some ammunition. Is there anybody else in the room that wants to ask a question or pose an argument or just say hello or whatever? Because this is getting a bit tedious, man. I know this is the nature of the beast, but it is boring. Especially if there's
There is
someone...
no real argument for flat Earth. It's I don't
the Earth-
understand why
bro,
people believe it.
We don't, bro. The Earth is stationary. Do you not agree? You don't experience motion right now. Do you agree that the Earth appears, at least, to be stationary?
That's cool.
Do you? It's a yes or no
He's
question.
having a
brother.
meltdown.
Bro, it's a yes or no. Do you experience a motionless Earth?
Wait, that's like a rhetorical question, right?
Kind of, because I know you don't. But most
Yeah,
people don't.
obviously. So that's a rhetorical question. Why are you
Right.
asking me for an answer?
Because most globe earthers will not answer it. They just will not. And it kind of gauges your honesty level. Like if you can say...
That's rhetorical. No, we don't experience motion on our bodies, but that's because we are
Perfect. So
used.
not moving.
Bro,
We got that
bro,
one
it
taken
doesn't
care of.
matter about the stories,
That's
right? So
because we are not used, or because we are used to the motion.
No,
Sorry,
but
you don't
again,
experience motion in a car when you're in a car because you get used to the motion.
Stop. We're not in a car. The Earth is not a closed system. The cars are not barreling in different vectors. The car's going as good as a linear motion, if it can at least. It's traveling as best it can in a linear motion at a constant rate. The Earth is accelerating, decelerating, barreling in different vectors, spinning, tilting, wobbling, orbiting, all these different motions.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't experience any of it, and it's accelerating and decelerating. So, but
It's
regardless of the
happening
reasons,
so slow.
bro, it's not so slow. It's mind-boggling.
In
It's combined.
comparison to the
Bro,
size of the Earth, yes, it's very slow.
Bro, how big is the Earth?
I don't have an exact number.
Exactly.
I would
So
have to look it up.
So you gave it as an argument, right? And you don't know. So anyway, it doesn't
Okay,
matter.
fine.
So
Let me
listen.
look it up here.
It's 24,901 mile circumference, 3950 radius. Doesn't really matter. So you experience motionless Earth. We agreed. Have you ever seen convexity over a body of water before?
Seen what? I'm sorry.
Convexity, as in curvature.
Yes.
Where, when, and how? What was your elevation?
I've been in an airplane before over the
Right.
Gulf of Mexico.
Bro, airplanes fly under, commercial airliners fly under 40,000 feet, like 35, 36 or whatever.
Yeah, I
So,
see curvature in
bro,
not only the Earth but
you don't,
also
bro,
the clouds.
No,
This is
you see
lies. This is
curvature
low
in the
tier
clouds.
shit, Devin.
So you've got a guy called Neil deGrasse Tyson. You know who he is?
I mean, if you guys want to say my experience is a lie, why are you asking about it?
Well, do you know who I want to call him disgrace there? Do you know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is?
Yeah, obviously, yes.
Right. So I mean, like a lot of people don't like him, but what's your thoughts? Do you accept that his credentials are correct? That he is a science communicator and he does know what he's talking about?
I think he's all right. I haven't really
Right.
looked into
So,
much of his work.
well, he's stated that the Felix Baumgartner jump. Have you seen that? The Red Bull jump.
I'm
Have you
sorry.
seen that, bro?
I'm having a hard time paying attention right now. I'm sorry.
Have you seen the Red Bull jump? The Felix Baumgartner, 127,000 feet supposedly. Have you seen that?
No, I don't think I have.
Well, that height, Neil deGrasse Tyson himself states that Felix says that he saw curvature of the Earth, but he got spoken to by a reporter just after it happened. He's like, "Oh yes, I saw the curvature of the Earth." But Neil deGrasse Tyson, he's got a beach ball. He's standing like in some kind of, I don't know, he's got a big audience anyway, and he's got a beach ball, and he claims that this is likened to the Earth, and he says that Felix Baumgartner was 2 centimeters, I think it was, off the beach ball, and he's like, did he see curvature? And he's like, no, he's not. He's like, that stuff is flat, and he's jumping about all over the stage, blatantly saying that at 120,000 feet, you are not high enough to see the curvature of the Earth. So why would you think you saw it in a commercial airliner?
I saw it in the clouds too. All I'm saying, I don't know what to tell you. If you think I can't see it, that's fine.
No, you never, bro. I mean, if you can't see it from 127,000 feet, why would you see it in a commercial airliner at 3 times the height?
I'm sorry you don't believe me. That's all I can say.
No, it's not. I don't believe you, bro. I mean, take a look in the text chat. You'll see I've got a clip from Felix and Neil. It's just loading up just now. There you go. It'll be the one on the right, because the one on the left's kind of taking the piss a little bit. It's only like a 45-second video or something.
Oh, there's a lot of people muted in
Sorry,
here.
I'm not going to be clicking any links right now.
Not a link, bro. It's just a little clip. It's an MP4. Like,
yeah, that's a link.
I know, but you can view it in here. It's not like you have to go to like a website or anything like that, man.
They have tools right now out that you can have them click on a link and you get all their info. What do you mean?
What info?
Their IP, their approximate location where they're pinging.
Oh, not from an MP4 or an
Yeah,
M4A.
absolutely.
Nah,
You can make it look like anything.
No fucking way,
Plus,
bro.
the MP4 can put a keylogger on your account. It can do a lot of other shit.
You're watching it in actual Discord. You're not having to go to a
This
third
proves
party.
to me that you don't have the capability of argument if you don't understand the risk of clicking links.
It's not a link. It's a video.
Whether it's an MP4 or an actual link to a website, it's still a link.
Bro, it would be different if you downloaded it.
Okay.
Then maybe
Have fun. Have fun, guy.
So you're going to run away?
Absolutely. If that's how you want to say it, absolutely.
Okay,
Don't let the door hit your ass on the way out, bro. Watch that door, because it does clip people's assholes on the way back.
I'm good.
Don't know why, man. Fuck's sake, man.
What's
I
he
don't.
talking about? I didn't really
You
follow
can huff and puff and puff up your chest all you want. That's fine.
Sorry.
Correct, so you good with computers, bro, haven't you? You know your shit.
Yeah, depends
Yeah,
what it,
so
yeah.
well, just what we were talking about there. There is no way I could put a keylogger or anything in an M4A or whatever it is, MP4 video that you're just clicking play on. That's impossible that can do anything to your system, surely.
From Discord.
Oh god.
Is that correct?
Discord.
Correct. Yeah. Like when I posted that video of Felix and Neil deGrasse Tyson, like there's no way I can put a keylogger that anything could get into his system by pressing play in Discord. Surely not.
I mean, I think I know what he means, but no, you can't.
Aye, like if he downloaded
straight
it.
in Discord.
No, he
Put the
can't.
keylogger.
He can't do it on here. So I don't know what he's talking
And
about.
MP4 files contain
also-
viruses or malicious
You're
files.
not,
Yes,
I mean,
they
he can
can.
just search.
downloading
He
it.
can just search
And
for the
only if
title.
the media
He
player
can just
used
search
it,
for the title and Google
used
it
as a
himself.
critical bug.
Bro, see if you keep over talking people, you're going to be muted, bro.
Devon,
So
you
you
can-
better just
No,
leave it like
it's
I said.
fine. If you want to mute me,
Oh,
I'm
oh,
explaining
wait.
my position. So if you
I'm
want to mute
not.
me, that's
Hello?
fine.
You're just talking.
This guy's
You're
just
just
talking
talking
over.
over
Holy shit.
people.
If that's what you want to think, that's fine.
No, you're
Are
over
you
talking,
monologuing
Quetzal, aren't
yourself,
you?
or what's going on? We should tell you.
No, I couldn't. Oh,
Search.
what do you mean? I can't hear
You
anyone
just
other than
Quetzal is
you.
still speaking, bro. He was
What?
still speaking.
You can.
I can't
Get the
hear anyone
fuck
other
over.
than you. What do you mean?
Bullshit.
Okay, you are going on mute. Get the fuck out of here.
What do you mean
Blasted.
bullshit?
Bullshit.
Person.
You can hear people.
No, I'm
last
saying
time-
currently, you're the only one that's talking to me.
Quetzal's talking, bro. Disconnect.
I don't hear anyone else. That's what I'm telling you.
Well, you
Jesus
need to
fuck.
fucking
Hold on.
reconnect.
Quetzal's mic is really low. Quetzal, can you
Oh,
fix
he
it?
is. He's always quiet, bro.
Jesus Christ, 1 sec.
Like you said you were leaving like 3 minutes ago and you're still sitting here whining.
Is it better now?
Wait, I didn't say I was leaving. You asked me if I'm running away, and I said if you want to call it that, then sure.
Well, you've not left, have you? And you've just cranked your mic up even more and you're talking right into it. So you're obviously not interested in leaving. You just want
No, I'm tilting. I have him on my phone, so I tilted my mic towards my face on accident. Yes.
Right. So are you leaving or are you presenting evidence for the Globe by any chance?
Are those the only two options?
Well, this is to have a discussion about the Earth, so if you've got any point you want to bring up, then on you go, mate. You're welcome. I'm just trying to. I'm not trying to like be an asshole.
Wait, you guys were like blustering about me not clicking a link. I don't get it.
Bro, I was still speaking, and I was just a way to say that's why I'm having to threaten people with mute because they just keep talking. Literally in the middle of a sentence, they start talking. So please don't do it. Please let other people talk. Please, mate. I'm happy. You're welcome to be here. I'm fucking glad you're not screaming the N-word. But please just stop over talking people, man.
I wanted to say, if he doesn't trust the link, just give him the title name. He can Google it, Google search it himself, and get the result. I mean,
Felix,
find
Felix, you'll be struggling to find that Felix Baumgartner clip, man. Because I literally that.
Is it a
that,
YouTube clip? Or
no, well, it was part like it's like multi-screened, kind of it's like cut up into a half, and then it goes to like maybe 4 quarters. But yeah, if you try and look for Felix Baumgartner's interview when he left, when he came out
you can
after
stream
that
it.
jump, you'll
we
never
can try
find
to.
it.
We can show it here. We can stream it
Oh,
here
can
in the
you-
channel.
can
Yeah,
you
we
stream it,
can do a
bro?
video
On you
call.
go.
Yeah. Oh wait, how many
On
are
you
we
go.
here? Let's see. 1, 2, 3.
Right, Devon, are you happy to view that if he puts it on his screen? Devon,
What? Sorry.
Yeah,
are
we
you
can do
happy
that.
if
We'll
he shares?
below
If
25.
Quetzal shares his screen, you happy to view it there?
No, I already disengaged, dude. You already blustered about it. It's fine.
Hey, man, what are you talking about? I'm asking you, if Quetzal puts it on his screen, shares his screen, will you view it then? Then you're not having to download a
Okay,
link.
I'll make it a little more clear to you. I'm not going to keep engaging.
Well, shut the fuck up then. Jesus fucking Christ.
Put yourself on mute. Thank you.
Well, I'll just put him on
Yeah.
mute, man.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah.
Fuck's sake. I'm not going to keep engaging. I'm going to leave,
I
but I'm still
was
going to
giving him an
argue.
option to see he refused.
I know,
Oh,
man.
that's,
He's
that's
fucking
on him.
away with it. They just want to fucking cause a fuss, bro.
Am I still too low or am I good now?
That's perfect, bro.
It's
You're
perfect now? Okay, thank you.
better than most
I don't
days.
know what happens to the mic. Maybe it's me or the mic. I don't know what's going on.
Nah, plus you do talk a little bit quiet as well, bro. Like on top of your mic, you are quiet in general.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep myself, on a low level. I guess.
But I cannot help myself, but like once I've said it like 40 times, I can't help but going, fucking rah, rah, rah. I just cannot help it. If I've said it like 4 or 5
I have
times,
a question.
of course, on you go.
Do you think the Earth is infinite then?
Well, what I'll do, I'm going to go and check for an infinite time and I'll come back and tell you when I'm finished.
Okay, so you don't think the world's infinite?
Well, I don't. I mean, how can I check infinitely?
Like,
Wait,
so the land you're standing on, if the Earth's flat, the land you're standing on, is that infinite?
How can we check? How's it possible to verify if something's infinite?
I'm just asking if you think it is or not.
What
No,
does it
but
matter what we think? We don't claim stuff we don't know. So
we don't know what these. what the land, how the far the land goes. We're not allowed to go below the 60th parallel south or north, so you need to get like permission. You need to take specific amounts. You can't take X amount of fuel. You're not even allowed to piss in the snow.
I guess she's looking for a replacement of her story, maybe, just a maybe.
Most people do. I understand why
I
you're
was
asking.
only asking you if you think the land you're on is infinite, but okay.
Infinite's just a concept.
Who would tell you that?
Well, like, if it has an end to it or not, because it would be safe to say that the world doesn't just go on forever, does it? Because we have... Huh?
On you go, sorry.
Because we have oxygen, we have air pressure, we have...
There we go.
Correct.
You've hit the nail on the head. So air pressure, we know we've got 14.7 psi on average at sea level, and it's a gradient, and it gets less and less dense as you go up. So if you go to Mount Everest, the air's really thin. Unless you're a Sherpa, you're acclimatized to the lack of oxygen up there. But beyond the place called the Kármán line, space is as good as infinite, and it's a near perfect vacuum. How can a vacuum support this tiny little bubble of pressurized gradient as well?
So you do believe in infinite then? Because you said above us is infinite.
No, but how can this space vacuum surround our tiny little bubble of air pressure?
Because the gravity is fighting against the gas molecules.
There you go.
To
So you're
keep oxygen in our atmosphere.
right.
That's
so
what
if
they
you
tell
claim,
you, though, but you don't
if
know.
you claim gravity, so I would always say anyone claiming gravity, but you sound quite polite. You're not troll, so I'll say it chilled. Which gravity do you mean? There is two explanations for gravity. There's either Newtonian, mass attracts mass, or Einsteinian, which are space. They're the concepts,
It would be
space and
like
time.
the space concept, yeah.
So how can space and time stretch or bend or dilate? So these are not physical, tangible things you hold in your hand. So the whole experiment
You can hold
backing
time in your hand. That's physical.
how? Oh, can you give me 3 minutes?
Does anybody know what acceleration is in this lobby? Or
Wait, don't derail, man. We're
Did you just say that we can hold time in our hand like it's physical?
No, it says no. We can't. That's what I'm saying. It's not tangible. It's not a concrete thing. It's just conceptual. So how the hell during if it's
time is
Einsteinian gravity,
not
you've got mathematics that basically construct and engineer all this stuff. There's not actually anything physical when it comes to
What do you
space.
actually believe in then? Like, what's your theory?
I just don't think I'm moving. I don't think the Earth's in motion, and I don't think there's any curvature that I've. But
So
basically,
you don't think when you walk somewhere you're not moving?
you think what?
Oh my god. Do
You
you really
think
think
when
that's what he was saying?
Did you say about me moving? Like
You said
what's
you
me
don't
moving?
think you're
I'm
moving.
talking about the Earth under my feet, under your feet. You don't experience any kind of motion. You don't. It's as simple as that. And there's all these stories. Oh, well, the Earth's too big. Ridiculous argument. Like the stars. Oh, the stars are too far away. Ridiculous argument. Oh, gravity does this. Ridiculous argument after ridiculous argument. But if you've got one, if you've got an argument for gas pressure being contained, enveloped by a vacuum, we'd love to hear it because that's what we're searching for. We're not trying to get a gotcha on
No,
you.
the argument would just be
We're trying to
gravity,
find
wouldn't
out.
it? That would literally just be our argument. And what would
So
your
we've been
argument
told.
be?
Well, I mean, what? As I said, which gravity? There's a couple of crazy
Yeah,
explanations.
but
Never
what
been
would your
proven.
argument be?
For
If
what?
there's no gravity, like how is oxygen staying on our Earth? How are we breathing? How are we
Well,
alive?
it appears usually when we do experiments and stuff like that, we always need containment. Now, I'm not a dome believer, but it does make sense that the air would be contained somehow.
Right.
Because we cannot have pressure. We can't have pressure without containment. So the sort of go-to response has to be that there is containment somehow. Or it might be, I don't know, as you gain elevation, the amount of electricity that rises exponentially as you gain elevation. So it might be some kind of electromagnetic shit up there that's holding in the gas pressure. I don't know. I really don't know.
So there was another flat earther in here earlier. I think this guy was here as well when he was saying that he thinks there has to be, like, there's no other way. There has to be a physical containment to.
I mean, a lot of people that are 100% about that, they're usually Bible believers when they claim there has to be a dome. There is a dome, and there's not really any arguing
But
with them.
nobody don't believing. He just said that he thinks it has to be like a physical containment. So it has
Well,
to be
that's what.
something above us that's
Yes,
physical.
because in the
That's
Bible
what
it says the firmament is God's handiwork.
It's his handiwork.
The Bible's not really any kind of evidence for anything.
Bible, the Freemasons read the Bible, but they don't know anything.
Right, they made the Bibles.
Dude, stop talking dumb shit.
You sound like
Do
a
you
faggot.
do you
No.
go by a model for flat Earth or
No.
no?
No. I mean, when you think it, when you're saying model, do you mean like concept, like an image on a screen, like an animation, possibly?
What you think it is. So we have our
So,
globe model. Like, do you have a model of what you think?
nah.
Look, you haven't dealt with her yet. She's gonna run you through loops and say all kinds of dumb shit and talk about mermaids.
But there's no point in telling me
Never
that.
assume
Well,
anything.
She's been alright, so I don't see why you would want to like
So I
start
don't see why
strange.
you gotta attack the big
So
mama.
Because
carry
I
on.
dealt with her for hours before you came on.
Well, bro, that doesn't even mean that just like show the fourth wall when we're in a discussion that seems to
I mean,
be
okay, let's
civil.
go with her
Civil,
model.
man.
She said they have a model, but it doesn't hold up to scrutiny when it's being tested and
Not at
verified
all.
out in nature, in reality.
Okay,
So
but then it
how
doesn't
does that
prove
even
any
hold?
of your theories either. So
It
We've
debunks
not got
yours.
theories.
yes, we
You're
can't
not
prove
claiming stuff.
gravity, right? That's
Yeah,
one thing. We can't
so
prove gravity.
you
No, we
basically
can't.
debunk
But like,
yourself then.
even if you think there's a containment, you cannot not also prove that. So both
I
of
never.
us,
Well,
like, we can't prove anything. Like
well,
both
can you
sides,
show us?
nothing can be proven.
Can you
Okay,
show us gas pressure without
you
a
can't-
container? If you can show us that, then it gives credence to the possibility of there being no container. But if, as we fucking find out, or as people experiment, they cannot produce pressure without containment. It's not a thing that happens in reality.
I mean,
so
What?
This is
What
what
do you
we
mean?
this
I
is
feel
what
like do you contest the notion of like spectrographic imaging?
Okay, you're
What do you mean?
derailing quite.
What about
back to him?
for what? Though? We're talking about
He's derailing.
gravity.
We didn't finish the. You've
Oh
been
no,
here
he
for
can ask his question in a second.
yeah
if he wants
after we're
time.
done. After we're done, I just want to see how you reason and how your logical thinking is. We've been here for hours. You've been here for hours, definitely.
I mean, I left and came back, but yeah.
Yeah, but you heard most of what we're talking about when it comes to the
Well,
globe
I mean,
model.
I wanted to go on and talk about the solar eclipse, but then I got muted for wanting to talk
Yeah,
about the solar eclipse.
Well, why not go to lunar eclipse? Because that destroys the globe.
They didn't care about that one. They didn't care about that one.
So, like, do you know the difference? Do you know the difference between a solar and a lunar eclipse?
If you're gonna bring up that one example that the other guy brought up, where you can see the moon and the sun at the same time from different sides of the Earth,
above the horizon, yeah.
Right. So, like, so you know the difference. So, is it possible for to have? Listen, is it possible to have a lunar eclipse with those two bodies above the horizon?
Think logically
Is
and
it
visually.
possible?
You have two bodies above the horizon.
Well, what answer, bro?
How's the Earth being eclipsed by one of them?
So right, so we're safe to say that we know that the moon is in front of the solar eclipse because we are always like tracking down the moon, right? The moon is
No.
the presence of a moon is nowhere to be seen unless it's in the direction of where the sun is. It covers the sun, and then we have a solar eclipse.
Right. We're talking about the lunar eclipse, and I asked you, can you have a lunar eclipse with the sun and moon both above the horizon simultaneously? Is it possible?
Oh, I wouldn't say so, no.
Ah, exactly. So how do we have them? The Selenian eclipse. And also, not just that, but there's the supposed Earth shadow that should be cast upwards onto the lunar surface. That travels from the top and works its way downwards. That's geometrically inverted to what we should see. It should be the opposite way.
So you think when we're having a lunar eclipse, the sun is on the other side of the Earth? Present?
No, the lunar eclipse, it's both of the bodies are above the horizon. You get it? I sent you some resources as well. There's like 6 or 7 links there, and there's literally gigs and gigs. Also, the link for our server for 24/7. So you seem chilled. If you want to join the server, I'm happy to give you a role. But trolling's not acceptable at all. Not like this server.
But
So it's up to
okay.
It's up to you. If you want to join, I'm happy to give you a role.
What, in the Flat Earth server?
Yeah, we're up
I
to
hear
like.
a lot of people get muted or banned from that server.
It depends how you act. See the way you're acting now. You're
Is the
acting
Flat Earth
chilled
server
now.
a partner with this server yet, or no?
I don't know. We should be. We were
Yeah,
partners
do you
before.
want to partner? If you're not,
No.
we should partner.
We will, man. Yeah, we're getting a permanent room supposedly later, as far as we've been told.
Nice. Can I have a
But
link?
yeah, man. What's your name, bro? Notion who was speaking to?
Chocolate Nova.
Check my bio. I have the link there as well.
Chocolate.
I've got a stack of links, bro. What about they've actually made a 24/7 Globe Discord?
Do you believe
Did you see it?
in a lunar eclipse, right? It's only like occurs at night, so you do think that the sun's still present somewhere else.
We can see it.
But can you see it all like right in front of you? You can see the moon. If you look in one direction, you can see the moon, and then you can see the sun on the other side at the same time.
Well, if the moon's above you, see for a lunar eclipse to
Yeah, but
happen.
if the Earth
there's
is
a
flat,
thing-
if the Earth is flat, they would be in two different directions, right? Either you're right or you're left. So
Yeah.
there should be some type of way to experiment. Like you could look and see to your left, you'd see the moon, right, or you'd see the sun.
I don't know what you mean.
I mean, it's not hard.
How? We need a syzygy to be the case. The sun, the earth, then the moon to be in alignment, cast a shadow upwards onto the lunar surface, which is what we should observe. It shouldn't travel the opposite way to what it does, and you definitely should not have the sun above the horizon. It should not be daytime for a lunar eclipse.
Right. Didn't there used to be a model for Flat Earth?
No, there's people pushing concepts. The
No,
Flat
the
Earth Society.
original Flat Earth server, like when I first came to Discord, it was a big thing. They had a model for it, and they used to always go off a model, but then they left it. I don't know what happened to it.
If it was our original server, there's a 24/7, the very first one. I was in it, and we never push models. It's the same staff, same stuff, same people, same information, and we don't push stuff that's not verifiable. We don't make claims.
Oh, the Flat Earth model would be like the dome model.
You think the server logo is a model?
Oh, no, I'm saying the Flat Earth model would be the dome model, I'm guessing, if people believe in the dome.
It's based off the cosmology in the religion aspect, but we don't claim that. That's the thing. So anyone else can talk about it, whatever they wish, think
Wait,
about.
so,
That's
so
on them.
if you don't push claims that are verifiable, like for example,
unverifiable.
Unverifiable. Sorry. Do you believe in things like laws of logic, for example?
Give an example.
Like law of non-contradiction. Because I was having this conversation with Flat Water Crisis.
Give us an example.
Sorry?
Can you give an example, articulate
into context.
specifically what you
Give
mean?
us something. What the fuck?
Yeah, like the laws of contradiction, I said.
Yeah, but give me an example of what you mean in this.
Yeah,
because we're talking about the Earth, so what do you mean? What's it related to? I mean,
yeah, like for example, no, like in general, this isn't just related to the Earth. This is like, for example, saying I cannot stand up and sit down at the same time. That would be a contradiction.
But what's that got to do with what we're talking about, brother?
Well, you saying you're only pushing things that can be verified, correct?
Well, we're not pushing stuff. All we're trying to do is present the information that we've got and hope others bring theirs so we can find some kind of agreement to a consensus to where we live.
Yeah, but
that's all.
Yeah, I understand that. But you're saying that you push things that can be verified only.
No, we're not pushing stuff. We're not pushing stuff. We're just having a conversation, bro.
No,
we're not saying believe this, believe this. Don't believe that.
You're taking pushing as like a negative connotation. I'm not saying indoctrinating or anything like that. Just like
give us an example of what you were talking about.
I already just gave an example.
You just gave us the term, but what in relation to what we're talking about?
I said standing up and sitting down would be a contradiction.
Hey, what's that got to do with what we're talking about, bro? That's what I'm saying. Can you give an example?
If you stop talking over, then
What do you mean? I've asked you repeatedly.
Yes, wait.
Fuck. Well, can you present it?
I gave you an example. I already stated it's not to do with the Earth itself. The
point. It's nothing to do with what we're talking about, then.
Oh my god. You said.
No. Why are you bringing up stuff that's not related to what we're talking about, mate?
Oh my god. If you
oh my god.
If you let me finish, then you will understand.
Present what you're talking about.
And you stop talking over, or no one can answer your question. Shut the fuck up.
You're not answering the question, bro. You just keep saying, "Oh, I've already gave you. I've told you."
Let him finish the sentence. Then
Present it.
Jesus Christ.
Present it.
Yeah, so for example, I was talking with Flatwater saying when it comes to like scientific theories and like theories in general, such as when it comes to like gravity, and I was stating that with presuppositions that cannot be verified, we can still promote true conclusions, like we do with the laws of logic. So for example, we look at like we observe like objects falling to the ground, and we make a hypothesis, which Einstein did and Newton did, and then we see.
No.
No, they didn't. I asked you for that
Einstein.
over and over again, and
Whoa,
you never
bro.
posted it.
Yeah, big noise. Whoa. Mute yourself, bro. Bro, heretic. Heavy noise, mate. Heavy noise.
You got background noise.
Okay.
Oh,
What do flat
heretic. It's like
earthers
a
think
building
of
site.
the stellar parallax then?
Well, go back to what this guy's saying, because there's laws of logic. So, can you give us an example of what you're talking about related to this topic? Like some kind of something we can go with and discuss. Sorry, Em. I sent you all that stuff, loads of resources in your DM. Plus the server invite as well. So that guy, I'm not sure what your name is. Are you still there? Or just Bill? Don't know what the fuck you're talking about, man, but please carry on.
What? Oh, is he still here?
On you go. He's not answering him. On you go.
I was going to say, what's the flat earthers' opinion on the stellar parallax then?
Well, the constellations return as they always have done for thousands of years.
But do you know what a
Where's-
stellar parallax is?
Well, where is the parallax if all the constellations remain fixed in rotating concentric circles? The only things that change are the planets. The Greeks named them Wanderer because they moved.
What's up, fam? How's it going?
What's up, dude?
Buenos dias.
So, do you understand what I'm saying? That there is no parallax if the constellations have been the same and never change.
Right. Okay, I'm just like,
Well,
I'm not even like trying to debate properly. I'm just curious on what you guys actually like your theories
Yeah.
are.
We welcome that. We'd prefer someone to just come in genuine and ask a question and not be on the aggressive sort of stance, wanting to win, wanting to argue, showing off to other people, calling people names, all that kind of shit. I'd rather we just sit and have a chill conversation. I mean, it's easy done. I mean, take a look in the text chat. I found one of them. I lost the other gift, but if you take a look in the text chat, these are the motions claimed within the Earth. But as I said to you, these constellations remain fixed. You can see that in the text chat if you're looking. That last image, that's we're pointing the camera towards the North Pole star, putting it on a time lapse, and they rotate in circles like they always have done, man. The Greeks knew this.
Yeah, that's what my time lapse looks like, just like that.
If you've got one, share it, bro. If you've got
I
any of your own.
don't have it on the system. I'm gonna shoot a new one tonight if the clouds clear out.
Get some fucking resources from yourself. I'd rather share it from you than share it from a stranger, man.
Yeah, so what do you guys think about the pyramids, right, in Egypt? How it's so online? You guys know that, right?
Talked about this
Now,
yesterday.
that's insane. That is totally insane.
Cares.
Well, how can they be aligned, bro? If we're barreling in all these different motions, how can everything line up? The Nazca lines, there's fucking the Gobekli Tepe, whatever I can't pronounce it right, but there's fucking structures in there that line up. There's stuff all over the world that line up with the constellations. So
there's this there's this crazy legend that was saying that Egyptians, as we know it, right? We think that Egypt built the pyramids and they settled there and they don't created that area. But there's not the legend says that they weren't the originals. There were people before them and they just inhabited it when those folks left or disappeared. And that's just insane to think about. You know? So the Egyptians did not exactly build the Great Pyramids and all that. They didn't do all of that. They didn't do the Sphinx. It was there and they settled there. That's just
Did the Egyptians measure
like
for
what is your
curvature?
opinion? Do you think that is true?
Let Ether say that again, Ether Grass.
Say what?
So did the Egyptians measure for? Did the Egyptians measure for curvature?
What? No. What the fuck?
Question. Do
Oh my
flat
God.
earthers just only believe that there's a sun and moon exists then, or?
It's an insane thought, but it's also
We
they got
see
like
it.
scientists out there measuring those
Like,
like
do you guys only think
the
that the sun
stones
and
and all
moon
that,
exist?
trying to predate it.
What do you mean? We see
Because
these
it would
things.
be safe to
We're
say
not-
that our Earth was a globe if every other planet is a globe.
Well, that would be a logical fallacy, and it's called affirming the consequent. So just to say, I see round things in the sky, I must live on a round thing. That's like going to the forest and saying, I live on a tree. If you saw triangles in the sky, would you think the Earth was a triangle? Because it's just as ridiculous.
But like, wouldn't you be wouldn't
got a
it, like,
question.
all the planets that we know exist, wouldn't it be safe to say that our
Now,
planet is a circle if all those planets are circles?
who's to say we live on a planet? Ether, on you go, bro. Ether,
Our
you
pool
got
tables. Our pool tables round.
What?
I hope for a better
Is a pool
statement.
table a ball?
I don't know.
All right,
I don't
so
believe
you
in
got
the
the
flat
pool, or
Earth.
you're standing on the
Fucking.
ground.
No, I don't think they understand the
So
joke.
my question is, why would the spherical things above that surface be sequitur to the surface itself?
Are you
Can
asking me?
you please rephrase that, bro? That sounded
Why?
very
All right,
interesting.
look at how a pool table is. And the balls on it. Why would the balls on the pool table have anything to do with the surface of the pool table?
Who are you asking?
What?
Yourself.
So you're talking about the poles put? You're talking about cubes in gravity?
Is he asking
No,
me? I'm
right,
confused.
the point
Holy crap.
is what exactly? It's
Okay,
exactly what I said. I just said to you
Sorry,
that if
brother.
you saw
Please calm it down,
listen,
bro.
wait. I just said to you that if you saw triangles in the sky, would the Earth be a triangle? So Ether's pointing at the same thing. The pool table, like, why would a pool table be round? Just because the balls are round. Why would we be on a round planet just because we see what's claimed to be planets in the sky? Nothing in the sky relates to the ground. Why would you think things in the sky are under your feet?
Well, I would say you can't compare pool
Density,
tables to
man.
literal
That's where
planets in
density
the
comes
sky.
in.
You just spoke over her, bro. Say
I'd
that again.
say that you can't compare
I'm sorry,
pool
girl.
table to the literal planets in the sky.
Right, but did you not hear the point I made as well? If the moon or the sun or any of these things in the sky, if they were triangles, does that mean Earth must be a triangle?
Well, maybe, yeah, that'd be a logical way of thinking.
No logical. It's a formal logical fallacy called affirming the consequent. To say I see round things, I must live on a round thing. It's a logical fallacy.
So, so if the thing is correct, right? Whatever everyone's saying, like the scientists. So the farther you get from the center of the Earth, the more less dense it becomes. So smoke clouds will seem a whole lot bigger the farther it is than it actually is. The farther you go out from the center, right? And that's just from perception. That's kind of wild thought, but it's, you know,
What's your point,
that's
man?
all I was saying.
I don't know what you're saying, brother.
Yeah, you're waffling, man. What the hell?
I'm just saying, like, before they go out, imagine yourself with a fucking drone, right? Those drone cameras. The farther you go out, like, everything becomes, more dense.
Wow. What the fuck are we listening to?
Sorry, dude, I'm drunk.
What is your
Oh
point?
yeah, we don't like to listen to drunks. They don't make sense.
I'm not drunk, dude. It's my birthday, dude. I'm just chilling.
Yeah, congrats, man.
Thank you. Anyway, please don't let me interrupt.
I don't know. It just makes no sense to me, right? Because, like, there's always been the thought of gravity, and then you just adding on that there's some type of containment, right? But then
That's the whole
you
point.
can't explain the containment. Like, we
You
have
don't
an
have to.
explanation that explains a lot of phenomena
No, you
that
don't.
happen.
What
Right.
explanation have you got?
Okay, yeah, but what explanation do you have?
We don't need one. Falsification
Why?
is independent from replacement. So
Why
just
don't you
because
need one? Are you
listen,
claiming that the
whoa,
globe
calm
isn't
down,
real?
calm down. Jesus Christ, take a breath. So we don't have to replace something that has been blatantly proved to be not the case. Like, you've not got evidence for gravity. There's not an experiment for Newton's or Einstein's gravity. Gravity is the only explanation for the gas pressure that we know we've got being held and not stripped off the Earth as it should be. The pressure we have would equalise and we would be dead if space was a near perfect vacuum. So we don't need a story.
The Globers are the ones who are trying to explain how their ball can exist. And they need these massive spaces between all the bodies and everything, like between the sun, the earth, and everything else. They need a vacuum for that to happen, or else all the light would attenuate before it gets to the earth. So it's them who are trying to explain things. We're not really trying to do that.
So you're
We're
not
just
trying
testing their
to,
explanations.
like, you still believe the Earth is
No.
flat,
It's not
so
a
you're still
belief.
making a
That's
claim.
an axiom.
Not a claim
It was an
either.
opinion.
The claim is we're moving. The claim is we're on a spherical object. We're saying we don't see it, like yourself. We don't see curve. We don't experience. So that's not a claim we've made. We want to burp off the mic, please.
So why is it called flat earthers then?
What do you mean?
If you're not claiming that the Earth is flat, why are you
No,
flat
no.
earthers?
Well, that's
because the
a
globe
term,
is the
man.
claim.
This is a nice word that brings people in here. They're like, fucking flat earth. Oh, motherfuckers, I'm going
In
to tell them.
21st, 22nd century, bro.
We can demonstrate that though,
Earth
because
is absolutely not flat.
water always seeks a flat level when at rest. I mean, if we're wrong, just show us it not doing that. Show us it seeking a curved level even once at any scale at all.
Have
And it
y'all
never
ever-
does that. We can point to any body of water, and it's always going to do what I just said. So
Have y'all
every
ever
bit of
ridden
evidence
an
that we
airplane?
have refutes the globe. Sorry, what are you trying to say over top of me?
Have you ridden an airplane?
You don't see
boy.
curve from an airplane, bro.
I mean, that's the
Commercial-
experience you can. That's all you need, man. Just ride an
Commercial
airplane.
airliners fly under 40,000 feet. We've got footage from over 100,000 feet. We've got Neil deGrasse Tyson, also top science communicator, pushed on every fucking channel there is, every show. And so he's obviously got credentials, and he blatantly says you cannot. Well, Felix never saw curvature from 127,000 feet, so you obviously never seen it from a normal, just a commercial flight.
Yeah, you think you live on a golf ball or what?
Like, think
One
of
minute,
the.
it's absolutely
No,
huge. Okay,
what
so
is
on
the
one
logic
hand,
behind flat Earth? Please explain.
hold on. On one hand, you guys come in here and say it's absolutely huge. It looks flat. Look at a basketball when you're close up. It's going to look flat. You can't see any curve. And then next thing, they think that they can see the curve 6 miles up. Which one is it? If you could see it like that 6 miles up, that would be a pretty small ball compared to what you guys are claiming. Neil
Earth
deGrasse
is not
Tyson
bigger
says
than
you're not
all
going
the
to see it
planets.
128,000 feet. And Paul Larson from the planetarium says even at the ISS, which is supposed to be 250 miles above the surface, that's still not high enough to see it curve like a ball. So what are you
Okay,
talking
so
about with a
we've
plane?
been
Like
this
and
this argument
I
has been around, but why has it been proven? You know,
it
don't we
has,
have the
like we said,
equipment to fucking go all the way to the end of Earth? Like, if that
every
was the case,
body of water is flat. It's always been proven. There's never been any proof for the globe.
no, that's a wild goose chase.
Go and fill a glass of water from your kitchen sink, or go and fill your bath, or go to a lake, or go to an ocean, and tell me what the surface, what's happening on the surface. Tell us. What do you observe when you see any body of water, from a cup to a bath to a lake to an ocean? What do you see on the surface?
I'm sorry, brother, but a round Earth makes more sense than a flat Earth. How
Well,
the
even
hell?
though what?
Because
Look
anything
at what I'm
flat
asking you.
must have an
Bro,
end. Nobody has
look at what
single
I'm
end
asking you.
of all these
Bro,
years.
look at what I'm asking you.
There's zero
You're
proof.
ignoring, you're ignoring what I've said, and you're claiming that we need to have seen an edge. We're not saying the Earth is a shape. Why would we be claiming an edge? And you know why you're not answering? You're not answering the question about the water. Pardon, say that again. I'm sorry, I cut you off.
Oh, sorry. There would need to be an edge to the Earth, so we could contain air
Why?
pressure, so we can breathe
Well,
on.
it's the globe that's got the problem for the air. We've not got an issue with
that's just ridiculous.
air pressure like that. That's a severe globe problem. That's nothing to do with us. And we're not claiming an edge, as I said. We're not claiming a shape. We're not claiming any kind of dimensions, any kind of logistics to the Earth. We don't know.
Okay, but it'd be safe to say that the Earth is some kind of shape with some kind of like some
It's a
kind of thing
circle.
keeping
It's a
the gas
sphere.
in, okay? Like it
Earth.
has to be in like what?
You're roboting him.
Even if you're believing in flat Earth, there has to be an edge to the flat Earth.
You're roboting. We
So,
don't.
for example, all right.
We
how can
don't
you
believe in
how
flat
can you
Earth.
fly to
And Earth,
Europe
we're not
Earth
claiming
from the
a
east
shape.
coast and
Why
also
would we need
Earth
an
is
from the
edge?
west coast?
Earth
How can
is
you do
Earth
that?
shaped. Flat is not a shape.
If you're gonna say flat is relevant, that really disqualifies every other planet, every other thing. Like,
Other?
who
What do you
accept
mean
that?
The
And
other?
sky
how is
is
that even
not.
logical?
The sky is non sequitur to the ground. Try
Bro.
again.
So, if Earth is flat, is Mars flat as well? Is
The
the sun flat?
sky
Bro, we're
is
not
non
saying we live on a
sequitur
planet.
to
Bro,
the
wait a minute.
ground.
Oh,
jeez.
bro, wait a minute.
Have you
I've
heard
said
of
this, like, bro, wait a minute, chill out. Wait a minute, right? We've said repeatedly that we don't think we live on a shape. You keep reiterating this, that these planets in the sky, they're other planets. That would be basically saying that we live on a planet. So can we get evidence that we live on a planet, either motion or convexity? That's dictated by the radius. So if we live on a planet, it surely would be like quite easy to prove this. Surely. I
My
mean, they've had
apologies.
a lot of technology for a long
I
time.
mean,
So
you have traveled, right? I assume.
not much.
So you
Not
can go
much,
to
bro.
Europe from the
Been to
from
Greece.
America. You can go to Europe taking an
Oh,
East
food.
Coast flight, or you can take the West Coast flight towards China, and you'll still reach Europe, and then you come back to USA. You're pretty much coming in circles. I don't know how convincing that is, but
So, but I
Can
asked
you
you for
draw a
evidence
circle?
of motion or curvature.
Draw a circle on a piece of paper. Now look at the circle. Now think about what you said.
no. You know what? Please explain to us what is a flat Earth. I don't think there is enough information on the flat Earth.
I posted flight paths for him. What the because planes use different routes than ships. So
Bro, I say this.
There's a
I
lot of
say this.
information of around Earth, but not enough on the flat Earth.
Where? What do you mean?
I'm gonna have to
You
like
cannot prove.
go
If-
for like a few hours, but before I go,
Okay.
can I? Have you guys ever made a Bedford level experiment?
Pardon? You're breaking up for me. I don't know if you're breaking up for other people.
The Bedford level experiment.
All right.
They
Yeah.
experimented the Earth's curvature through the river.
Parallax.
Sake.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Could you like
With the
detach
flags.
that? Could you like
With the
prove
flag.
that wrong?
I mean, no, he did. He proved that there is no curvature. And I think he won a bet. I'm sure it ended up, did it not go to court or something? If that's the same that
No,
I'm
I'm pretty
thinking
sure
of.
he proved the Earth's curvature with it.
Nah, he never. He never. And he wrote a book under the pseudonym Parallax. He never thought the Earth was a globe. And he proved that it was flat. Or at least he proved that there was no curvature. And he won a court case. I'm sure it was fucking. I can't remember. But it's been that long, really, since I looked at it. But again, I mean, water, as we experience it, is flat and level. It's always seeking equilibrium and it lays flat when it's not being moved. That's what water does.
Do you
Do
have
your
proof
best
of
if you
it being
can.
proven wrong, the experiment being proven wrong? Because everything I read, it says it's right.
Oh, one sec, I'll see if I can find something.
Which
try to stay off.
experiment?
Try to stay off the anti-flat Earth sites.
Oh yeah.
Just see, if you go into our Discord and you just go to the magnifying glass and search for anything. So anything that's been typed or spoke about at all in the server will be in the search.
How often have you traveled, my friend?
Pardon?
Are you talking about your guys' server?
Yeah.
Yeah, 24/7.
You'll all have all the information there on that Discord. Whatever you're seeking on the topic of Earth.
Hey.
Okay, I'm
The
gonna
God
go
has
for a few
spoken.
hours. I'll join back if you guys are in here.
Okay, no problem,
I'll
Take
go
care.
look at that while I'm gone.
Well, take a look, see all those resources I sent. My YouTube channel's there. Plus, there's a Google Drive. It's quite a good sort of compilation of stuff, especially for a beginner. It'll give you some of or a lot of their arguments, as well as hopefully it'll give you even more questions. Like, so hopefully when you come back, you'll have a little bit of ammunition to have a bit more in-depth discussion. But you'll find a stack of stuff. Flatsmacker's playlist was made by an old gold member who passed away. So he made that literally in his last days. So you'll get a lot of good information.
Have a good day,
What's that?
woman.
I'll check.
Take care.
When I'm gone, I'll be back later.
No, I was saying check the link. The links are jam packed.
Okay, yeah.
Cool. Come back anytime, man. You're more than welcome.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
Dude, why are you scamming her, bro?
Scamming?
Yeah, that's
Scamming who?
not exactly
How?
a good thing to do.
How was I scamming her, bud?
That flat earth bullshit.
Bye. You can go to another room and talk shit, man. You're not going to talk that shit in here. Enjoy. Who's next? Does anybody actually genuinely want to have a discussion? Because just ad homs and abuse is not going to be tolerated. We've got a full room, man. Somebody must want to say hello at least. Freakachu. Are you muted, my friend? We'll take a look, see if you are. Because if you've not got roles, folks, you'll need to ask to be unmuted. Freakachu, you're unmuted if you want to talk. So,
Not muted.
yeah, man. Welcome, brother. How you doing?
Trying to wake up.
Alright, one of those ones. Bro, I've been on this fucking server for like 4 days or something. I mean, what is it here? I think 4 or 5 days maybe we've been in here. I spent like 40 hours almost constant. Never even fell asleep at all. Crazy, man. But at least we've set our foundations in the politics server. Aurora's been good enough to help get us sorted out. So anybody listening, we will have a permanent room and we'll be having discussions. We've got some moderators, or we will have the next day or so. So it will be a little bit more structured. More people will have control. So hopefully that doesn't get abused. All the perms will be taken back. But we need to try and fly straight and level. Coincidentally, just like the Earth.
Good luck.
Yeah, man. And I mean, it is what the Wild West kind of in here. Like people are red hot when they come in. They think fucking flat earthers. They don't realise that there's even an argument. Like they think literally the shit they see on Facebook, the mocking stuff from like the Flat Earth Society. Don't know if you've heard of them, Freakachu. The Flat Earth Society. They're basically masquerading as flat earthers, LARPers, and they claim shit like Australia doesn't exist. They claim they've got members all around the globe. That's literally their slogan. And then they've got, what do you call it? What was the other crazy shit that they say? Oh, fuck, I can't even remember. They say we're on a disc. Like, you've probably seen the concepts that get shared on Facebook and stuff, where it looks like a disc and it looks like the water kind of is pouring off the edge. So most people think that's what flat earth is, and they think that's what flat earthers believe. So we don't think that, bro. We don't think we live on a space disc. We just, as far as we're concerned, we're not moving and we don't appear to find any curvature, especially when people go out and try and measure. So that's about
I
it.
remember earlier you guys were talking about how the Earth doesn't have a shape per se. It's just not a dome, or it's not a not a round.
We're just saying that flat's not a shape, bro. Like, instantaneously, as soon as you say flat, they straight away think disc. They think the space pancake story. But just to hopefully that I've sort of got rid of that common misconception if you did think that.
You're good.
Yeah, the
Pardon?
amount of misinformation out there is pretty crude. So
No,
you have to go
mate,
through all the hoops there.
Quetzal, give them their due, mate. They've made a fucking intricate, fucking crazy fucking system, man. Like, it's mind-boggling. Like, we've only scratched the surface on the stuff we've found out. But, I mean, could you imagine the logistics of all this stuff? Like, we've only just maybe got fucking 3% or some ridiculously low thing like that. But the whole world's like a theatre, man. Like, they even call wars theatre of war for good reason, man. Like, the whole fucking place is just like a big story, like a soap opera.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. You believe in the globe.
Like, they must have it structured just like a movie. Like, all the different integral people that work on movies. Like, they must have all this kind of setup for the globe, man. Fucked right up. So they've got it sewn up for people to believe in the globe. They've got like all these animations, they've got all these documentaries, and then they've got the other side sewn up, making people think that flat earthers believe all this nonsense. So they've got both sides. They've got the globe earth, and they've got fucking flat earth. Apart from people like ourselves in the Discord, like we're chipping away at it, trying to get the information out. But it is kind of difficult, man. But it's enjoyable. It's better than watching fucking TV. Sit watching fucking
It's
Dallas
been
or
years
something.
since I watched TV, man. I don't even touch that anymore.
Oh, we'll see in the hotel, man. There's a TV on the wall, bro. So I do switch it on. Like I'll watch a little bit of fucking what do you call it? Ancient Aliens. I just turn the sound off and watch Ancient Aliens.
Yeah,
And then,
if you want to fall asleep, that's a good show. Documentary.
but it is really interesting though, man, because they're showing you all this fucking stuff. But the only bullshit about in between the edit, and they show clips with what looks like aliens and UFOs and shit like that. So if you can decipher the lies, it is a good show, man. I'd love to see it where it was actually real, truthful. Imagine they were telling the truth on that shit. Like Gobekli Tepe, they say, can't remember, was it like 10% or something? They estimated that they've managed to uncover it. Gobekli Tepe.
Tepe? Oh, yeah.
Gobekli Tepe. I think I'm pronouncing it correctly. It's like a whole underground fucking, like a city, like a fucking metropolis, megalithic structures. Never heard of that, Quetzal.
Can I ask Flat Earthers a question?
Shoot.
How do satellites work if the Earth is flat?
Oh man, there's fucking stuff in the sky. There has been for decades and decades. So, like, they've got drones, they've got satellites, possibly hanging on. Like, NASA's supposedly they're the highest consumer of helium, and they retain like huge amounts of it, and they put satellites up on huge balloons. I don't know if anybody's got a gift for that to post in the text chat. I've got one. But
So every satellite is filled with
sorry for the
helium?
silence. No, I'm saying that there's multiple different things up in the sky that transmit information. Most of the your data connections, international data transfer, is all undersea cables. So, and they've been doing that for decades as well. Shit.
Jesus, what's going on there? Yeah, we don't deny, so-called satellites, but it's not based off the story you think they are at. That's the thing.
No.
I
don't
asked
think
how
they're-
they work. I asked how they work, and the only answer I got so far is helium balloons.
Yeah, they hang on with balloons, and then you have drones up there taking
balloons,
footages.
drones.
Posted a GIF
solar.
for you. Can't you see it?
Oh, you're a GIF caller. Fucking it's GIF, bro. It's GIF.
Yeah, there are plenty
don't
of
get-
videos talking about NASA's balloon program.
There's no
as well.
such. There's no such thing as a giraffe.
Giraffe. Yeah, there's also a balloon program if you didn't know.
Balloon program.
Yeah, made by NASA. Yeah.
Well, as soon as there's any, see when they invaded Iraq, the first thing they done, they took out the telecommunications, and the first thing they done was put hot air balloons up so they could triangulate the signals. So, like remote places in Australia, they've got balloons up in the sky. One of these telecommunications companies, they put, I don't know how many it was, but they're all in connection with each other, so they can send signals and relay the signal on further.
Yeah, look at him. He's laughing at that. But that's what they sent up, man. That's what they sent up in the sky. You can laugh how much as you want, but that's the truth. That's what you see.
What about how is it possible that any triangle measured over like a long distance is always over 180 degrees, guys? Can you explain that?
What did you just say? 180 degrees?
This is a triangle argument.
The triangulation? Are we talking about that or what?
No. Should I repeat it?
Elaborate slightly.
Yeah, elaborate, fuck's sake. What the hell
Well,
was
do
that?
you know how many degrees a triangle has?
Come on, man.
You
You're going
guys
to tell
don't
us
know?
how these
Oh,
big
okay. I feel bad
triangles
for you.
prove that
I'll
you're going
stop
to tell us
believing
how
it.
you're going to tell us how these big triangles that you claim that every time when a triangle's measured, going to tell us how they actually do this when it comes to the Earth's topography. Like, what are they actually doing? What verification have you got of anything? No.
Verification? What are you asking?
So what are you doing with a triangle, and what is it? Like, what's it proven in reality?
Oh, like I don't know your question. Like I asked a question earlier. If you knew how many degrees there is in the triangle.
Yeah, but like I've heard this argument before, but how is that related to?
Well, it's related to the fact that it's like the most convincing argument you can have against a flat earther. Is the fact that if you try to measure the angles, they will always be bigger than 180 degrees on
Right,
Earth.
but what has that got to do with Earth?
Well, if
What
Earth
has that
was
got to
flat,
do
it
with
would
it?
always be 180 degrees, but that's not the case.
Right, but is this being done over water?
Yeah. I mean,
Or
that's how
topographical
satellites,
land?
communicate with each other, and how they position you on the maps when you use a GPS signal.
So
Well,
your whole point
GPS
was
doesn't
about the
connect to the
GPS.
sky. The GPS does not connect to the sky, bro. Your GPS connects to land-based towers, cell towers. Your phone
No,
doesn't connect to
I
the
mean,
sky either.
obviously it goes online, but yes, they do have to go to the sky. Otherwise,
No,
they
they
won't
don't.
know what your position is.
No, they don't. They ping multiple towers, cellular, cell phones. That's where the term comes from.
Yeah, that's how they do
You go
triangulation between those towers and pinpoint where you are.
if you go out to like the country, if you go well away from the city, your GPS signal drops. When I used to work construction, if you were in a hole in the ground, your GPS signal completely disappeared. Even though I could fully see the sky and it's a big, huge hole for foundations, but because I'm not in line of sight at one of these
Yeah.
towers, then I've not got any signal.
Yeah, but those towers, where do you think they're getting their information from?
Other towers.
It's
Yeah, and
connected
where
to the
do
network.
Yeah, and how do they connect with each other over a long period of time?
Cables.
Oh, okay. So just cables. That's it, right?
See,
And that's how
cable
we know the
towers,
position of a human being on Earth, right?
they triangulate it. They ping multiple different towers, and they work out the length of time it takes for these pings to come back from the multiple cell towers, and then they work out from there. It's all done by computer,
Wait, so how do you feel about satellite, quote unquote, satellite imagery of the of the ground?
Helium balloons,
Like,
bro.
what can you show us? What you're no imagery. They admit that they take strips of data and stitch it together. Himawari is the same.
And what did they say the purpose of this? Like, would you say that when it comes to the quality of the raw image footage, it's not interpretable, so they add other extra bits of
Well,
information?
they're not far enough away from the Earth in the first place. That's the reason for taking these strips of images, because they're not far enough away. They can't take in the convexity of the Earth, so they stitch them together. If they have to, they embellish them, like with Hubble. And they admit it, though. It's not like they conceal it, but most globe earthers, they either argue anyway out of ignorance, or it's nefarious, and they know full well, but they just want to have an argument, a point to argue.
So, do you think, like, for example, like some like connectivity claimed to be from satellites is false? Like, would you say
Like
that
what?
all connectivity is by satellite towers? I would agree it's most, but I wouldn't say it was all.
Well, what actually has to go up to space? Like,
Sorry,
for to do anything, what has to go to space?
does anything have to go to space?
No, I'm saying what on land, what land-based issue needs to actually go to space to
Well, like,
prove or
well,
to
like
get a
there are
signal.
certain areas we don't build these towers, and these towers can't reach everywhere. So, would
Yeah.
you like satellites for like, for example, like military movements. Like they
No,
will.
military's used LORAN for decades, long before
No,
Arthur C.
I
Clarke
agree.
invented.
It's,
Arthur C. Clarke stated in one of his books that there was geostationary satellites, and it was like less than a decade later we had geostationary satellites. But they were using LORAN to target places and fucking drop whatever resources and whatever. They knew full well everything was mapped. This GPS is a ground-based positioning system.
No, I already know like most of the connectivity is through towers because it's more feasible. But in terms of like we would use like satellites for like in certain locations where you wouldn't be able to have like accurate connectivity, right? Because not all the Earth is completely covered by towers. You already stated 97% of the Earth. There's still remaining 3%.
Oh, so what is the point though? Like you're saying that what connects to a satellite in space? Like
what connects? Well, it would be by like signals, right?
yeah, but on what? On your? It's not on your mobile phone.
Would like wait, like how do you think my phone connects to like uses Bluetooth, for example? Like
it doesn't use satellites, bro.
Well, no, I'm not saying it uses satellites, but there's no like direct physical connectivity. You would use signals, right? So how
Right,
can
but
it apply to satellites?
right. So what needs on the land? What needs to use something in space? Like what cannot be done by like Loran or like any of these? I mean, you're from England, I take it. Like in Scotland, mate, literally, if you go 30, 40, 50 miles, then you see a hill guaranteed with a huge fucking area on it with a red light on it for the airplanes. Literally, they're like every 40, 50 miles all over Scotland.
Okay. Yeah, because most of the time, like, these cellular towers are much more efficient. They're closer to us. It allows for
So,
our batteries to be more efficient.
so why the hell would they decide to put stuff in space that they can't get access to, they can't repair, they can't, like, I don't know, update, they can't do anything. Once it's out in space, they're unable to retrieve it. Like, why would they spend millions on putting something up there that, if it fucked up, that's it? When they've got the technology, they've had it for decades upon decades to put stuff up in extremely high altitude, and it could be up there automated, circling, moving in a set motion, and it's constantly there. If it needs repaired, they could either like replace it with another one, or I don't know. I've not got the.
Well,
I don't know.
yeah, normally that if it cannot, yeah, normally they would just because when it comes to like space trash and anything, like most of the satellites won't just be like automatically destroyed. Like they last for a decent amount of time. Eventually, it will be like damaged, and then they send out more. Right? There's a lot of satellites in space.
Tens of thousands, supposedly.
Yeah.
But when you see the ISS or you see any other footage, do you ever see anything at all? Any space junk, any other satellites, any kind of even a glint for the reflection of anything? Like you never see nothing, not a fucking thing.
Wouldn't you say because they're like extremely tiny from a distance?
What if you're in the ISS looking out the window and there's like 20, 50, 80, 100,000 or whatever satellites? And it's never been seen. You'd think that would be a normal thing that, fucking ISS caught fucking such and such satellite as it passed at such and such miles per hour. That would be a wee thing that they would put on news reports.
Yeah, and you'd have to worry about not hitting them when you went up too.
Well, yeah, because wouldn't there be like a parameter, like you would have like it's not just like a singular line that they follow. Obviously, it's like relative to a circular line around the Earth, right? What is supposed, and you would have like different times and placements where they would put these satellites so they don't collide as much with such a large Earth. It's even if there's 10 like I don't know what the actual number is. It's in the thousands. Even then, that's still small. But like, if, for example, like if I put 10,000 people within like a Russia, like what are the chances that they collide with each other and like meet each other? You're still gonna see rare opportunities to see another individual. And I'm not saying it doesn't happen because obviously it does, and there have been collisions, but it's very much rare, right?
When? Bro, I've never heard of any satellite hitting anything. No, not one single thing. Or what about a satellite hitting the ISS? Look at the size. It's like a football ground. That's taking up a decent little fucking portion of that area. But
Not
there's
really.
tens,
If I
there's
were
tens of thousands of satellites, brother,
not
and the space junk.
I don't know how many satellites.
Sorry, mate. I wasn't trying to cut you off there, bro. Sorry, man.
Yeah, like a football field. Like we're talking about such a huge Earth here. Like a football field
Yeah, man.
a football field is still insignificant to a flat Earth model.
Do you know, we don't use models, but do you know the size, the radius, and the circumference of the Earth, or are you just saying that it's too big?
Well, no, I don't know.
Yeah, bro.
Oh,
It's
but
quite normal for people
yeah,
mate, bro. Well, people like yourself, nothing against you, bro, because you sound quite chill, but people just say this shit. It's just automatic. The auto response, the go-to response is, "Oh well, it's too big." How big is it? I don't know. They just use it as an argument
no, I just
for the
use them
sake of it.
what in relative to what I observe. So if I observe, like I've been in towers before, I've seen up high using planes, etc.
You've never seen curvature.
Okay, that's fine, but I'm
Have you
talking
not
about
ever seen a woman's breast?
Right, you're gone, bro, if you're going to act like that. Mate,
yeah,
if the topic is
like if
flat Earth, bro, if you want to be a
if
troll,
I
you can go to another room.
yeah, if I'm in a plane, right, it would be like hard to see like at a high altitudes to see a football ground, right? It'd be very insignificant.
Right, but we're talking about an object called the ISS, the size of a football field, managing for decades now to get past every single satellite. Everyone.
So right now there are 7,702 satellites.
It's more than that, mate. It's more than that. Like, you won't get an exact number, but I've seen like 20,000, 27,000, I think maybe was the last time I saw it. Or 20, no, what was it? It was 20 something thousand. But then I've heard other people talk, like on like documentaries about space and stuff, saying that there's 50,000 plus. But I was like, that was from, I think years ago. I think that was possibly when I was a Glober. I'm not sure. But I mean, what Google will tell you that men can have children. So it's not like Google's a good fucking place to get your information sometimes.
Well, that's a different conversation, which we do disagree on. Or the different perception of like definitions, not like not sex, right? But nonetheless, right? Yeah, there have been satellite collisions that have taken.
Right.
Let me get it on sec.
Bro, there's been these supposed satellites that are suspended on balloons. There's video. I mean, I don't think they
Yes,
look very
saloon
fucking
crashes has been
authentic.
occurring, but not actual
Bro,
satellites.
I don't think they're fucking, whatchamacallit, they're legitimate, because they look really cheap and shit, those ones that they claim landed in people's back gardens.
Let me see
Yeah, it looks like a fucking, like something that the kids have made for school. Like a team of them.
Okay, so what would you say would happen to these rockets then? So when we observe these rockets going into the sky, where would they land?
Well, look at them. Do they fly up straight, or is it like a parabolic maneuver?
They kind of curve when they, yeah.
Yeah, right. So they curve away. They curve like up and sort of down, and they just curve away into either restricted airspace or wherever the fuck they go. But obviously, air traffic's restricted, or like they've obviously got it sewn up, man. They rise up, curve away, get out of sight, and then what? Then you've got some people supposedly on TV sitting in a machine that's kind of shaking, and they're talking shit. They're dressed up like fucking the Gimp for what do you call it, Pulp Fiction. Those fucking stupid uniforms, and then they go up to space, but you never see a continuous shot from the ground all the way up to when they dock. You never see a continuous shot, not one.
So I'm posting in the chat about satellite collisions that have been claimed.
Right.
to have occurred, and that with increasing satellite conjunctions, there have been increased collisions.
I also posted how they get the rockets out of the ocean, the NASA recovery fleet.
And what does that video prove?
Yeah, when you say that that there's been many times where the rockets have like crashed. We already know this.
Yeah, saloons.
I guess they didn't recover them then, huh?
Sorry. I don't understand the point of this video. Are you just trying to say it's possible to just keep flying these rockets into the ocean and keep recovering them?
They do it all the time.
Well, obviously they would, because they want to take back the parts, right, and do it again.
I'm also curious, like, why would a flat Earth be better than a globe? Like, why do you want that to be the case?
Get that. Who says it's better?
Well, I don't know. People
No,
that like it, I guess.
I think he means more explanatory power, right? You would say that a globe, by by measurements, doesn't by measurements determining the horizon, they wouldn't match, right? Because of the radius.
Doesn't match.
You're stating that a flat Earth would provide better explanatory power than a globe Earth.
No,
correct?
we didn't state that. We're not trying to explain things. Anybody can explain things. We can offer explanations all day. Doesn't mean they have to be true explanations. And yeah, the globe does provide quite a few of those. But we're just interested in reality. We're just trying to find out what's actually real.
I'm interested in that too. So I'm asking you, why do you guys like it more than the globe?
Why do we like it more?
We're not moving.
I don't think it's about
Nobody's
liking
moving, bro.
anything more.
Well,
so
so
we're
you
finding
don't
the
like it?
truth.
It's not
so we're
about
finding the truth,
like or
bro.
dislike. It's not about personal preference. Like, you got it all wrong.
Before you carry on, I don't think this is like a great point to contest on. With the satellite video, what's the point of this video?
Saloon.
What?
Saloon, as in it's a device they're using that does the shit that satellites do, but it's just in the upper atmosphere, and it crashed supposedly in somebody's garden.
Right, so you believe satellites are just within the atmosphere?
Well, we don't believe that a vacuum called space envelops.
Yeah, so do you think these satellites are just within the atmosphere?
Well, they cannot be in a place that cannot exist, can they?
Right, so you would conclude, by as Adam said, that it would mean that these satellites would always be in the atmosphere.
No, always. We're fucking like maybe they're trying to fucking get push further. I don't know. Look at the SpaceX thing, where it looks like it's skimming. It kind of looks like a stone across the water. So maybe there is a specific limit that they can't get past. Maybe they can. I don't know what they're bringing in the future. They're obviously going to keep doing other shit. So I mean, it's an unknown, man. We've not got a fucking clue.
And you asked him before, like, we'd be able to see this. Would you not say that with telescopes we could see these satellites?
But it doesn't matter if we can see them. They're just attached to balloons, bro. Like, ta-da.
You think they're all attached to balloons?
Yeah, that's the evidence they brought to claim them.
Or drones.
Are you
You've got drones
depressed now because we showed you that? You sound sad.
What?
You sound like we ruined something, part of your day, by showing that
I sounded the same.
They hang from balloons. Accept it. That's just how it goes.
I sounded the same since the beginning. So what are you talking about?
Yeah, it did sound the same. I know what you guys are talking about.
Like, my voice has not changed. I have not changed tone. Yeah. So in terms of I would agree. We could say this image here, for example. You're saying that this is claimed to be something was just in the atmosphere. Where would it say that? Hello.
Bonjour.
Yeah, you
What are
you you
talking
posted a
about?
video of the satellite crash, right? And you're saying this was just in the atmosphere.
Who posted it?
I
I didn't
was
post that.
no, I'm talking to the other guy.
Yeah, we're showing you saloon crashes. You said you had others, but you haven't posted one yet. So
No,
I'm just showing you what's actual reality you see happening, not your satellites from space falling down.
I said I'm asking, how do you know this was just from the atmosphere?
What do you mean? Where was it placed then?
All this video shows is it's on the ground, right? And I was just asking, he claimed it was from the atmosphere, right? And
Do
I'm
you want to
asking,
see a launch of a saloon? Is that what you want to see? What's going on?
no, I meant the specific video he sent.
I don't know. I just showed you a saloon crashed. Maybe you're talking about other video. I don't know.
Oh my god. Okay, it doesn't matter. But you're asking for a video of a satellite crashing, like without
Yeah, from
the balloon.
space, without balloon.
Okay.
But like I said, all the launches we see are from the saloons, like balloon, helium jets. So, and again, space is not verifiable and can't be going against
Space, the final frontier, unverifiable.
going against the natural law. As well.
But what about the
Space.
lunar eclipse? How do you guys explain that with the flat Earth? Is it just like floating in the space? Or?
There's no such thing as space. It's just floating. It's just floating.
Yeah, but
Full
the
stop.
lunar eclipse, bro. The lunar eclipse. What about that?
What about it? You're not making a fucking statement. You just what the hell are you rambling
No, I'm
about?
asking for an explanation how it works. You know,
State
since
an
you guys
argument.
know the truth. You know.
You know the truth. What the fuck is that even?
What's going up in the sky that we're looking at if it's not space? that's all we're asking. You fucking retard.
Okay, Ad Homson is not welcome here.
Okay.
Bye bye.
I got a thought if you guys are interested.
Yeah, go for it. At least you seem more chill than the other guy.
Sure. Here's what weirds me out about flat Earth theory is we know masses attract each other. There's experiments you can do in your kitchen that show that two independent masses attract each other, right? And
No, I don't think
if
there
we're
is.
gonna
And you're going to stop right there because we've been asking ever since we got here for the hypothesis for masses attracting each other. So if you have an experiment, it's based on hypothesis, and I'll take the hypothesis first. Thanks. Go ahead.
yeah, I can give you the hypothesis if you want.
Perfect. That's exactly what we want. Thank you.
The hypothesis is that gravity is the result of a warping of a thing called space-time, and the warping is caused by mass and energy.
Gotcha. So then your independent variable is going to be the warping of space-time, right?
Well, it's a code-dependent variable. It's codependent with the existence of mass and energy.
Well, is it going to be the independent variable or not?
As far as we know, I mean, there are ways, but generally speaking, on the local scale, there isn't a way for space-time to distort itself.
Okay, so it doesn't sound like something you can actually use as an independent variable. It also isn't mass attracting mass, which is what you started out saying that you were going to show an experiment for.
Well,
So this is kind of cooked
codependent
already.
variables are different than independent variables. That doesn't mean
Yeah, I know, but I asked you for the independent variable. That's the thing that you're going to be testing for its causal effect on whatever phenomenon you're claiming.
Oh, sure, you can use the Lagrangian for that. That's something you can look at independently.
Okay, I don't think you know what an independent variable is, but that's okay. What's the observed phenomenon?
There's a few, one of them being that masses attract each other.
Oh, okay, so mass. Okay, so you don't need an experiment for that if it's just an observed phenomenon. It's just a thing you're looking at.
Well, that's
Where do you see that, by the way?
experimental verification.
No, it's not. You're just looking at something. Experimental verification would be testing the cause for the thing you looked at.
But
So
yeah,
is gravity a cause or an effect?
As far as science understands it, it is both.
Wow. Okay, so it causes itself.
Yeah, sure.
It causes itself.
Okay,
Wait.
so masses attract. That's what you see happening. You see rocks attracting rocks or something like that when you're down at the beach. I don't know what you're talking about, but you said that.
Yeah, they do that.
And that's gravity. They do
Mhm.
that. And that's gravity.
Yeah. Like
Okay,
how
and then the cause.
it's like
That's the
how
observed.
north and south poles of a magnet attract. We could talk all day about why it does it or what causes it to do that, but we definitely know it does this. It does that.
Okay, but that would just be a phenomenon then, and you wouldn't have an experiment because experiments are for testing the cause of phenomena.
Sure, but you could look at the phenomenon in controlled environments with specific hypotheses that you're testing that elucidate at least some truth about how the system works. I don't think
This is
gravity
word
is
salad.
something that we can't probe. You know what I mean?
Well, I haven't heard any experimental proof since this combo started, and I thought that's where it was supposed to go.
Well, do you want the experiment that proves that gravity
Can't even
exists?
figure out what gravity is because, like, you've told me it's a bending and warping of space time. That would be a
Yeah, that's
cause
what we
plan.
think
And
it
you've
is.
told
Yeah.
me it's rocks attracting each other at the beach. That would be a whole other thing. That would be a phenomenon. But
Well, they
who's
attract
ever
each
seen
other
that
because they're
happen?
warping space time. That's why they're
Oh my
attracting each
god!
other.
So rocks are
Right, so
attracting each other at the beach. Can I see that?
So if you go
So
to
they
like
are, well, the beach is
You
a, well,
can, yes.
the planet technically is attracting everything around it. Yeah.
No.
So the rocks
Yeah.
at the beach are
Oh my
attracted to the
goodness.
beach because they're on the planet. Yeah.
Okay,
when
show
the-
us. Let's
what
see
about
the
the
observe.
bound-
Sure. So
Yeah,
this
we
is a
observe it. We go to the
really
beach and see
Yeah,
rocks and
folks,
sand. Yeah.
folks, you're allowed to
well.
talk. Am I allowed to talk? Or you just got to keep talking?
Another
Go for it,
thing you
Snake.
can do.
Yeah, I'll let you in.
No, they're talking on top of each other. Yous are arguing for the globe, but you both talking at the same time.
Well, I'm trying to give you guys the experiment if you want
Please
to do
do.
it.
Please do, yeah.
Yeah.
That's
So
what
what you can do is, I forget what the experiment is called, but this proved that two independent masses definitely attract each other. Is you
Cavendish.
can maybe that's it. It's the thing where
It's
you
the Cavendish.
you suspend the weights from
Yeah,
a
it's the
bar.
Cavendish.
And you
So
have weights
where's
on the
the?
opposite end, and
Where
then
would be
one
the?
of the weights you put another weight really close to it and see if it
Wait, wait.
drifts towards that weight. You could do
Well,
that
we
with
know
rocks
that. I mean,
yeah, you could do that with rocks
we
from the
know.
beach with a big
Well,
enough
we know the
bar.
argument, right? So we know the argument. So what's the independent variable in this experiment?
The independent variable is the weight that you place close to the control weight.
So there's no gravity then.
Well, no, because the attraction
Yeah.
is
What the
stronger
fuck?
if you use a bigger weight. That's the
No.
independent variable.
The gravity. Sorry, the independent variable would have to be your cause. It has to be the cause. If you're trying to prove gravity, your IV
Well, yeah,
must
more
be gravity.
mass
Listen,
equals more
wait,
gravity. Yeah, that's the cause. Yeah.
where did you prove that more mass does this prior to this
Uh,
experiment? Any quotes?
We could try to do it ontologically with like philosophical reasoning, but I prefer things that we can actually verify with experiments. That's just me.
So where is the IV in Cavendish's balls? If you're saying it's not gravity, then it's not gravity that you're trying to prove
Well,
or
we're
verify at least,
starting
or
with
falsify.
the fact
But it
that
has to
two
be
masses
your IV has
attract
to be your
each
cause.
other. Yes, we believe it's the mass.
Right. Prior to the experiment, where was this observed or verified by experiment?
Newton
Previously.
observed it,
And you can't
right?
just say, well,
And
mass
the
attracts mass,
apple.
so I'm going to put a mass.
Yeah, Newton observed it,
Where?
but
Come
he
on, that's
was
not an experiment.
Newton's
Eh?
issue.
You know that's not.
Well, Newton's
Like,
issue is he
you
didn't
know
have
that's
the
not an experiment.
experimental. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry, no, I was just saying you never like an apple falling. That's not an experiment. Eh? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Sorry.
Well, Newton
Well,
also
as I
did
said,
do
that's not an
controlled
experiment.
falling tests. The apple thing is mostly apocryphal.
Well, so he isolated the cause and manipulated it. Like so.
Yes,
Like,
Newton did prove. Yes, Newton did prove. Yeah.
Sorry.
What about what about the acceleration? Like, how do you explain an apple falling like twice the speed after each meter?
We don't. You try to, and then we take you apart.
The way it's explained is it's a force that acts constantly. It's not a force that acts just the second you drop it. Every second, and indeed every second that you're holding the object. That's why it has weight. That's why when you pick
No,
something
I'm
up, it
asking the
feels
flat
heavy.
earthers. I'm asking the flat earthers. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, but
Oh
wait,
yeah, you're trying to back us into a claim because yours failed. Yeah, well that's why
we
we didn't
don't.
make one.
Well,
We
I
don't
don't
need
think
to
my claim
replace.
failed.
Oh, but where did
It
Cavendish?
did fail.
What? Well, if Cavendish is an experiment in air quotes, right? You've not got an IV that's like correct. You've not got a hypothesis. What is it based on? I mean, what falls in the Cavendish?
Well, we could ignore the whole warping a space-time thing. Let's forget that. Let's just
Of
say
course.
two masses attract each other, which the
Same
Cavendish
Yeah,
experiment does
where did you
prove.
prove this? Well, no, it doesn't, because you've not got a hypothesis, you've not got an observation, you've not got an IV. What falls in Cavendish?
So what else could cause those two
What
things to move
falls?
towards each other?
What falls in Cavendish?
Well, what is the cause of those two objects
Right, so
wanting
you're
to
not
get
going to answer the
closer?
question. We don't need to give you a story for to replace the story that you can't prove. Like, just because you can't prove something, that doesn't mean we have to disprove
I
it.
don't. What are you
Like,
saying?
we're asking you for a scientific experiment that isolates gravity,
Yeah, this was done in a vacuum
manipulates
chamber.
it,
It was
so it
done
causes change. Evie, the
like
deep
the experiment was so sensitive that the guy himself had to
What?
sit like half a mile away and look at the experiment through a telescope to make sure that just like his
a
own
telescope.
body heat
Yeah.
wasn't disturbing it.
And,
It was a very
right.
sensitive
And
experiment.
it was it. Yeah, I know, but it was in a shed. There was no like climate control.
No, it was
Like a long
climate
time ago.
controlled.
It was
It
in the
was
middle of
pressure
summer. It wasn't
controlled.
it?
It was
Wasn't it? It was in a. Wasn't it? It was in a shed.
well. The cool
And he was,
thing about this
as you
experiment
said,
is
he's looking through a telescope. But
well, the cool
again, he's not
thing.
isolating the IV, the cause, which is gravity. He never saw anything falling. Oh, if he did see the apple falling, oh, that was Newton. Sorry. If things falling down as
Well,
your
what else would
like what
cause it?
you're claiming as your effect, but it doesn't matter. We don't need to provide this.
Well,
Like we don't
we
know.
could
We're not making
provide
a
a
claim
few
that
things, right? We believe in cause and effect, right? So if something moves, a
we
force
don't.
caused it, right?
We don't have to believe stuff. That's the thing. We don't make claims. We don't believe stuff.
So we don't
So
believe in
if
cause and
we're
effect?
so if we're trying to
No, do you
explain
have
a
to believe in
phenomena,
cause and effect?
wait, if we're trying to
I
explain
mean,
how a
generally.
phenomena, if we're trying to explain how a phenomena behaves, like what
Mm-hmm.
is the causal factors given X phenomena, whatever X phenomena might be, whether it's like a ball falling towards Earth, right? We're talking about gravity, right? We explain that via gravity, and we have certain mathematical precepts to explain how gravity works. And
What we're asking for.
so on a flat Earth, how can you tell me how a ball falls towards the ground?
We don't have to,
Absent
bro. And the thing is, not everything falls to the ground. So if mass attracts mass, why does the mass of the Earth not attract helium?
It
Think
does.
about it, a helium balloon. Well, if I let go of a
Because
helium
the
balloon, it goes up.
concentration of helium is higher
Helium,
the closer you get to Earth's surface.
yeah, helium just
That's a nice
happens
claim.
to be helium just happens
Yeah,
to
it's like
be
you could fly a plane and verify this.
right.
Oh, things rise and fall dependent on their relative density. That's what we can manipulate, at least.
Yeah, but
Like just with
why
the
does
egg.
the
Just
density do that? Because
no, we
density
don't.
doesn't care about anything really. Why would
No,
it
why
move
do
one direction?
why
got a
does
claim about
gravity
why it does?
care? Sorry, on you go, heretic son.
Why does
Well, you
gravity
got
care? That's a very deep question that I hope somebody can answer soon. But it just seems to be what it does. It attracts things.
No,
You got a claim
that's
about.
not what we
Oh, sorry.
say.
I'm just gonna let you go
Sorry,
ahead,
sorry,
Spike. Forget
bro.
it.
No, on you go, bro. Sorry, I thought you'd fucking give up there, and then I just jumped back in. No, on you go,
Yeah,
heretic, bro.
it's okay.
On you go, mate.
Well, the moment's gone.
Right, but anyway,
I mean,
we don't see mass attracting mass in reality. We just don't see it. And if you're
Yes, we
claiming that it
do.
does happen, if you claim it does happen, we need a scientific experiment specifically following the scientific method. You
well,
see,
I mean,
you see
Yeah, the Cavendish
Newton,
experiment has been repeated many times, much more
and
accurately than it was originally done, and it continues to
do you,
come to the same conclusion that the only force
do you
that
know
seems to be responsible for the attraction is gravity.
do you know that Cavendish wasn't trying to actually verify gravity? You know what
He was
doing?
just trying to verify that two masses attracted
No,
each other.
he wasn't. He was trying to weigh the world. That's on his paperwork. He was trying to weigh the world.
Yes, because there was an idea that the world was an independent object that had its own force that attracted things to it. Because Newton figured that out a long time before Cavendish.
How? Because he saw an apple falling.
Well, here's the way
That's
Newton
not an
looked at it.
experiment. That's just
We'll look at
an
it from
effect.
Newton's point of view. We'll look at it from Newton's point of view, right? Newton was a mechanical physicist, right? He dealt in the world of mechanics, and in mechanics, a cause precedes an event. So if you're going to have an event like an apple falling, there needs to be a cause for it. And people had known for a long time that things don't just fall to the earth; they get faster as they fall to the earth. I think what was his name? Da Vinci figured that out, and then other philosophers figured that out independently, right? They figured out that things. So Newton's thought was, if something's going to move faster, there has to be something pushing it to move faster over time. Therefore, there has to be a force between the apple and the earth that causes the apple over time to move faster towards the earth. It just makes, if you believe in cause and effect.
Where is this verified by scientific experiment? You keep saying Cavendish. Look, an experiment is you see something in reality, a naturally occurring phenomena, your hypothesis is based on that, you construct your apparatus to mimic whatever naturally occurring phenomena you've got that your hypothesis is based on. You
Sure, can I give you another experiment?
Hold it. So you're obviously not listening to what I'm saying. You see something, form your hypothesis, construct your whatever your apparatus is, you isolate your cause, you manipulate it, and it will change your DV if what you're saying is correct.
Okay, so here's a good example that proves both gravity and.
Wait a minute. So is that not correct? What I just said to you? How you construct an
Sure,
experiment?
yeah, I can isolate those variables for you.
Where is Cavendish even related to what I said?
Well,
What was seen?
all he did was prove that two masses attract each other. That's all he proved.
But not by gravity. He never isolated gravity.
Well, whatever that force is, we can call it whatever we want. We know that it is.
But again, what happened? Where's the natural occurring phenomena in Cavendish? That would be your DV, your effect. Where is that?
The mass of the weight placed next to the mass on the pendulum.
But wait, hold it. You need to, before you even start claiming shit happened in the experiment, at the start, you've not got any of that. You've got a naturally occurring phenomena. That's what you've got to start with. You've not got anything that happened in any experiment.
So let's take for example, if I may.
What's the hypothesis in Cavendish?
Sure.
Tell me.
The hypothesis. Sure. So the hypothesis with the Cavendish experiment is that you put two masses next to each other, they will be drawn to each other.
Where is this seen in reality?
That's just the hypothesis. Okay, we have to start with that. A hypothesis doesn't necessarily have to be grounded in reality, right?
Of course it does. For natural science. In natural science, of course it does.
Hypothesis, not just a made-up hypothesis in your mind.
It can be informed, right? Like we want to make sure we're talking about what we're talking about, but in general, a hypothesis is just a guess, right?
But
so the hypothesis,
scientifically valid one, not just a made-up one in your mind.
Well, at the time, there was many people who thought that two masses attracted each other.
Who ever thought this?
Newtonian physicists thought that.
Newtonian physicists, plural.
Yeah.
So where did they verify this?
In the maths, Newton was very much about the maths.
Right. So where did they?
His proof is in the accuracy of his equations.
So equations? That's not science, eh? That's abstract fucking nonsense mathematical equation.
There are terms in Newton's equations that require physical measurement. Yeah.
We're asking you right now, what experiment did Newton do to prove mass attracts mass? All he done, according to history, was saw an apple fall, and that's just an effect.
It's the same thing
the
I asked like 10
acceleration of
minutes ago,
mass.
and like you said up front, yeah, we can do that experiment. That's been done, and we're
The
just still going around and
the
around.
experiment that Newton did was to establish that there's a force that is pointing downwards and at a certain speed. He was not precise,
Yes.
and we didn't
Okay.
get the number g or the value of the number g for a while.
Okay.
But he
Okay.
established that the
He
fact
did the
there's a force.
experiment that established there's a force pulling things down. Great. What is the hypothesis from Newton? I'll take you off mute so you can tell us.
Newton's
It's not
hypothesis
the
was that all
hypothesis. There's a
masses
force
do that.
pointing down to the Earth.
Holy. Okay.
Well, no,
there's a
Newton
force
believed all
pointing down.
masses do that. That was his
Hypo-
hypothesis.
Guys,
A hypothesis is an if-then testable statement. It's a cause and effect supposition about how this causes that. So what would that have been from Newton for gravity?
If all masses attract each other, then Newton's laws of gravitation would be consistent for all bodies of mass.
Laws. There's no law for gravity,
There
though, is
was
there?
one case where he was wrong, but Einstein ended up making it a lot better, and he's
Okay,
right.
so
Yeah.
So what is the observed phenomenon? Because you said consistent in all
The
bodies
motion
of
of the
mass. You made it kind
planets.
of broad. So what?
That was
The
Newton's
motion
big
of the
claim to
planets.
fame was the motion of the planets.
Right. Okay, so that's not actually testable with the scientific method because you can't directly manipulate the cause of what the lights in the sky are doing.
So
Hold your
I don't
horses,
know. If
whoever's
an
getting
equation
triggered
can tell
in the
me.
middle of what I'm saying.
Let me
Yeah,
ask you
no.
something real quick.
I-
So like when you
No, I'm in the middle of
observe
talking. Hold on, dude. When you grow up and learn how to wait for people to speak in turn and stuff like that, then you can ask a question. Hopefully that'll happen sometime today. I can't remember what I was saying now, thanks to that guy. Oh yeah, you can't test the motions of the things in the sky directly. There's no independent variable you can manipulate to produce any kind of an effect up there. All you can really do is speculate. So you can't apply
In Newton's
science
time, yeah,
or a
you're right.
hypothesis.
You can use
to that.
optics to observe celestial bodies. Optics are just an
Yeah, you
enhancement
can
for your
interpret-
physical eyes.
Observing
You
alone
can
is not
interpret what you see,
scientific.
but what I'm you can
Observing is scientific.
interpret what you
No.
see, but what I'm saying is you can't actually do a scientific test on it.
Well, Newton
Doing
did
science is
design.
observing things.
Well,
Not
Newton
solely.
did design scientific experiments that you could isolate those variables if you wanted to, but he admitted in his time that they did not have the means necessary to perform those tests. But then when
but do you
Cavendish
know-
came along, when Cavendish came
Hold
along,
on,
and then
wait.
especially when Einstein and all the physicists associated with him came along, they actually did have the instruments sensitive enough to detect that kind of stuff, and they found that yes, in a lot of ways, what Newton was saying about two masses attracting each other was accurate. So not in Newton's time, the test couldn't be performed.
Right, so
Since then, the test
there's no
has been
experiment from
performed
Newton,
so
is
many
there?
times.
Yeah, but Newton's claim that an apple fell and the mass of the Earth attracted the smaller mass of the apple, that's not been backed by experiment. There's never
That
been an
wasn't his
experiment.
claim.
He says that the mass of the Earth attracted that apple. That's what I got told in school anyway.
Yes, that's an apocryphal tale that probably never even happened. Newton himself never wrote about an apple falling to the earth and him that. No, that's not what happened.
what he did
You
write
know,
about that.
you know
besides-
that Newton
Oh,
wrote
go ahead,
that he didn't. Sorry, on you go, Crip, pal. I'm just going to dig up that citation if that's what you're talking about.
Well,
that's
what
where
he
I was going.
said, what Newton said, is that two
We've got
masses
what he said.
attract each other, much like, and really, you could use the analogy the apple and the earth. He did speak about that analogy, but that's not what he used to prove it.
So what did he use?
He was a mathematician first and foremost, so he used the.
Right, so what did he use?
You could call it the
scientifically, I'm asking.
immaculate accuracy of his maths to prove that they're right, like something
So-
so accurate,
So he never actually done any experiment to verify.
Well, no, he did. He also
Did it-
designed experiments that he couldn't do himself, but hundreds of years later were performed and agreed with him.
Interesting.
Yeah, where do you
why
think the
guys,
Cavendish
Is she
experiment
breaking up
came
for everyone
from?
else?
Why are you guys parroting Newton's gravity when that was superseded like over 100 years ago?
It was, but it's still accurate in a lot of ways. Like, if you want to get to the moon, you can use Newtonian physics. It can get you there.
If you want to go to Narnia, you can use fantasy idea.
How is that an argument? It's just
It's not an
mockery.
argument. It's
You
just
guys are doing the same
This guy
thing
doesn't
that you're
believe in
accusing
space, so he
the
can't use the
globe.
argument that going to space works, bro.
I'm saying you can. I'm giving you the promise. I'll even go on the ship with you.
Christine, sorry, it was all breaking up for me, so I had to jump out. I've got a part, supposedly Newton's diary. I'll post it in the text chat. I've also just pinged your name as well. Now, he backed away from his supposed claim that mass attracted mass. It's telling me this.
Well, he went back
Unknown
and
message
forth
for
for a
some reason.
while,
It's
but
not in
his
the post.
ultimate throughout his life, he went back and forth with different hypotheses, but he eventually centered on the idea that mass
Yeah,
attracts
this is
mass.
supposedly close to the
You gotta get up to date to the correct pseudoscience. Newton's pseudoscience, it's been debunked.
It does not matter what he thought. We have like scientific advancements since then. There's been 300 years.
Yeah, and still no natural phenomena.
Yeah, it's just. I think even if you start with Newtonian physics, the idea that mass attracts mass, a flat Earth doesn't make sense.
Oh.
And Newtonian physics, at least to me, is very easy to prove.
Yet doesn't follow the scientific method, so how does it make sense on a globe then?
What is the scientific method to you?
So the scientific method behind the Cavendish experiment is that mass attracts mass. So they controlled for all variables. They controlled for temperature gradient. They controlled for pressure gradients. They controlled for wind forces. They controlled for differences, possibly in the gravity of the Earth itself. They considered magnetic influences. They considered electrical influences, and this study has been repeated with more and more accurate devices over time.
That's
And
uncontrolled.
it keeps saying
That's
Exactly.
uncontrolled experiment. Sure, that's fine. But where's
So
the
the Earth is
natural
not flat.
phenomena observed at first hand?
Well, what's interesting is the more accurate these experiments are,
you
the
go
more
ahead, yeah.
accurate Newton's
I need to go to the
equations
toilet.
are.
What?
Well, because the Cavendish experiment originally was
Did you
meant
see
to test
what-
the gravitational constant, right?
this
The
guy
thing,
talking?
the big G in Newton's equations. And I think big G also shows up in general relativity. And
is
the more
everybody
accurate
else-
the test is, the more accurate the equations are.
Okay, I got a
So
question.
did you give us it was breaking up for me. Did you actually give an experiment that Newton done to prove mass attracting mass? Because I had to cut off. It was robot.
I'm giving you the tests with the most controls and the most squarely centered hypothesis. What do you mean by experiment?
Post it. Like what I told you,
Do you believe
specifically
the Earth is
observe,
flat, or do you think
observe
it's
hypothesis.
like round? What is
Well,
your
I'm just-
opinion?
If you listen to
the
everybody
flat
and join
world?
in the conversation, bro, you'll be able to work out who believes and who doesn't believe in the globe. Well, anyway, Christine, this was I suppose a letter, or it was something to do with it was getting sent to someone else. I just posted the excerpt from it in the text chat, saying that he does not want innate gravity to be ascribed to him. That one body should
I'm
not
sorry,
act
what?
on another. If you take a look in the text chat, I'm not sure who it was meant to be sent to someone. I can't remember, but it's an excerpt from Newton who wrote that, saying that he did not want anything to do with gravity. That just innate matter would attract to other matter. He's asking for it.
Then
not
why
to be
did his
ascribed.
theory assert that mass attracts mass?
Where's that verified in reality?
Cavendish experiment.
You can
Yeah,
run
it
the
was
you can run his
Cavendish,
equations on stuff, and they
listen.
predict things pretty well.
Well, we're not asking you for predictions. We're asking you for a scientific experiment, observation hypothesis.
That would be an experiment.
Listen, man.
Checking the
observation-
mass would be an experiment.
Listen, observation hypothesis. Your construction of
Right.
whatever your
So if
apparatus
I
is.
make
Do
it
you
impossible
have
for
one?
any
Do
sure,
you
so if I
have
make
one?
it so if I make it impossible for any other force, air pressure, temperature,
Gravity is not a
pushing it.
force.
Okay, if it's not a force, then what's causing those two things to get
Who
closer to
cares?
each other?
Who cares? We don't need to answer that again. And I'm asking you repeatedly.
don't
Can you
need to?
please provide? No, we don't. We don't need to fill in the story that you can't verify. We
I'm
don't need
not
to
saying we
disprove it.
do.
Right,
That's
so I'm
not the
asking you for
point.
a scientific experiment for mass attracts mass.
Yes, and I'm trying to give it to you. What
No.
experiment would prove to you that nothing other than gravity
So,
is causing two masses to
so,
attract each other?
so I have to give you an experiment that disproves your
I
unproven
mean,
claim.
all the
So can
ones I
you,
could come up with
Christine,
have been done.
Christine, can you,
Big face,
which
you
one?
got roasted
Can you,
yesterday as well by like 7 people about making fake claims, and now you're doing it again.
about
What's your
what?
point?
Who's making a claim? I've never made a fucking claim.
You're making a claim the Earth is flat. That's a claim.
No, I'm not. Where did you hear me say that? There's
Yesterday.
topography, so that I've never said the Earth is flat without any
But to
kind
be
of
honest, you say
caveat.
that the Earth is motionless, so that
Well,
is
yeah.
something.
Oh,
Well,
it's the same guy from yesterday. Thanks for confirming
that's
it.
the base. That's the base axiom that we all experience is the Earth is freaking motionless. That's what everybody is
Yeah,
experiencing.
that's just relativity. You're right. Yeah,
No,
that's
you know,
what
that's
relativity says.
a
Yeah.
word. That's a word. We're talking about reality. So if you got an experiment that follows the scientific method that verifies mass attracts mass.
Yes.
What?
Don't
Newton never done any experiments that we can even fucking think about. Like there's no any
He
like
did.
no
Yes,
globers.
he did. He dropped objects in vacuum chambers to
That's an
measure the
effect.
gravitational constant of Earth.
That's an effect. Things falling, and it wasn't the gravitational constant. Newton
It's
was
called
just
physics.
looking at it.
It's the basics
He's
of our
saying that
world. Learn
he's
physics,
saying that
please.
Then
So
what's
he's
the
saying that he
plot?
doesn't even want that.
Where's the curvature
He's
at?
saying he
Where's the
doesn't want
movement of
gravity
the
ascribed
thing
to
on your
him.
feet?
What freaks me out is you said we don't need to know what causes it. The
No, we
only
don't.
time in my life I've been involved in groups that say you don't need to know how something works is groups trying to sell me
What?
something.
Who said that? You're just fucking making
You
up.
did. Those words literally came out your mouth.
To be
You
fair,
said
lecturers
you've
tend
not
to make
proven
up
it.
stuff all the time. It's kind of funny.
Listen, bro, you're gonna get muted if you start fucking lying. Simple as that.
It happened yesterday.
I don't
It
make
was funny as
claims.
hell.
You
You ran
just
away,
said it.
actually.
What claim did I make yesterday?
That the Earth is flat. It was funny as hell.
No, I never. I says there's topography,
Yes, you
there's
did.
hills, mountains, and valleys.
Yes, you did. And then
Bro,
you did all this other perspective of your eyes and how it works. It was funny as hell.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. Oh, it's really funny, man.
If it's
Hilarious.
If
I
it's
also think
funny,
this guy is
you're going to
probably
be able to
drunk,
control
but
yourself
whatever.
because you like it. I predict you will not be able to control yourself. You will spurg out, get muted, and then
Aye.
claim victim.
Aye, that's what I just done. I just muted him so he can go and run away and tell, the
Yeah.
flat earthers muted me.
No, you're
because I was right.
just drunk, bro. You know you're drunk.
I'm drunk.
Yeah.
What the fuck are you talking about? I barely drink. Barely.
Barely.
Like, sometimes in the sun. Sometimes in the sun I'll
Barely
go
for
and have a
somebody of
joint.
your accent.
He's Scottish, not drunk. There's a difference.
Aye, I know. So
No,
now
there
you're
is a
going back
difference.
to
There's a
Is that
So now
the
you've
best
got
thing
ad
you've
hom
got?
attacks.
Is that the best thing
Can
you've
I
got?
ask,
Was
if the
saying
Earth
that
is
he's
if the
drunk,
Earth
that you're
isn't
proving now?
curved, then why is there a shadow of a curvature on the moon?
What, during a lunar eclipse?
No, I'm asking when I look at the moon, right? The curve of the Earth is reflected, correct?
Oh shit!
What? Where?
He's
Where
talking
the fuck
about
is
lunar
it?
phases.
Oh no.
Why is
Dude,
that?
you don't know the model. That's not.
I mean, I'm
lunar
asking the question. I'm not here to argue. I'm just asking.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. You're asking the wrong question. Okay.
Well, how am I supposed to know? And do you want me to just not talk and not ask it?
No, I'm letting you know that you're probably not going to understand this because you're starting from a place of a lack of understanding.
I mean, at least try and make me understand then.
Okay.
He's going to explain it.
Yeah, in the heliocentric model, moon phases are caused by the moon casting a shadow upon itself. No, like dead serious. Go look it up.
I don't think that's a heliocentric model at all, dude.
Yeah, I
Go
agree.
look it
I
up.
don't think that's a
You got
heliocentric
It
model.
is. It is.
You got
Fred is right. You guys
got
do not know your
Can you
religion.
show us
Let
where
him
you
help
got
you.
this from?
Google it.
Well, what do you mean Google it? You made the claim.
Google how are the phases caused?
So there are
there's a
two
lot
types
of
of eclipses: solar
misconceptions.
eclipse and lunar eclipse.
What? So what about the
He was talking
lunar
about
eclipse?
lunar phases, the phases of the moon.
No, he was talking about the eclipse.
No, he's
No,
talking about the
it's
lunar phases.
Phases. But we can jump to the lunar eclipse.
No,
Can
no,
you
sorry,
have
I
one
was
in the
talking. No,
daytime?
my apologies. I meant the lunar eclipse. My apologies.
Right then, so can we have a lunar eclipse in the daytime?
Say it again, sorry?
Can we have a lunar eclipse in the daytime?
Depending on, so if you're in a country where there's a lunar eclipse, can you have a lunar eclipse in the daytime?
In the daytime, when it's daylight, can you have the sun and moon above the horizon at the same time during a lunar eclipse?
I don't know, bro.
I mean, it's a yes or no, and you do know. It's quite simple question.
It is possible to have the sun and the moon. Yes, correct. It's called a
Above
solar
the
eclipse
horizon.
when the moon is between the sun and the earth.
It's a lunar eclipse, bro.
It's called
The
the
sun,
selenium eclipse, where the sun and the moon are both above the horizon. So the thing that you're saying, the Earth causing the shadow on the moon, blocking the sunlight. That's what your claim is. Is not the sun and the moon are above the horizon, and the
destroyed,
shadow
debunked.
is coming from the top of the moon. They call it the impossible eclipse because it will be impossible on the globe because the globe is not reality.
For good reason.
So there are two types of eclipse: the lunar
Nah.
and the solar.
Yeah,
The
but the
lunar is when
selenium, bro, we know what the lunar eclipse is. We've just explained to you that the impossible eclipse that we've just explained
I
is
don't know what you
possible.
mean by that.
But, well, what happens is during the lunar eclipse, the sun, then the earth, then the moon need to be in alignment, a syzygy, for the shadow to be cast upwards to the lunar surface. If the moon and sun are above the horizon during the lunar eclipse, it's obviously not the earth that's casting a shadow upwards, is it?
So I just
Is that
want to
yes
make.
or no? Is that yes or
I don't
no
know what you're
question?
asking me. Like I'm
What
trying
do
to
you mean?
clarify.
Is between the Earth is between the sun and the moon
He
in a
actually said
lunar eclipse.
no.
If
He knows full well.
the Earth is between the sun and the moon, sure, that's the lunar one.
Yes,
So
and that
how
also
can we
proves
have...
that perfect circular shadow proves it's around Earth, right?
Take a look at the clip that Nice Flat Earther just posted. Press play. It's a very short clip. It's on my YouTube channel as well. A lunar eclipse in the daytime destroying the model.
Who said it destroyed the model, by the way?
Pardon? Say that again, bruv.
I can't talk a lot, but who said it destroyed the model? Is it you that's saying that, or the scientist?
But it's called the impossible eclipse for good reason. The only answer anybody's got just for the actual bodies being above the horizon is refraction. They're claiming that instead of the Earth being under us and in alignment with the three bodies, the syzygy is happening, they're actually saying the sun is refracted up from underneath your feet to above the horizon. But I'll give you that, mate. But how can the shadow, supposed shadow, how can that travel
Here's
from
the
the top
website that
down?
explains it. I posted a link.
You literally never even let me finish
Doesn't
that
explain
sentence. You're not listening, You're just fucking talking.
They explain how you'd see them both at the same time, but don't explain why it's also upside down. They just brush over that
The
part.
shadow.
It is explained
shadow's
literally in the
inverted.
link I posted.
Not everyone knows.
Tell us how
they
the
don't.
shadow.
They can't explain it. That's why they call it the impossible
It is
eclipse.
explained in the link I posted.
No,
He just explained it.
How? Tell us how
The
it's explained.
They explain
Selenelian
why
eclipse.
it's happening.
Tell us how
It's
it's
not an
explained.
optical illusion, so go ahead with your explanation now, but you can't say it's an optical illusion.
Why can we not say that?
Please tell us. You're making a claim. This paper tells you how the impossible eclipse is possible. So tell us.
I mean, do you want me to read verbatim from the website?
I want you. You
Yeah,
says
do
it
it. Fuck
claims
it, let's
it
do
and
it.
it proves
Let's do
it.
it.
So just articulate the proof.
How a
If you know,
Selenelian... Sorry.
No, read it out. Go ahead.
How a
you don't
Selenelian
have to read
eclipse
it, bro.
works.
We're not wanting to have.
Dude, he's
You're
trying to
saying
get,
that it
we're
claims
trying to
it's
get
just-
progression in the
we don't need
conversation.
to
You may
read-
as well.
You don't need to sit and read the whole fucking thing, bro. If he's saying it proves it, then you can articulate it in a couple of sentences.
Okay, articulate it in a couple
I
sentences.
just got familiarized with the concept, did a quick Google search, read
so-
it, and said this
So we're
explains it.
debating with Google.
Well, I'm sorry,
So
you
you'll
also
know.
rely
You
on
won't even have to
Google.
look at the paper. Right, go for it, bro. Go for it. Read out the proof you're googling.
It says a Selenelian, Jesus Christ, Selenelian seems impossible. How can you see the sun and the moon at the same time when they have to be on the exact opposite sides of the Earth during a lunar eclipse? The answer is atmospheric refraction makes both the sun and moon
Right.
appear higher in the sky than they really are, geometrically speaking.
Well, that seems fair.
No, you didn't explain
Right, so
why the
where's-
shadow is also upside down. There's two
What
Take a look in
shadow?
the text chat.
It says you always see
Take
this.
a look in the text
Refraction.
chat and you'll see. Oh, bro, take a look in the text chat. It's uploading just now. You'll see what we're talking about, man.
There's
Jesus
not one
Christ.
problem. There's two problems, and neither one of them have an explanation. You can try
Here,
to
this
hand
is the
wave it.
this is extracted from the article.
Right, but bro, how come the shadow's inverted and it travels from the top down, like I just showed you in the GIF?
Why can't it be inverted?
Why the
Draw
fuck
it out.
upside down?
So we're getting an answer, no?
But why can't it be inverted?
Oh my god, just geometrically inverted. It should be the opposite way. Think about the bodies. Think about the fucking alignment that it should be happening.
The original claim that you have about the lunar eclipse is a geometrical claim. You know, the geometric of the globe, the geometric of the moon, the Earth being in the way and casting the shadow on the moon, right? And now, in reality, when you do the observation, you see that the geometrical claim it's not there. You see the sun and the moon both above the horizon, above the thing that you're saying and claiming that is causing the lunar eclipse,
You say it's atmospheric refraction.
Yeah, an optical illusion, right? So that's what you thought
Shadows
about
don't refract.
Atmospheric refraction is not
illusion.
necessarily
So
optical
what
illusion,
if it is an optical illusion?
No, shadows don't refract.
And even if it is, so what?
Listen, the shadow is coming from the top, from the top of the moon, and you're saying
I don't
that
understand what you mean by this.
Okay, so the shadow, you're saying that the ground is under your feet.
I've
The sun is
already
above the
posted the
horizon.
GIF in
The
the
moon
text
is
chat.
above the horizon, and the shadow is coming from the top of the moon. They call it the impossible eclipse because it's impossible, like the
No,
claim of the globe.
I don't think it's impossible if it
Yes.
happens.
So tell us
It
how the
happens in
shadow. But
reality.
it's
It
impossible
debunks your
according to your
claim.
model.
It does not debunk anything.
It's impossible.
So tell us how the
The fact
shadow
that
travels upside down.
the fact that we have an atmosphere which refracts like images, right?
That still doesn't
Of
give it why it's
Shadows don't
upside down.
refract, bro.
of objects, of
Shadows
celestial
don't
objects.
refract, bro. The shadows refract.
But I don't know about the
How
shadow.
do
I don't know
shadows
what you
refract?
even mean about
Right.
shadows.
See, the
Hey, hold
problem,
on.
Mate, I've put it in the text chat twice. It's in the text chat. Use your eyes. Look at
He
it.
doesn't
Stop being
know
pure
even what the
ignorant.
claim
You're
is.
just arguing. You're not even
Listen.
looking at what's being
Hey, he
shared, but
doesn't
you're
know
just
his
fucking
position
arguing.
is.
Hold on a second. He is saying that while watching the moon, okay, it's dark out. Now, while watching the moon, now it's starting to get light out. Somewhere during that time, that moon becomes an optical illusion. It didn't start off as an optical illusion, but it turned into one, and then now everything's just an illusion. Is that true, sir?
No.
So how come the shadows inverted then?
So I just found an answer to that. I'm going to post it in the chat now.
It even gives you a
you didn't
little
find
demonstration
anything.
with somebody where there's a guy with a UV light at the end of that GIF that shows you the problem with the shadow and where the shadow should be and the way the shadow should fucking travel.
You
It's
won't
quite
find
simple, man.
you won't find anything because the experts in the globe say they can't explain it, and they labeled it the impossible eclipse. It's
You're just talking with
beyond.
emotion, bro. I'll post it in the chat. You can just for yourself. Here you go.
Yeah, they don't know the experts. So if you think you've got an
Okay, man. I'm going to
explanation,
post
go
something
tell
and let's
them.
see. I mean, like, why? Let's just read it together. What's a?
You'll be in line for a Nobel Prize if you prove this.
I just asked ChatGPT, see what it came up with.
Grace has been arguing it for weeks.
Worse then. So I guess we're not going to use that.
I mean, we may as well read it and disprove it if it's not true, right?
So you just disprove a bot?
ChatGPT is doing the thinking for
I'm
you.
not sitting on a side. I'm questioning. That's all.
Hopefully.
ChatGPT is doing all the thinking for you. Good job, dude.
Sure. I don't know this topic well. I'm trying to understand.
So
You guys are not here to educate. You guys are just here to get like internet W's.
What W are we getting?
Not you. The other people, the flat earth people.
Okay.
They're not here. They're here to dunk on people. They're not here to educate, to
I'm
help
not,
people.
yeah, I agree, but I'm actually not saying ChatGPT is correct. I'm asking, are these, even if it's ChatGPT, is it wrong? Like, tell me which part's wrong.
So what does it say?
I put it in the chat.
So I'm not in the chat, but you could say.
Yeah, I put it in the chat.
I mean, but you could say I wasn't in the chat. That's what I'm saying. Can you not articulate evidence you're claiming? Like people like to just Google stuff and
I'm
say it's
just
in the
providing
chat.
another perspective. That's all I'm doing.
I know, but if you think it's an answer, like
I
the
don't
other
know
guy,
if it's an answer.
I
don't know if it is. That's the question. I'm not being belligerent. I'm actually trying to understand who's right here.
So where does it tell you how the shadow?
I think the first one. I think the first evidence is due to atmospheric refraction. The sun appears slightly higher than its actual geometric position, similarly the moon when setting, rising. So that doesn't explain the inversion at all. Let's see the second point.
Ask it why it's inverted then.
No, that's literally what I asked. That's literally what I asked. Why in a selenial eclipse does it seem like the shadow's inverted? That's what I asked.
I gave you bullshit.
What's the answer? What's the answer?
I don't. I'm reading it out now. So the second point was Earth's shadow in the atmosphere. The Earth's shadow, which is being cast into space onto the moon, is a cone extending away from the sun. If you could fly above the Earth during a lunar eclipse and look down towards the shadowed Earth, you'll see a conical shadow projecting into space. The top of this cone touches the Earth, and it's larger than the Earth due to the size of the sun. This is the penumbra. The narrower, more central part of the cone, where the sun's light is fully blocked by the Earth, is the umbra. So it's saying it's got a conical shadow instead. And the third point is observer's horizon is not the same as the Earth's shadow axis.
But
For
why
someone
would it be a
standing on the
conical
Earth's
shadow?
surface during a Selenelian eclipse, their local horizon doesn't line up with the axis of the Earth's shadow. Instead, when they look toward the setting moon, they're looking diagonally across up into the cone of the Earth's shadow in the sky, meaning that the top of the moon aligns with the higher outer part of the shadow cone, and the bottom of the moon aligns with the deeper central part. As a result, the moon's lower portion enters the Earth umbras first, leading to the appearance of an inverted shadow.
Oh man, this is torture.
Why is that torture? They said there's a phenomenon which causes the atmospheric refraction, which causes a conical shadow, and the conical shadow leads to the illusion of it.
Bro,
Marco, I'm gonna need a illustration for that.
See, if we wanted to argue with ChatGPT, we could have just sat in the house and argued with ChatGPT.
Dude, why are you upset that we're trying to discuss? I don't get it. Like, I'm trying to understand.
But
you can't think for yourself, so you use a bot.
How could I think for myself? I'm not that arrogant to think I know the answers of fucking inverted shadows on the moon, dude.
No,
this
is why we're here.
Not that you
we're here to discuss. We're trying to get to the bottom of it. No,
that's what I'm trying to do.
So you fucking got by going to ChatGPT, you think they're going
What's
to
wrong with
tell you
ChatGPT? It's just a repository of data. What's the big issue?
What? And you think you've just asked it a direct question, and did it give you a direct answer?
Yes.
Here.
What? Wait, what?
I just gave you the answer.
These are the pictures that relate to specifically solar eclipses.
And then Imperatus just gave an animation of the answer. So we gave you an answer and an animation. You guys still have nothing.
What did you give us?
I still haven't talked about why.
I mean, you can ignore the chat. We gave you a written answer and an animation. So what? And now you're just saying, "Oh, it's cartoon and ChatGPT." We don't believe it. I mean, okay, but we're giving you an answer. You gave us some shitty video with some guy explaining it and a GIF. What's the difference?
A shitty video, an observation is something in reality. Versus
dude, you gave us a GIF and said, "Look."
No, there was a fucking video posted before it, you clown.
Dude. We gave you an animation
is you guys
and a written
never heard of
response.
this before.
I'm
You've never even heard of it, and now you're an expert.
You guys don't want to discuss. Just don't pretend you want to discuss. Then you don't want to discuss.
No,
you just
off, bro. We know what.
There you go. Easy.
Wait, if we wanted to sit with ChatGPT, would we come here to speak to live people, or would we just talk to a fucking AI robot?
Is this a discussion or not? If it's not, then just tell us.
Man. Bro, there's a guy, Drace, in our server. He's a moderator, a fucking highly intelligent dude, and he's been arguing with ChatGPT, and he's fucking cornered it so many fucking times. It's a joke.
What are you talking about?
ChatGPT.
I don't doubt that ChatGPT. I don't doubt that for a second.
Stop talking over me, bro. Will you stop talking over me when I'm fucking replying to you? Jesus Christ, man.
Okay.
All you want to do is fucking rant about nonsense for fucking like reinforcing your belief system, man. Eh? We're trying to fucking find a consensus on where we live, yeah.
Are you done?
What do you mean, am I done? I'm going to mute you just for your cheek.
Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
Wow.
Of course, man.
Amazing fair debate here.
Mate, stop being an asshole, eh? Stop being a dick.
Let's
Yeah,
be
Not being an
honest.
asshole.
Let's be honest. You would
Well,
never.
you're being an asshole,
you
eh?
would never
Are you
think,
finished? You're saying, are you finished? Because you're not listening to what I'm saying. You're just waiting until I stop talking so you can reply. Not that you're fucking listening, man, eh?
Are you finished?
It's fucking... What do you mean, am I finished?
Would you ever expect a
Aye.
flat earther to use Chat GPT? But you believe in the flat Earth in a globe
I
Earth?
don't.
Chat GPT. It's kind of funny.
I don't believe
No,
in...
not you. I'm talking to the other guy.
No, he believes in a globe earth, huh? He believes
No. I agree with. I'm a glober as well, whatever you want to call it. But using Chat GPT is the funniest response I've ever heard in my life.
Oh man, that's what I'm saying. Grace,
By the way, ChatGPT is just a very sophisticated search tool.
Yeah, but using ChatGPT in a debate is like sourcing the problem
No, you're
is
just
like
using it as a search tool. It's like a Google search.
No,
basically.
it's
not
it's
just like
biased.
Google.
No,
It's
the
biased.
issue is you're supposed to use your brain and think these things out, not just Google something. Anytime you hear a key word,
We use a brain to Google. What do you mean? We have to form the query in our minds to get the information we want. We're
If you
using
think
our brains.
ChatGPT is a valid form of like argumentation, then I don't know.
No, you can use it as a tool to search for resources. That's what I'm saying.
Bro,
That's a valid thing to do.
Oh, wait,
that's not
what did its
that's not
sources?
what they're doing.
What
Bro,
did
it would be different if they were looking at it, forming their argumentation, then coming back to us with like a well thought out, articulated, like a
But the
good
guy was
fucking
not
solid.
even like convinced in any point. He was just searching for information. You guys, again,
Right.
instead of helping him,
well, no,
educating him, you guys like just
yeah,
mute him.
this meta
No, but
conversation's
he's
getting
got an
boring as
attitude,
shit.
He's
I mean,
just
he's got
like,
attitude after like you guys like cussed him out several
His
times.
whole
he's been
worldview is based
speaking
off
over everybody.
ChatGPT.
Sorry,
He's gonna need the only way he's gonna understand this if ChatGPT tells him the Earth is flat. That's his whole worldview.
What? It's a straw man.
It's like
I've had
it's finding the
ChatGPT
sources, right?
work
The sources
to
might
tell
be
me
wrong.
it's flat.
No, you ask for an explanation of some phenomena, right? Yeah, he used ChatGPT, which is Zoid were putting out. Right. By the way, who is a degree in this in AI, right? That is basically an advanced search engine. It finds
That you can use it as
potential.
one, not that it's an advanced search
The
engine.
sources might be wrong, but doesn't mean it's just because ChatGPT doesn't mean it's correct necessarily. It's like Wikipedia, but like on steroids, right? Like Google, but on like steroids, right? Like you can argue with the
Grace
facts.
has had
Yeah, you still have to dissect the information you acquire, though. You just go plainly go,
Yeah, sure,
"Oh,
you
this
can
is what it
challenge the
tells me it
information.
is, so it is true." Therefore, that doesn't
Is
make sense.
he roboting for everyone, or is it just me?
Who's roboting?
Who?
It's just you.
I think it's just you to speak. I don't hear any roboting. Anyway.
Yeah, I didn't hear anybody roboting.
The main problem here is the guy came in swinging hot, like somehow flat earthers explain the solar or the lunar phases if the Earth is flat. You're like, dude, you don't know what you're talking about. Okay,
Wait,
lunar
you haven't
phases.
shown that. He showed you explanations. He showed you sources.
Yeah, dude, you're already spurring out. After getting him to finally say, dude, you're not talking about lunar phases. You're trying to talk about lunar eclipses. He's like, oh yeah, my apologies, I fucked that up. Then you say, okay, well here we go. Then you say, so with the eclipses, have you looked at all the eclipses? He's like, yep, I'm an expert in that. I go, okay, sure. What's your explanation for the impossible eclipse? He's like, hold on. ChatGPT told me. See, this guy is just lost. He right from the very beginning, he was just like completely lost, had no argument, didn't even know what he was talking about, and then at the end just spurred out. He needs to listen.
You
Is what the
didn't
problem is.
spurg out at all. What are you talking about?
Are you done? Are you done? Are you done?
No, he's not listening.
He asked
Like a word that's getting said.
After the other guy did a pause and complained about being corrupted. He asked him, "Are you done?"
Nah. That's what I'm saying, but he's not listening to what's getting said. He's just waiting on people finishing talking so he can talk. That's no fucking like a civil, honest conversation, man.
I think he was responding to what you're saying.
He was being a dick, man.
Well, he can go respond to someone else then. He's not welcome.
I mean,
here.
a lot of flat earthers here are dicks, oftentimes.
To when? A couple of times that I've heard people like swearing or calling people fucking retard or what. I'm like, chill out with the names. There's no reason to start calling names.
Either way, we
No,
can
that
just
you're
like
listening
have
because
a
you're
civil
talking
discussion.
anyway. I'm still talking and you're just talking over me, just like what everybody else does. And then they go, "Are you done?" It's
I thought
being
you
an
paused.
asshole saying shit like that, man.
My apologies. I thought you paused.
Cool, man. Fuck. I mean, we're used to it. We don't take it personally, bro. Like, this is the nature of the beast. This is what happens, huh?
You just did take it personally.
When?
You just accused me of over talking you.
You did.
I mean, you accuse him of being like disrespectful. That's the
Yeah, like in an indignant way, you accused me of over talking
I
you.
was
Then you're
still
saying
talking, but bro, see, if I start talking, right, and I realise somebody's still talking, I'll stop. I'll give way to ensure they can finish their sentence. I don't just continue with my sentence, even though I hear them fucking coming through the speaker, sorry. And then
Well,
if everybody done that, nobody would. You wouldn't even need moderators. If everybody would just give way every once, twice, maybe 3 times to do it once or twice, man. If everybody done that, it would be chilled.
no, I agree. We can just like maybe we sometimes get heated, emotional, right? Maybe we could just like restart this, right? Like, is the other guy still here, or is he like banned?
Nah, I muted them. Oh, I muted them. Nah, I never banned them. I
Yeah,
just
maybe you
muted them,
can
eh?
give him another chance. Given this kind of
Nah,
situation.
I'm happy to. That's what I'm saying. I don't take it personal. Like, I couldn't really care what people say. But just if they're going to be like that, and we're trying to fucking at least hold a civil discussion, and people are just deliberately ignoring what you're fucking saying, man. It's like we're just wasting our breath, man. Eh? And I know most of the time that's the case, because this subject, most people think it's just retarded, and they'll not even entertain an argument. That's why they come and go, "You fucking flat earthers." You know what I mean? Like, fuck, mate, yeah, mate, we're a flat earther, you want coming up with a discussion? They just start giving us abuse.
Triggering. This topic is extremely triggering.
Oh, severely.
Because it really goes to the heart of why people know what they know and what they're willing to claim. So a lot of people they're not willing to claim the Earth is a globe. What they'll claim is the Earth is not flat and they trust the experts. But when you talk to them about, well, why do you trust experts and why is it not flat when the experts say the globe is so large it presents as flat, and which is why flat Earth models predate all the heliocentric models by thousands of years. Then they also want to deny history and then invoke history by invoking Newton or Copernicus, Galileo, and these historical figures who invoke God as their intellectual firepower for such a splendid model. At the same time, they'll say they're atheists. I'm like, to get through all that, you got to clear a path through all that
You're
nonsense.
mixing too many things.
You got to clear through all that nonsense before you finally get to the heart of the issue. They need a heliocentric model for their worldview to make sense for reasons they don't really tell you. I guess somehow it's nihilistic, or
You're
Bill Nye
projecting,
had said, I suck, when he talked about like the earth is just insignificant, nothing really matters. It just tells you that. So once you get through that part, then they start thinking and they don't want to. They don't want to think. And then that's the problem. Because when you give them a topic to think about, a selenilian eclipse, they just turn into a chat GPT.
Can I clarify why I use ChatGPT? Because I'm back now. I just want to clarify. I just want to clarify why I used it. So I agree with you guys. ChatGPT is not the ultimate source of truth. I'm not that idiotic. The reason I use it is it's a great tool to lead you on the right path of understanding and question. That's all. It gives you ideas, it prompts ideas. You guys brought up a thing, and I was like, wow, that's actually a great point. There's an inverted shadow. And that's conflicting with my ideas and what I think is an established truth. Before I accept that on face value, I'm going to see if there's any opposing views. The quickest way for me to do that, so we can maybe launch another discussion, is go to ChatGPT, which is a huge, massive data that I can search through. It's basically a search engine, an advanced search engine, or can be used as one, and find an opposing point of view. I found an opposing point of view. I put it in the chat, hoping that there's someone who's got a bit more knowledge than me that can either break that down or say, wait, there's actually a good point here that we haven't explored yet. That was the whole point. There's no ultimate, I don't believe it to be an ultimate source of truth at all. It's just another way of looking at things. And if it's false, it's false. It can be broken down. If it's actually got some validity to it, then we should explore it either way. Is that not the case?
What did it tell you the reason was for the shadow being on the wrong side?
So I put that in the chat, and then Imperatus also put up an animation, and I thought we were on that point of discussion. Then it kind of broke down, and I got muted. for using ChatGPT.
So what was the reason that the shadow comes from the top?
So there were 3 steps. If you, I'll post it again in the chat so you can see what I was talking about.
So do you know, or you're just saying that you saw a thing online that spoke about it?
I mean, I just literally explained my line of thinking, bro.
Chatbot
Well, look,
told him. Now we are
doesn't
arguing.
matter.
Yeah, but when I'm asking, so why is the shadow coming from the top or the eclipse coming from the top? You
Okay,
don't seem to know.
I don't even know now. I went and found information, read the information. The information that I read said it was a 3-step process. The first was talking about atmospheric refraction. The second was that it forms a conical shadow instead of a normal shadow. And then depending on where you are on the horizon as the observer, the conical shadow can seem like it's inverted, but it's actually an optical illusion. That's what the 3 steps are summarized. And then Imperatist offered an animation that's in line with that explanation. And I'm not saying it's true. I'm just saying, well, here's an explanation. Can we break this down, or is it true? Worst case scenario, your argument gets stronger. Why are you attacking?
I'm not attacking it. I'm asking what. Well, I mean, it's if you're saying it's a simulation,
What?
it doesn't really sound like much of an argument.
No one said it's a simulation. No one said it's a simulation, dude.
Well, an animation. Whatever you said.
No one said it's an animation.
You said a guy posted an animation explaining it.
It's a diagram explaining the process, the 3-step process.
Of the selenelian?
Of the inverted shadow. From a selenelian eclipse.
It
is still in
show
chat.
anything like that.
I don't see.
Imperatus, can you post it again? Hey, guys, again, we could be wrong. Just have a look.
You haven't looked at
It's
anything
still
that's been posted, have you?
See,
All
like
do
you
is
just
listen
continue,
to
you
us
just attack.
wait
You just
to talk.
attack. I've been very reasonable.
I'm seeing it, but this is types of solar eclipses.
No, that's the wrong image, Imperatus. That one.
The second one is the graph that illustrates how like the lunar eclipse happened.
Okay, well that doesn't show you anything about the geometry of the shadow coming from the top down on a globe model.
It shows the conical. It does show you the conical shadow changing.
No.
The umbra.
Anatomy of a lunar eclipse.
Here.
Right, but that's
The cigarettes.
that's not a selenelian eclipse.
Selenelian eclipse.
Yeah.
Would it be when the Earth is between the sun and the moon?
Well, the sun and the moon are both seen above the horizon, so no, they're not in a line. It's like a V.
Yes, they are seen above the horizon because of atmospheric refraction.
So
What's
now
your
you're
evidence
making
for
an
that?
optical illusion again. I told you to stop calling it an optical illusion. The moon is
Well,
there.
It's not an optical illusion, it's atmospheric refraction. It's
Well,
when
what's your
light
evidence that it's
interacts with
actually...
particles within the atmosphere.
So you're saying it's actually not above the horizon?
No, the sun and the moon are not above the horizon.
So why are
They
they seen
appear
above
to
the
be
horizon?
because of refraction.
Okay, what's your evidence for that?
Sorry.
In the sense, what evidence should I produce to satisfy this request?
Well, it's your claim, so what's the evidence that's made you make that
It's not
claim?
my claim, it's science.
That's not a claim.
You're claiming. Sorry, Spick, what you said?
No, I'm just saying that's a claim.
Yeah, that is a claim, not evidence. You said they're not actually above the horizon, despite being seen above the horizon.
No, they
What's
are
your evidence
seen
for
above
making
the
that
horizon
claim?
because it's an atmospheric refraction. Obviously, the sun and the moon
That's
cannot
a
be above the
claim,
horizon.
so that was the question.
They're
What's your
massive celestial
evidence for that?
bodies.
So
Bro,
what's your
that's a
evidence for that
claim.
claim?
It might not be your claim, but you believe that claim that was made. So where is the evidence, Cyclona?
Do you want me to give you some sort of calculations that prove the refraction?
No. Well, what's the evidence that you saw for it?
Sure.
What are you seeking evidence for specifically?
Well,
just
he's saying that the sun and the moon are not actually above the horizon because they're in a straight line causing an eclipse, but we see them above the horizon. So I'm asking, how does he know that they're not above the horizon when they're seen above the horizon? Because that's what he's claiming. He's saying they're not really there. So he needs to provide evidence for that.
That they're seen because of the atmospheric refraction above the
Yeah, you
horizon.
said that, bro.
Yeah, so
We
what's
heard you say
your
that.
evidence for that claim?
What exactly would, like, again, I have to ask you.
Why are you asking me what your evidence is?
What
You're
type
making the
of evidence
claim.
would satisfy this request?
Well, what evidence
Where's
did you
the
see?
evidence? Where's the evidence that such an extreme form of refraction can bring the sun from under your feet to above your head?
From under my, I'm confused.
Pardon?
I'm confused. Like, what do you mean by this?
I know
Like,
you're confused.
yes, I
You just
am,
made a
because you
claim.
guys
You made
are
a
doing.
claim.
You're making the claim, bro, that the
And then you're
sun's
asking
I'm
us.
not
not actually
making
above
any
the horizon.
claim.
You're saying
You
the
are.
sun's not above
I'm
the horizon.
simply.
You're
Give me
saying
a
it's
second.
actually. You're saying that all these three bodies are still in the syzygy that they should be in to cause the selenial eclipse, but refraction's actually making it come out for the alignment that it should have to be in to be above your horizon. So that's a claim you're accepting. So where is the evidence that such extreme refraction can even fucking happen?
And flip the shadow upside down.
It's like,
Yeah, so you're asking us what evidence do I need to present? I'm asking you, well, what evidence did you see that
have you
convinced
got?
you of what you're claiming? Was it nothing? You just saw that claimed and you've just adopted that as truth.
Adopted a globe. My God. That because nobody wanted it, you had to adopt it. But I like
I mean,
myself.
it's a pretty big claim.
Major claim.
It's like seeing the sun in the sky and saying, well, that sun's not actually there. And then someone says, why are you saying that? So, what do you mean, why am I saying that? I'm confused. What?
So what's the debate over this time?
Some guy is saying that the sun and moon that we see in the sky aren't really there. And we're asking him what his evidence is.
Who's saying that?
Sorry.
The globe earther.
Globe Earther thinks the sun and moon, when you see them in the sky, are not really there. They're an optical illusion.
They are optical illusions. Yes.
Right, yeah, so what's your evidence for that?
So it seems that
The bending of light. You don't believe in the bending of light?
As far as I'm reading this, stellium occurs during a lunar eclipse when the sun and the moon are observed above the horizon. Atmospheric refraction bends light rays and lifts the image of the sun and the moon typically up to 0.6 degrees, so both can appear above the horizon.
Okay, so what's the evidence that they provide with that claim?
As in picture evidence, like what?
No, what evidence do they provide? Tell us what's in the article, or is it just a claim?
It's an explanation how the refraction works.
No, you just said
I posted the ChatGPT answer in the chat.
You said the refraction is occurring. What evidence do they provide for that to say that that's what's occurring?
What, when light goes through the atmosphere and interacts with particles? Like,
that's not evidence. We're asking for the evidence.
So apparently there's mathematical predictions, photographic evidence, and those are the two hardcore pieces of evidence that they've got so far.
Photographs of what?
On occasions where selenials have been predicted and observed, photographs have been taken showcasing this exact phenomenon. These observations match the predictions.
No kidding.
So they made I'm explaining it. I'm explaining it. I'm explaining
You
it.
don't have to explain that I posted those videos already.
Yeah, we know you can photograph the stellium. The question is, how do you prove that the sun and moon aren't actually there and they're optical illusions based on refraction? That's the claim that you need to prove.
so we need to prove that light.
It's a mathematical proof. It's a mathematical proof.
Oh, so it's an assumption.
But hold on,
you guys look up the history of this. When they first saw this, it was like 1666. They thought it was some sort of supernatural event. It was an omen from God. It was so stumped. It was so out of this world that people are like, what is happening right now?
Okay, but the point here is that
Yeah, right. So ChatGPT is not allowed, but what you just said is evidence. Is that right?
So, hold on.
What did he say was evidence?
First of all, there's no God. God doesn't exist, but that's another question.
What's your evidence for that? I'm just joking.
Do you,
obviously, you don't have any.
Okay. Well, I mean, the first premise, sir. Why do you think that all truth and intelligibility hinge on the disembodied mind of a creator God?
It's okay. I was just joking. We're still waiting for the evidence of your
Yes,
refraction.
the evidence is that gases refract
we know that
light.
we know there's a thing called
Gas could
refraction.
refract light, right? That
Sure.
doesn't mean what you said. That's
Atmosphere
not
is made
evident
of
for the sun and the
gases.
moon.
Right, we
Right,
know
so how
this.
do you link that to
Sure.
the sun and moon that
Both
you
the sun and the
observe?
Because you
moon,
can use that phenomenon to create mathematical
both the sun
predictions.
and the moon
Can
have
I
like
stop talking at once?
particular relationship with light. The moon reflects light, the sun emits light.
Where's the evidence that the moon
The reflected
reflects
light
light?
from the moon and the emitted light from the
Where's
sun.
the evidence the moon reflects light, bro?
Where's the evidence that the moon reflects light?
That it's not actually a body that emits its own light.
Well, before we move to that, can
But
we
why
just
do you-
close out on the Selenelian? We're still waiting for the evidence that the sun and moon that we observe aren't really there. I still haven't
Yes,
heard any evidence.
because it's a refraction through the atmosphere.
Well, that's your claim again. Why do you just keep restating the claim? What's your
I
evidence?
don't understand what you expect me to give you. That's the point.
Well, do you know what evidence is?
Yes, evidence. Like
So what-
pictures, like mathematical formulas, like text written about it, a
No, not just
study,
text
or like
written
a what?
about it. That would just be a claim.
Then what? Tell me, what do you need so I can search for it?
Well, you can. So when you read the claim before, it didn't provide you evidence with it. Is that what you're
No,
saying?
it explained why this is happening.
So it made a claim about why it's happening, but it didn't actually give you any
obviously.
evidence. Okay, but it didn't give you any evidence along with that.
What exactly?
You say, do you want evidence of refraction?
No.
Again, like what
No,
type
it's
of
not
evidence would you
refraction.
expect to see from that
Well,
type of a
he's made the
situation?
He's made the claim that the sun and moon that we observe above the horizon are actually below the horizon. You understand
Yes.
that's a claim, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Due to the
Now,
bending
what
of
is
light, correct.
Oh, bending of light. Okay, so the bending of light is causing those things to come up from below the horizon. What's your evidence for that?
Bending of the refraction is linked to a mathematical prediction, and that prediction would show that the selenial occurs when the sun and the moon are just below the horizon.
Right, but we see them above the horizon, and you're saying that's an optical illusion. I'm asking what your
That's what
evidence is.
refraction is.
No, that's not what refraction is. Do you want to pull up a definition of refraction and read it out?
You don't think the bending
this
of light
this
is an
a
optical
composite.
illusion?
This is a composite image of a time lapse of a selenary eclipse.
Okay, pull
It's
up
in
the
chat.
definition of refraction for the Australian guy and read out what refraction is.
Chat, yeah.
Yeah, we see the Selenelian. So how's that moon? How do you know that that moon that we observe is not actually there? That's your claim.
What? You
That moon in your image.
for
That moon in your
evidence
image.
for a selenarial eclipse.
Right. So that moon that we're observing in that image that you posted, is that the moon?
That is the moon.
And is it really there?
That I assume so.
Okay. So how does that work on the globe if the sun and the moon are both there?
Do you see
and
the sun in this
pointing
picture?
that way? Well, it's the Selenelian, isn't it?
Yeah. Do you see the sun?
No, but if
No.
it's a Selenelian, then it's the sun and moon above the horizon.
Where? Where do you see the sun in this
Well,
composite image?
it's already getting daylight.
When you have
I
a
mean, we
glass
can
of water and you put a straw in a glass of water and it seems like the straw is bent, that's
Well, that's
refraction, but it's an optical illusion.
Okay.
We
Okay,
know
so that
what
doesn't apply
refraction
here.
is.
No, but
Doesn't
he said
apply here,
refraction,
then.
it cannot be an optical illusion. I said it could be. And he's like, well,
Right.
it can't
So
be.
your analogy doesn't work then because you have a glass, water, and
Dude,
air. That's three
what I'm
mediums.
proving
That's
is that
multiple mediums.
it can be an optical illusion. That's what you said it couldn't be.
No. All right. So are we looking through glass and water and air then, or just
It's
air?
different materials.
Hold
No,
on.
you're
Can I
looking through the
clarify this?
water.
Yeah. No.
If I
No. In the sky, when we're looking at the sun and moon, we're looking through air. Yeah.
Different
Correct.
density.
So that's one medium. What you just said was three mediums.
hold
You know
on,
what's
even
funny?
though
I gave you an example. I
Didn't
gave you an
you say
example
that-
of how
analogous to what
refraction
we're
can be an
talking
optical
about.
illusion. That's all.
Did you
Right, so
not say this was predictable, right? You said you guys can predict when the selenilians are going to happen. So that means you can predict on those days, those are all optical illusions ahead of time. So you should be able to go somewhere else and get the actual sun and somebody else get the other sun and somebody get one moon and somebody get the other moon. This should all be easily done.
But if the real
There has
sun
been
is
photographic
below
evidence
your
of it. So
horizon, then you have to get somebody on that side of the planet, or that below the horizon position to take picture of the real sun while you take picture of the refraction, right? That
So
is
look,
kind of like
this
an
is
impossible task for an individual.
okay. So then you shouldn't make claims to things that are impossible to prove. Why would you be claiming them?
Well, they're not
So you
impossible
posted
to
this
prove. They're like
cartoon.
impossible for one individual to do because you have to be two places at the same time, no?
Oh, wow, so NASA couldn't do it. But okay, look, you posted the
Well, NASA
cartoon
has like
of the
fucking
sun. You posted the cartoon. That's the claim. That's what we were asking
a
for the evidence for.
cartoon. It's
Yeah, the
not even a
last image
cartoon. It's a
posted.
diagram of how it works.
It's a cartoon. Yeah, that's not reality.
I
So
mean,
that's your
sure. If you're gonna
claim.
call my stuff cartoons, why shouldn't we call your stuff cartoons?
Well, the image above, I'm not saying is a cartoon because that's a photo, right? The
All right,
cartoon
cool. So
below
I
it
found
is a cartoon.
the first webcam shot of the sun below the horizon at a solar eclipse. Here you go.
A solar eclipse.
Yep.
So not what we're talking about because we're talking about
It's a
lunar
linear
eclipse.
eclipse, dude. Just click the link.
No,
Dummy.
if it's solar
It's solar
eclipse, it's not a
eclipse,
selenelian.
dummy.
Yeah, the
Sorry, explain to
selenelian
me.
is a
Explain to me
lunar.
why. Wait, so do you believe the sun and the moon
Stop
are
using
below the horizon?
ChatGPT to run your life. See what happens.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
learn. We're
Yeah, the
learning.
selenelian eclipse is a lunar eclipse. So the cartoon that was posted with the two suns there, that's what we're asking for the evidence for. What is the evidence for that cartoon being true?
I'm so confused
Specifically.
what this argument is over.
So do you need to post the cartoon again? It's just a few images above, but here you go. So the guy just posted this cartoon. What's the evidence for that cartoon being true? That's the question.
He muted himself.
Wow.
That's cool.
Tough being a Glober.
It is because they think they have a slam dunk and they really just presented a fumble, and then took their ball and went home.
How many were here? Well, what was the question? Sorry.
The cartoon that's just posted in the VC chat. What's the evidence? What's the evidence that that's what's occurring in reality?
So how? I mean, is it possible to have evidence of this? Unless.
Well, if you don't, why would you make the claim?
No, but is there a test for the opposite view? Just out of interest. I mean, I'm wondering. So, for example, if you're a flat earther, right? Would you not find a way to prove that that doesn't happen as well? Wouldn't that make your argument stronger? So, has that experiment been conducted at all? Out of interest.
What are you talking about?
This is why flat earthers are talking about two things there: flat and earth. Description of a surface, that surface being earth. All this sky magic is just so you guys, stuff you guys bring up, because you point upwards and trying to get you to understand you don't even know what you're looking at. You don't know anything about this stuff. And when we talk about it with you, it shows you a whole inadequate lack of education on these topics.
No, we show you established ideas and ask you to break them down for us to come to your side, possibly.
Well,
That's the whole idea.
We've broken it down. The geometry of the selenelian eclipse doesn't work on the globe because you've got both the sun and moon above the earth and then a shadow coming from the top down. That doesn't work. So what the globers are trying to say is, oh, they're not really there. They actually are in a straight line. Then we ask them for the evidence of this claim and it's crickets.
Hey, I have one thing to say about that. So during when the sun is coming up and we see the sun, okay, that's an optical illusion. Now everybody remember that. Some point while we're watching that optical illusion, it turns into the actual sun, but we never see two suns. We just see the optical illusion turn into the real sun. Isn't that amazing how that works, guys?
Yeah, that's a good point, Radwin. A lot of people have been brushing over that. Like show the globalists the video of the sun rising. When is it no longer optical and when does it become physical? They'll tell you about 30 degrees above the horizon. And you're like, okay, well, sure. Then what happened to the optical one? And where did the physical one?
So does it sit there? Does it sit there still in place for like an hour, waiting for the other one to catch up?
Sorry, what do you mean the other one?
Two suns, an optical sun and a physical sun.
The one in your cartoon picture there, you have two suns basically. One that you're not seeing, that you're looking straight across, that's not really there, and then the one that's really there, that's bent down around the ball.
Well, no. What they're saying is there's one sun. It's like if I were to put a
flabbergasted.
That's what they're saying.
Look at the perceived position will continue to rise at 15.404 degrees per hour. The actual position will continue to rise at 15.04. So at one point you would see two suns.
No,
On the
why would you
parent
see
one,
two suns?
because both those suns right now you see two of them right now.
Well, the optical illusion that they're claiming is not an optical illusion that is like producing after images, right? So you're going to still be seeing one sun, is what they're claiming.
When
But
does
why
it
are
turn
they?
into
Why
a
are they
real
claiming? Why
sun?
are they claiming that?
If
Why are
you're
they claiming
looking
there's
at,
two suns?
You never see the actual sun. You only see the light coming from the sun.
Holy shit.
I
Right.
can't
So how
tell
do
if
you
you
know
guys are
that?
serious.
we might
So
have
how
to
do you
shut
know
it
that?
down.
Well, what's your evidence for that then? Let's do this again because you make these
It's
claims about optical
physics.
illusions, and we ask. No, physics is not evidence for what you just said. What
The
is the
only
evidence?
thing
Be
you ever
specific.
see is light bouncing off objects. Ever. That's what it means to see something.
Right. Okay.
So
So
I
how do you
guess
know that
that
the
must
sun
be an
you see
object.
isn't
That must
real?
be an object up there, not an optical illusion then, right? I guess you just debunked yourself.
There's no optical illusion out there in the world. The optical illusion happens in the eye.
Yeah. So that's just meaningless nonsense. So are we not going to
That's
I
get any
mean,
evidence for
I
those two
can't.
suns with the one below the horizon? Are we not going to get any evidence for that? You're just
I
going to
just
make the
posted it
claim.
in the chat. Evidence.
Gravitational
What
lensing.
is it? So explain it. Explain what the evidence is.
Oh.
It's in the chat.
Yeah. Well, explain it then. What have you posted?
It's a chat GPT again.
ChatGPT evidence in the chat.
Do you not know what you've posted then?
He's not got a clue.
See,
ChatGPT
if I was in
evidence
an
in the chat.
argument about a subject, if I didn't know an answer to something,
So
I wouldn't
basically,
just automatically
everything
try and
happens.
Google it and then copy paste something I haven't even read.
So basically, everything happens in your mind through the eyes, but nothing in reality. Yeah, is that what he said?
No, what happens in your eye maps onto something that's happening in reality, but that map is going to be approximative. Also, if somebody can't, like, if people have figured this out, it doesn't matter to you unless some asshole on Discord can explain it themselves. Like,
Well, no, but we don't believe that someone's quote unquote figured it out,
No.
and the only
Wait.
way that you're realizing that is by failing to find anyone who's quote unquote figured it out.
There's like 5 of
Okay,
you right
inside
now,
chat.
maybe 10 of you in this room that have been Googling the shit out of this, trying to figure out how it's really happening.
Because other people have already figured all this stuff out.
All right, so
I mean, the
appeal to
only
We're
authority,
leaning on the
model actually
knowledge and the work of
Who
others,
figured it out?
experiments and so on.
Right, isn't that quite
Who,
lazy?
how?
Why don't you do it yourself?
Who, how, and
because
when did
when
anybody
people
figure
do these
anything out?
things themselves, they end up as flat earthers.
So when you actually use your brain, you realize that the Earth isn't a spinning cartoon ball in a vacuum. Yeah, that's
I don't think that's what we're looking at here.
Yeah, no, we're looking at a cartoon that we've been asking for some evidence for the last 40 minutes, and no one's been able to provide any.
For the last
So
fucking 4
cartoon
days.
of the sun,
They
the two
have, you're just
suns,
not looking
cartoon
at
of
them.
the two suns.
Well,
So we got a
well,
sun that's there that we see, and then it's rising, and then it turns from an optical illusion into the sun without stalling, without anything. It just turns into the sun. That's
Okay.
amazing.
I'll explain the evidence I posted. So, do we agree on refraction? Yes or no? To go in order
define. Do you need to define
Do
refraction
we
first?
agree it exists? And which
Wait,
kind of refraction?
no, because he doesn't
when
know what
light,
it means.
I'll give you the definition I'm working off.
Define
So,
it.
when light enters the Earth's atmosphere from space, it slows down because the atmosphere is denser
So
than
no,
the vacuum of space.
you're already assuming space now.
Okay, so we're not okay. So we can't use this as evidence because you don't
Well,
believe in
that's not the
space.
definition of refraction, though.
Oh, good, bro. I
So what you're
was
talking
given
about.
I was given definition in this context, but it's okay.
Stop using chat bot.
Yeah, I'll give
Yeah,
you.
but if your
a,
definition assumes something that you don't know exists, then you can't use that one. Use a definition.
What don't
of
we know
something that you
exists? What
exists.
don't we know exists?
You don't know that a vacuum exists beyond the sky.
Okay.
Place called space.
Yeah, you don't know that, so you can't say this is caused by this thing I don't know exists.
We have footage from the ISS of people floating around.
Okay, we've got footage of Bigfoot.
Bro, it's more space.
Bigfoot.
We've got footage, bro. We've got footage from the ISS of them hanging on fucking wires. What the
Yeah,
fuck?
bro, you're talking about you're coming here to a discussion about reality and presenting Hollywood movies.
And stop fucking
unverifiable
spamming
videos.
the chat.
I
You're
tried this
spamming
last
the chat
time.
with fucking copy and paste nonsense, man.
I just posted a video in chat. I
Use
tried
your
this
brain,
last time.
please. Boom.
I'm curious if you can show me where the wires are.
What? So we have to look at a bit that doesn't show what we're talking about, and you're going to ignore the shit that we've got that does prove what we're talking about.
Well, I don't think it
Is that the case?
proves. If anything, it's evidence
Well,
towards, not good evidence.
What? So you've got a couple of clips. Them not fucking up, and them not getting caught in the wires, and them not using green screen. So because you've got some footage that's okay, that means it's all right.
No, I
If you
think
take
it's
a look in the
footage
chat,
that
I'll
can't
post.
possibly be faked. The way you're describing it was
Right,
faked.
right. But I'm telling you that there's footage that shows you that it is.
Yeah,
This
so I just
is the
posted
one
a
I'm
very,
looking
I
at
just
right now
posted
in
a
front of
very
me.
simple one. I just posted a very simple one, very quick on a GIF. Can you see the GIF of the guy going around the corner?
Yeah, so the caption here says evidence of graphic manipulation.
Yeah,
How
so
do we
you
know
see the
that's
guy
not
going around
live?
the corner?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Why
disappearing.
does the guy disappear like a
What the
ghost?
fuck? Can you show me the original
And I
source
could
for
think of a
this?
million reasons why that would happen and not just
A million reasons. Okay, give me your best
Well,
reason
no. We should
why it's
ask for the
turning
source.
into a
Wait,
ghost.
Yeah,
can
what's
you
the
show
source? You just posted a GIF. What's the source? Give us the
Yeah.
evidence. How is this evidence?
NASA.
Can you show us
Really
the
show
original
that.
source?
Show that NASA show you.
Go to my YouTube channel and
it's real
there's
footage.
a listen.
It could be
Listen,
lag. It could
there's
be.
a
What if it is
listen,
just lag?
No,
there's a
it's
12-hour video on my YouTube channel that's packed with footage.
Yeah, bro,
of this
I'm not watching
fucking-
your 12-hour
there's-
video, bro.
Okay, the
Right,
one
so
I
you
posted
obviously
a
don't
can't
source.
want to
happen.
look at information.
Provide a
innit?
source for this video.
So you're asking for a source. I'm telling you that all these
Yeah, you're not a
clips
source,
are on
man.
my fucking YouTube channel.
What's
It's
the post
okay.
the source?
Yeah, this is
I'm saying to you, all these YouTube clips are on my YouTube channel.
Yeah, cool. We don't want the clips. We want the source.
if you
The
join
original
if you
source.
join this
There's
server,
fucking the whole videos. The entirety of these videos are in a 12-hour fucking video, and there's another 3 or 4 compilations there.
yeah,
Jesus Christ!
they don't actually want to see
Yeah,
the source
they're
because they
all
know it's
lying
gonna
to
Well,
go.
us.
provide the source.
Yeah, it's
Fucking NASA, you
NASA.
imbecile!
Take a look at what they're filming.
Well,
you think that's
wait,
flat?
you're
You think that's
claiming
flat
it's from
earthers in a
NASA.
garage?
Look,
Oh, who
Yeah,
else is it
man.
from?
They're
Who do you think it's from?
astronauts from NASA.
it could have
You
been
can see the
edited.
astronauts. These
Who
are
do you
the
think
same.
it's from? ESA.
It
There's
could have
one.
been edited.
They're lying.
Provide the
Right,
original
right.
source. Like,
They
what is so
can't.
hard to understand
NASA,
about this?
mate.
I can like take a picture of like your car and make like some
What do you want
special
me to do?
effects to like
You're
make it
gonna be
disappear,
okay.
dude.
What?
Like, what do you?
Okay. So when the guy said we've
So
got
what you're
pictures
doing
of a
is you're going.
globe, you don't believe that because
Well,
anything
now
could
you're
be made.
pivoting. Provide a source for your video.
Yeah. Look at the evidence they
NASA,
posted.
you
This is
fool.
fucking hilarious.
Listen, I just told you that all those videos are in a compilation on my YouTube channel. So that's not
What's
the
the
entirety.
source?
No clip.
Give us a source,
Wait,
bro.
What else?
Oh
What else
man,
can you need?
the NASA
You've
stuff
either got
really
NASA
makes
What
me
else can you?
spiral.
Bro,
Okay, wait. Can I talk
listen,
to you?
man,
Wait, can I
you're
talk to you?
asking for. Listen,
You
bro.
can't give a source. It's
Listen,
all
bro.
good. It's all
You're
good.
asking for a source. What do you expect? Either NASA or
Yeah,
I've
NASA.
got
Give us
all
a
the
NASA
clips.
source.
Yeah, this being a
Well,
video
I'm not-
on like an
do you
official
seriously think-
source, official site.
Bro, oh
My
God, man.
We need
Okay,
we need the we need the
listen,
government we need the government to tell us. We need the government to tell us they're faking things. Lol.
I need a source. What
Yeah,
else
like-
do you need? Either NASA or we've got all the clips. Do you want me to go on their YouTube channel and specifically find that 20-second excerpt?
they
Fuck
do, because
off.
they're
Do
so
your own
upset.
research, you
They're
fucking
so
idiot, man.
upset.
Go
Yeah,
and
there you go. I just
research.
gave you a NASA link. I just gave you a NASA link to them saying that the globe is Photoshop. So there you go. So now all of a sudden, the globers are skeptical of images and videos, where they've been basing their entire worldview on images and videos from NASA, who they say this could be manipulated. Yeah, no shit. That's the
We
point.
didn't use videos or images once.
Yeah, no, the guy said at some point we've got pictures of the globe. But okay, I agree. You can't use NASA.
I agree. That's a shitty form of evidence as well. I agree.
Okay, I agree. So what's the best proof for the globe then that's not just images and videos from NASA?
We were talking earlier about mathematical predictions based on refraction, but then we stumbled on that
but
because we don't
wasn't
agree
proof
what
at all,
refraction
because
is.
you just
I
ended
mean,
up
it
saying
is
that the
if you
sun and
believe
moon
what
aren't
refraction is.
real. No, but that didn't work because you guys ended up saying that the sun and moon aren't real, and then you had no evidence for that, and that's as far as it
What?
went.
The sun and moon
So-
aren't real?
Yeah, you said, remember, that sun and moon that we're seeing, they're not really there. They're actually below a horizon.
Below the horizon, correct. That's what we were trying to prove.
Yes, which you didn't provide any evidence for.
I just explained what the evidence was.
No, you didn't. You didn't
Yes,
give
I
us any
did.
evidence. You
I
said
said
you
we
made up a
disagreed on
definition.
we tried to provide evidence, and then we couldn't agree on what refraction is because
Your definition assumed space, which you don't know exists.
correct,
Not truth or
correct.
space. Right.
So, do you believe in
can't
atoms?
really use that.
Do you believe in atoms?
What's that got to do with it?
Do you believe there are atoms?
Do you believe atoms?
I've not seen one.
Okay, so you don't believe they exist.
Well, why should I? What's your evidence?
Okay, cool. And everyone here doesn't believe in atoms?
Well, why don't you? Well, you have to ask them, wouldn't you?
Spake?
Oh, so we have to believe in atoms. Is that what you're saying? We've got to believe in
No,
this?
I want to know where the borderline is. So where do you what do you depend on? When can you depend on science and when can't you? So,
I can answer that. See if your sentence starts with "Do you believe in?" That means it's a belief. You can assume no.
What?
So when you say, "Do you believe in this? Do you believe in NASA? Do you believe in the globe?" No, we do not have those beliefs.
Okay, so you don't believe atoms exist?
Well, what's your evidence for them?
I'm not saying either way. I'm just asking a question.
Electron
Okay, well, if you don't have evidence for them, why would I believe them?
Okay, so you don't. Okay, and Spake, do you?
I've never seen one either, man, to be honest.
Okay. That's all I'm
Have
asking.
you seen one?
What is such a stupid. I don't even like.
That's
wow.
so stupid. Because why wouldn't you believe in things that you have no evidence for? That's so stupid.
We have evidence of atoms, but just saying
Okay,
I don't believe in atoms because I don't see them.
what
Bullshit. You don't
evidence?
see an atom.
What's your evidence?
What
evidence
you got?
Yeah, what's the evidence?
Please provide if you have one.
Like everything is made up of atoms around you. Like,
That's
you say
What's the
atoms don't
evidence, you
exist.
fucking idiot? That's what we're asking.
Oh, you guys are dumb. Holy shit.
So the way it works is you make a claim, you provide evidence for that specific claim. This is very simple. You guys never done a debate before?
Yeah, you don't say we believe or we provide the evidence.
Oh, and you don't say, if the earth is flat, then blah, blah, blah.
If the Earth is flat, then are atoms believable?
Is there evidence?
Well, take a look at that clip that I just posted. It's Tim Peaks, and he gets to the top of his somersault, and he instantaneously comes back down. Then when he rises, you can see the blood rush to his face. His face is absolutely scarlet. If you want
Do
to
radio waves exist?
listen,
Can you look at my video?
If you want a source, just Google Tim Peaks fucking somersault or whatever. It's on a news report. He was live supposedly, and he fucked up his somersault. He says,
Do
"Oh, I need to
radio
get some
waves
practice."
exist?
Is that you wanted a source? Listen, you wanted a source. Can you have a look at that, please?
And yeah, you can conceptualize radio waves because obviously propagating a signal.
But you can't see them.
Test that.
But can I get a no?
No, you can't see
yes
them.
or a no? Can you look at that clip with Tim Peaks, please?
Sorry, mate. Which clip do you want me to look at? Which one?
The clip with Tim Peaks.
The top one.
The clip with Tim Peaks. I take it you don't even know which astronauts were. Never looked at
Right, I can't understand your accent.
Don't stop
I can't
coughing
understand
in
your
the
accent.
fucking microphone. Tim Peaks.
Who's coughing?
Sunshine, put yourself
Exactly,
on
man.
mute if you're gonna cough like that.
Can you?
Yeah, I'm
can you
watching,
look
I'm
at that?
watching, I'm
Tell me
watching.
what. I mean, it's a fucking 15-second clip, bro.
I'm watching
That's
it, dude. I'm watching it.
No, it must have already looped back to the start again.
Why are
And
you
if you
so
want the
nervous
whole
about
clip-
me watching it?
Nervous.
I'm trying to watch it. You just won't let me. Just shut up for a sec.
What the fuck can I? How can I stop you viewing a
Dude,
fucking
I'm gonna watch it.
7-second
Just stop.
clip?
Just stop. I'm gonna watch it. Stop.
Bro,
It's okay. Just put yourself on mute and watch it. That's fine.
It's already looped like 6 times, man. What are you talking about, bro?
So this is good. You've gone back to a childlike state where you're asking questions. Is this real? What is this then? That's good. That's how you should be thinking.
And he's ignoring a proof from NASA that he can get the source from by one fucking Google search.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy how hard people spiral when you show them the NASA clips, eh?
I'm not spiraling. So I'm looking at the clip. So you're saying he's got the lines on his pants, right?
No.
Holding him up.
I'm saying he done a somersault, got to the top of his supposed roll, and instantaneously came right back down. No force was exerted on him. He should have just kept on moving, surely, until another force acted on him. Is that not correct? But then when he rose up, his face was fucking scarlet, showing that the blood rushed to his face. Showing that he obviously wasn't in 0G.
Dude, I think I'm watching the wrong clip.
Oh my
I
god,
take it
well, it's just taking too long, so he's not getting it.
It's literally the fucking second clip. When you open that fucking text chat, you can see him going round in a circle. Literally,
what he's saying.
Yeah, why
seconds
would
to see
blood
the.
go to his
That's
head
fucking.
if he's upside
It's
down?
underneath lies in that fucking brain fucking square thing. No comment.
Brain
So
square
we're not
thing.
using. So we're not using NASA as a
It
source.
must be shit when. It must be shit when you're a glober and you see that kind of stuff from NASA, man. Holy shit. It must be devastating.
I have no idea what I'm looking at.
You do. You're lying.
Tell me, explain it.
The white guy, the
I'm
white
watching
guy
it.
with the
So
black
the fact
polo
that
and khaki
so the fact that
pants.
blood goes to his head means what?
Well, that's
Why would
just
blood
one
go
point.
to his head when he's upside down?
He's weightlessness. He's in a weightless environment. So why would everything have rushed to his face when he done that somersault? Unless he's in normal fucking atmospheric conditions and he's in a fucking studio someplace and he's hanging on wires.
I mean, I think you can agree, Australian guys, seeing that kind of footage is not evidence of anything. They could do that anywhere.
Yeah, they could just make a movie where a guy does that. Wouldn't be hard.
Look at the Gravity movie. Go on Google and search for the making of Gravity and you'll see the Sandra Bullock's fucking nonsense.
But why would they be so incompetent as to do that? Is my question.
Because they know the Globers won't care. You'll still defend it.
Exactly. So my question is, why would the
Like the
Glovers
method.
be so incompetent as to fall for it?
Yeah, why
And
would you
argue
defend
for
it?
Because the general population will just believe NASA.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a great
They're
input.
cowards.
Well,
Why would we believe the experts? I do wonder.
Yeah, because you're
do you think Don? Do you
Because
seriously
they're
think
part
Don
of the
Pettit
elite.
is an expert in anything? Don Pettit is not an expert in fucking anything. He says that he says, "Oh, well, what happens if
NASA's
you
not
get
a
a leak?"
expert in
That's what this
space and
reporter
space
asked him. He's
exploration.
like, he's the top engineer or something, and he's like, "Oh, well, we just get a leak, and I'm sure there's some kind of procedure." He's not got a fucking clue. Senior astronaut doesn't have a clue at what happens because it was the gimbal thing rotating it in the inside of the space station that turns something outside. And he's like, "Well, what happens if you get a leak?" He's like, "Not got a clue."
Well, it just shows the attitude of the Globers, right? Because you guys, no offense, are pretty weak and cowardly. These are just like, well, the government says it's this, so why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Right.
you guys just want to believe the government, right?
And then you
Yeah, 'cause
go,
the government would
oh
never
yeah,
lie.
well, why wouldn't we listen to the experts? I wonder if you can even name one of these experts that you're talking about and what they're actually an expert in.
Yeah, that's true. The guy said we're listening to the experts. What
Do you
expert
believe
are
the
you
moon
listening to?
landing actually happened?
I don't believe it happened. I know it happened.
He knows.
In the 60s. So
Oh,
you're telling me in the 60s they went in an aluminium tin can,
Yes.
travelled a quarter
Yes.
of a million miles,
Yes, I'm
landed on the moon. Bro,
I'm
I'm
exactly telling
fucking
you that.
talking, bro. I'm
Okay.
fucking talking, bro.
Look at the movie
Jesus Christ,
2001
man.
Space Odyssey. It looked just like that. It looked fake as
So anyway, right?
Gee, why would a
So
movie
you're
look
saying
fake?
that? Listen, so they travelled quarter of a million miles through the Van Allen radiation belts, landed on a spinning object. They took off from a spinning object, played golf, drove around in a fucking car, had a call straight to the White House without having any delay or lag on the phone call. Then travelled quarter of a million miles back through the Van Allen radiation belts, and they were perfectly fine.
Yes.
Right, and you
That's
said
ridiculous.
you know.
Well, I mean, they weren't
that.
perfectly
How do
fine.
you
When
know
you go
that?
from space back down to Earth, you have
Hold on.
you feel incredibly weak because that's just how
Hold
space
on, nerd
gravity
guy.
works.
You said you know that it's true. How do you know it?
Was playing something,
Because
bro.
he says so. That's why.
Yeah, so how do you know it? You said you know it. How do you know it exactly?
Because I haven't seen any substantial proof that the moon landing was fake.
What proof did you see that it happened?
Well, I saw first off the actual footage of it and the full
Okay, so you've
audio
seen
recording
footage
of
on a
them.
screen
The whole
of
one step
audio.
for man, one giant leap for mankind thing.
Yes. So you saw a
Plus,
grainy 20-second clip.
Yeah,
Okay.
plus the fact that it would make no sense for the government to go out of its way to falsify
To
all
lie
this
to you.
information to
The
believing that
government would
we
never.
it
landed
was
on
a
the moon when we
psyop.
actually.
So,
It was a
so,
psyop. Okay.
so you think that the government don't lie?
I never said the government doesn't lie. It doesn't lie, but it does lie. I mean, but that's one of the things I would think it doesn't lie because,
bro, what about
like
9/11 then?
such a
They wanted us to
like
think we
such a
won the
large.
space race.
Well, we did. We got to the moon before the Soviets.
What's your views on, bro? What's your views on 9/11? Do you accept the official narrative, or do you think there was some jiggery pokery getting done and it was not quite what they said?
Well, I mean, for one, I believe that 9/11 did happen, and for
No,
two,
but
I
as
believe.
they claimed
Can I
it,
can I
bro.
explain? Like,
No,
can I?
but bro,
I'm
you're
trying to
not answering the
explain, and you're like,
question. No,
you're
but as
interrupting me
I
because you want me to
claimed
say
it.
what you
No,
want me.
because you're.
You want me to say what you want to hear, and I'm not going
You're
to do that. So
manipulating. You're
let me
manipulating
explain.
what I said. You're manipulating what I
I'm
fucking
just
said.
trying to explain what my opinions of 9/11 are, and you aren't letting me do that.
I asked you specifically, do you accept the official narrative? You say, "Oh, I believe it happened." Like, I know it happened. Something
Well,
happened.
can I like? Are you done? Can I explain what I
I'm
actually
not
think
done.
about 9/11? Or are you just going to keep like going off?
Well, I'm just
Okay.
to summarize from before.
You said two
Just to
sentences. I've
summarize.
not said anything.
Can I just say, just to summarize from before, you said you know that the moon landing happened, and when you asked for when we asked for your evidence, you said I saw a clip and I don't know why the government would lie, and that's how
Well,
you know.
do you have
that it was.
evidence that the moon landing is fake?
Yeah, there's no evidence that you can
Yes,
verify that
loads.
it even took place.
No, the burden of proof would be on
Loads.
you. So you have to prove to me that
No, my
the moon
friend.
landing didn't
You're
happen.
claiming,
And you'd have to
I've got
you'd have to prove you'd have to prove that like
No,
They
all
bro.
the
were
government
caught
would
on
have.
film
No, bro.
lying about the orbit.
If I
They
tell
had a
you
sticker on the window pretending Earth was a little ball,
if I
and they were
tell
pretending,
you
"Oh, we're outside of Earth's orbit." But they didn't think they thought the camera stopped recording, and they took the sticker off the window. It showed the
I'm
big
gonna need
old.
something.
They're still in orbit.
Hold on, let Cyclone make his point though, because the positive claim
well,
is the moon landing,
listen,
right? So let him go ahead.
if I tell you tomorrow that I went and landed on the moon, and then you say, "What's your evidence?" and I say, "The burden of proof is on you to prove that I didn't go and land on the moon yesterday," obviously that's retarded. So no, the burden of proof is on the person claiming 3 men in the 60s flew to the moon to play golf and then came back. That is obviously on you to prove. So you've said you have a 20-second clip that you can't verify. That's not proof. An audio recording, that's not proof. And what? You don't know why the government would lie. That's also not proof. So if that's what you've got, then no, I'm not going to accept it.
All right, so can I
Government
get in
can't lie,
here?
but that's not something I
How do you
thought lie.
explain people
And then for
just
some reason,
Don't speak at the same time, man. Let the guy
Hold
finish.
hold on. CIA. I hope we're talking about flat Earth and not baking a cake.
We're asking the Globies why they believe that the people went and landed on the moon, and he said he saw a video. So I guess he believes in Bigfoot too.
Did you get that rebuttal, Dirth, or whatever your name is?
what rebuttal?
Everything Cyclone just said.
I got like 5 people all going off. So you're gonna
That's why we shut them down. Just respond to Cyclone.
Yeah.
Okay. What is he the guy who said?
So what you said was you know that it happened based on a video that you can't verify, an audio that you can't verify, and you can't understand why the government would lie. That's how you quote unquote know the moon landing happened. And the positive proof is on you, because if I claim I went to the moon and you said, "What's your evidence?" and I said, "No, the burden of proof is on you to tell me why I didn't go to the moon," that's obviously retarded and not how it works.
Not really. I could prove pretty easily that you didn't go to the moon.
Well, you wouldn't have to, because it would be on me to prove. It would be on me to
I'll give you
prove,
an
wouldn't it?
example, right? I went to the moon back in 1973, right? We were just going to plane up and stuff. And we actually found green goblins on the dark side who did a lap while we were there. And so we found green goblins on the dark side of the moon.
What are you talking
Amazing.
about?
Someone better prove him wrong, or there's green goblins on the side of the moon.
Yep. Using Dirth's reasoning, that's basically the case. We have to prove his Green Goblin's claim wrong.
See, to be honest, well, the last time I was at the moon, they weren't green. They were a different colour. So I think he's fucking lying. So you have to prove me wrong that I'm right about him being wrong. You need to prove that I'm right about him being wrong.
Why would you like green, blue, green, 6 of one, half a dozen the other? Look, there was goblins there, mate.
Why would you just be arguing for the government? Like, what kind of pussies are you?
I know, man. Look at what they've just done the past couple of years, man. What the fuck?
Yeah, what kind of absolute statist cunt are you?
No, the government would never lie. In the 60s, look
Again,
at it, right? See if
again,
I have like a, I think it was
I
like,
never
no, I
said the
think it was like
government
a,
never
bro,
lies.
you
The
heard me
government has
speaking.
notoriously lied
You heard me
multiple
speaking,
times.
bro.
So
Bro,
why are
you
you
heard me
believing
speaking. Why did you just start fucking talking again?
No, because you keep
Fuck
going
sake,
on
man.
and thinking, "Oh, he said that the
Who?
government never lies," and I never said that, and I don't know why you keep doing that.
I never said you said that the government never lies.
I never said that. I said, of
That's
course,
no,
the
it wasn't
government.
me that said
Of
that
course, the
there.
government lies. Every
But I
government
said it
lies.
previously.
So why are
But
you
just
giving us
because
a
the government
government
lies about
story
some
as
things
your
doesn't make
proof?
everything
Bro,
they say out of their mouths like not
bro,
true objectively.
stop.
Like if the president, like apparently to you, if the president came out
The
tomorrow and said,
robot,
"Guys, the sky
robot
is
to fuck,
blue," you're gonna
boys.
be like, "Oh, he's lying to us.
You're,
The
you're
government
kind of
never
on
is
a
right."
tangent here, Dirth. You're not really responding to what was said, which was basically that you've offered no verification for the claim of moon landing.
There's multiple like third-party sources that have verified the moon landing.
Okay, but everything you provided
bro,
so far was
what-
not verification, so start with something that is.
Okay, so
what I
I'm
was
gonna go
trying to
back
say,
to what I
listen,
previously tried to
bro.
verify though, because that is
Oh,
actual
I
proof.
was still trying to say what I
Since
was trying
you
to
just
say.
don't want
How
you
did
just
you
you just
talk
don't
over?
think it's proof because you don't
I
like
think you just don't
that's
give
gonna
a
prove
fuck.
you're wrong. I
I
don't.
tell you, is
What do
this
you?
dude fucking turning me down or what?
He's
I
spiraling.
just posted the
Bro,
ChatGPT
down,
evidence as to why the face was
think
red.
of it. Listen, bro. Bro, see at the end of the day, right? Well, I saw it was like a 60 megabyte or 40 megabyte that they had this. It's literally on a trolley. Now, for the amount of RAM that they had back then and the space that it took up, like literally they had trolleys of fucking
Posted the
parts.
ChatGPT evidence for the why his face is red, by the way.
Ask ChatGPT why the fucking what was the RAM that they had in their computer systems to go to the moon.
Okay.
Surely
so-
they'll
so-
give you a correct answer.
All right, so you want some proof of moon landing happened. Let me ask you a question. Do you know what JAXA is?
JAXA, Japan.
Yeah, JAXA is Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency. They sent a lunar probe and obtained several photographs showing evidence of the moon landing. Do you know what Chandrayaan-1 is? It's India's own little probe. They also
my
did the same
God.
thing. They also found more evidence of it. Do you know
Bro,
what
did you see the state
Chang'e 2
of
is?
India's
It's a
fucking
Chinese
rocket?
lunar probe that
Bro.
found evidence of the moon landing.
Bro,
Like,
did you see the state of India's moon landing?
is this like all some
Bro.
giant global conspiracy to deny that the moon landing
Forgive
happened?
the pun.
No,
Bro,
there's no
are you
globe, so there's no
seriously,
global conspiracy.
bro? Are you seriously arguing for India?
that's
Are
for
you
sure.
arguing for India's fucking space race? Have you seen India's footage?
Yeah, but they admitted it was CGI.
When?
What?
They said, yeah, it's clear. Obviously, the image of the landing is CGI to mimic what it looks like, not to act. They know it's mimicking. It's showing them what it looks like. It's like a simulation. It's a simulation with a real-time landing.
It was live footage. What do you mean?
Bro, the footage of it landing is not footage. That's not real footage.
When you say real
Well, that
footage,
helps your position, doesn't it?
do you mean like it's not real footage in that it's not being like printed on like film reels, or when you say
No,
it's
as in
real
like
footage,
it's completely CGI.
Computer generated imagery? Every
Yeah.
image on your phone is computer generated.
I think you know what I'm trying to say. Are you being difficult?
I don't know
on
what you're
purpose?
trying to say. People use CGI as a term when like every digital camera produces computer generated imagery. Like I'm an electrical engineering student. Like
I don't care what you are. I think you understand what I'm saying.
No, but
I don't understand what you're saying. You're mystifying
Okay,
CGI.
well, does everyone else understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think everybody else is on the same
There's a
page, and this guy's
difference.
just being pedantic and annoying.
Yeah.
So do you mean to
There's
say
a
that it was
difference
faked
between
using computers?
CGI and photograph. So there's a difference between imagery and photograph.
Oh, dude, I'll show you what I'm talking about. No worries if it's that difficult to grasp.
Are you saying that
photograph that takes in the Earth's curvature?
What?
Have you got one? Has anybody got one? Because there's only a handful of supposed photographs of the Earth and its glory, its curvature, its convexity.
They make
because there's
dude,
only
like
a
the
handful
ISS
of claimed.
The ISS has a TikTok
That's
account.
not far
You can
enough
go
away.
onto their TikTok and you can see them. Like they have
It
they're
uses
holding a
fish.
phone in space and they're recording
Oh, you
what's
don't
happening.
understand. That's very
It
clearly
uses
faked. Like it's very
It uses
obviously
a fisheye
CGI.
lens, bro.
According to these people, like it's just not. It doesn't happen.
It's
Bro, God, stop
manipulated
being
at
a
the very
twat.
least. Do you
So
guys?
It
this
doesn't
is a
happen
video I'm
because I
referring
think
to.
it didn't
This is a
happen
video
because
I'm
I think the
referring
government
to.
lies and the government can never be right. That's what
That's
I
the
think.
video I'm referring to. I'm saying that's CGI.
Right, well, fuck off, man. Stop
It's
being
right
an
here.
idiot, man. Fuck.
See,
Have
like
a
right there.
decent conversation, guys.
Yeah, stop talking
What
over top
is?
of each other.
Like you've got like live footage, or not live footage. This was posted to the internet.
It's not
but, like,
live.
it's right
That
there.
is not
And they
live.
use
I
fisheye lenses,
corrected
bro.
myself right after I said it. It's not live footage. But even if I were to give you live footage, you would just say it's being faked in real time. So like, what's the point?
Dude, that is I'm a Glover, but that is clearly CGI. But it was.
The point is they ought to prove it's fake.
No, we
So
don't.
using the flat
No,
Earth model,
no. The point is you have to validate your imagery. We don't have to disprove it. You have
Space
to prove
cannot
that what you're
exist.
showing us is authentic.
What do you mean
Otherwise,
by
it's
authentic?
No,
Can we take a
you're
look at
begging
something?
the question, mate. You're claiming that space exists to go with
Can we
these
take a
fucking
look at
images, which the place cannot exist anyway. So the images are bullshit.
exist.
Do you think that there exists
Well, it
a
can.
place in which very little air exists?
Yeah, vacuum chamber, man-made.
Okay, do you think that if you go beyond the firmament, that like you will find
What?
very
Where's
little,
that?
very little atmosphere?
Where's the
Straw man. You can ask us that question after one of us claims firmament. How about that?
So nobody in here claims firmament.
Firmament is a specific container
like
claim, and nobody, as far as I know, made it in this conversation.
And
Okay,
nobody
great.
was talking
So
about
then we
religion
both
apart from
agree.
you.
We both agree in the flat Earth and the round Earth model.
We
I'm
don't
being
claim our
generous when I
model,
say.
man.
We'll
I'm being
talk
generous
about
when I
our
say
model
flat
when we
Earth.
claim that too. That's another straw man. We're just talking
So
about what's
you're not
outside.
claiming
dude.
to have a model? Because
No,
I'm
we're
claiming to have
talking
a
about
model
what's
that can make
outside.
predictions.
We're not arguing a model against a model. We're taking your claim of what the Earth is and falsifying it.
I thought you said you
So
weren't
deal with that,
falsifying it. You
please.
specifically
Not very
said you
well.
didn't have to. You said that I had to validate it. You don't have.
I specifically said that we didn't come here presenting a model. We came here saying, hey, here's your globe claim. Here's how it's false. Can you please address that?
Is that because
You
there is
haven't
no model
disputed
that
how
could
it's false. You
possibly work?
specifically reiterated.
Okay, well, in fact, you haven't actually validated it, so we don't even need to falsify it. We have done. We can go out and show you geometric horizon tests and so forth that shows that there isn't one. But you haven't validated it in the first place, and I can demonstrate that by asking you right now, what do you have for validation that the Earth is a spinning spaceball?
Sure, the constellations.
That's in the sky.
Remain fact.
So
And they remain facts.
So
as they
actually,
always have been.
I'm actually gonna. I actually want to draw out what I mean when I say the constellations.
no.
So
No, we're not going to do that. I'll get a little bit more specific about the core claims of the globe, and you can help us with those. So the first one would be curvature of the Earth. Who's measured curvature of the Earth?
they measure curvature of the Earth all the time. In
How?
fact,
How?
well, yeah, sure. Can I answer that using my stream?
We'll see if you can.
Sure.
Let's go.
So if y'all want to just take a look at my stream here.
I hope you're not going to show your ass or something.
Okay. So
Start screaming.
say you have a planet, right?
Oh,
I'm gonna
you're begging a
curve it.
question.
That's the equator right here. Right?
Which planet?
I'm not really
And then
confident that this is going to be
you've
a
got the
curvature
North
Let him
Pole.
fucking talk.
Yeah, you're really
I don't think so.
really not giving me an opportunity to make my case here. You know,
They
Well,
never do.
your case is a drawing so far.
So-
It's not looking good.
That's fine. That's fine. You can explain why I'm wrong when I'm done making it, right?
Fine.
So you got the North Pole and you got the South Pole. In the North Pole, you have Polaris, which is a star right here, and in
Yep,
the South
yep.
Pole, you have the Southern Cross,
Mm-hmm.
right? Which is it's like 4 stars.
Nah, I'm just going to stop you because you're begging the question. North Pole, South Pole, you're presupposing the
shut
ball
up,
in the
let him
first place
talk.
and the 2 poles of it.
Listen, you shut up, brother.
I don't like what I'm going to show, so I'm going to stop you from showing it because it disproves
Wow.
It doesn't disprove
Exactly.
anything. He's just begging the question. He just
So-
imagines and
so
presupposes.
when
You guys can't let him do one thing,
When
can you?
you're on,
You guys don't realize that you don't control this room yet, do you? So he's just imagining and
No, so you're tired.
presupposing the
You're
very
free to
thing
do
that we're
but you
asking for
can't
evidence of.
possibly claim you're being honest right now.
Bro,
You're running.
he's saying that that Polaris, which is celestial north, is actually the north on the ground, geographical north. He's like making those two things like they are the same thing. Can you believe that?
So So what I asked him for was a direct measurement of drop over distance
Let
of the
him
surface of the Earth,
explain
and
it,
then
man.
no,
Bro,
we don't
stop
even
telling people what to do, man.
listen, Schmacko. We're not asking you to explain anything. We're asking for you to demonstrate direct drop over distance of the Earth's surface. That's what we're asking for. What Neon came with is a conceptualization. He's got an idea, a presupposition of what the Earth is, and he's interpreting celestial phenomena through that idea. That's fine, he can do that, but we didn't ask him for that. We asked for direct confirmation, direct measurement of the Earth being what it is in his presuppositional fairy tale. Do you guys track with me now?
Go for that, boy. Go for that.
Yeah, so so when you're on any given part of the Earth, if you're on the equator, you probably won't be able to see the North Star. You probably won't be able to see the Southern Cross. But if you're in Australia, South America, for example, you would see the Southern Cross. But in North
can see the
America,
North-
Europe,
you can see the
Asia, for
North-
example, you would see the Polaris. But the problem is that on the flat Earth, this
You
makes
can see Polaris from below
Straw
the
man.
equator.
I'm just asking you for a direct measurement of curvature. I don't know why this is so hard for you to understand. Neon.
Because they ain't got shit.
Okay, I mean, if you want direct evidence of curvature of the Earth, we can just do that a different
Yes,
way.
man.
So let's say.
Yeah, we can do it with direct measurement of that curvature. Is that something that you can
Not a
provide us with? If
calculation.
not, we'll just ask somebody else. It's not a problem.
Please just let him try.
Yeah, I just need more than 30.
He's almost done trying because he's tried like 5 or 6 times now, and he hasn't even gotten close to addressing the thing.
He's tried, and you interrupted him every single
Yeah,
time and
I
shut
keep
him down.
him muted, and then you join.
You literally mute him in the middle of his case.
Yeah, well, okay. Do you guys think that his case is compelling? Should I let him continue?
Yes, I think it actually is compelling so far, and it
In
makes
what
more
way?
sense than whatever any
Okay,
flat earthers have.
so you guys understand that I'm asking for a direct measurement of curvature drop of the surface, right?
Can you unmute him? He's making his case.
Do you guys understand that that's what I'm asking
Can you
for?
unmute him?
No.
You're asking us about his point of view.
Okay, none of you can understand how this is supposed to lead to a direct measurement of drop of the surface, and I'm supposed to let him continue even though that's the only thing I'm asking for.
Yes,
If one of you guys
because
has
he's
it,
going to explain it, and you just don't want to hear it.
explain what? Why don't
He's
you
gonna
explain
explain-
for
he's
him?
gonna answer your
Why don't
question, you-
explain- You seem to know what he's trying to
Shut the
explain, so
fuck
why don't
up,
you
man.
explain for him? Because he's not getting there. He's not even
I
getting
just
what's
muted
being
him.
asked of him.
I
But
muted him.
maybe you do.
Interrupt? No, he's just you're just keep interrupting him. Like
That's
no
not
shit,
a
he can't
direct
get-
measurement
Right,
of
but who?
curvature drop either. I'm
Fuck.
going to interrupt you every single time you start answering something that's not the question. Because it's a red herring, and it's a waste of time. And you guys have been doing this for 8 years, so we're getting impatient. Who's taking it? I don't really have much
You
confidence in
you
Leon.
sound a bit upset, actually. So what's the issue here? You think the Earth is flat? That's all right, buddy.
Do you have a direct measurement of curvature drop of the Earth?
Curvature drop? No, definitely not, and I would never be able to provide that because the flat Earth is the one true Earth. And I believe the flat Earth is flat. It could
Well-
not possibly be a sphere, even though we have the thing we have is an accurate model with amazing predictable power. But that doesn't mean anything because you think the
Can I
Earth is
use it to
flat,
predict
and
the
that's
distance of the
okay.
horizon?
It has, it has enough predictive power for it to be pretty much absolute at this point. And you not understanding that basic concept of predictive power, and that
Question was, can I use it to predict the distance of the horizon?
care about your question, actually.
Okay, bye-bye. I'll go back to Neon. I think you've heard me reiterate the question like 17 times now, so you probably got it now, right, Neon?
Yeah, so the way that the curvature of the Earth was measured literally thousands of years ago, before we had a CGI, was...
Okay, I don't need the backstory. Let's get to the measurement.
Yeah, so we knew how fast camels would travel on average, or we had an estimation of their approximate velocity, right? So what we did, or what Eratosthenes did rather, was he said, okay, well, this camel is walking for this length of time, so we have this distance that we can call S, right? Now, theta...
Measurement of distance, okay.
Yeah, so theta is a
need to drop
relationship...
now.
I can't
Well, just-
do it,
I mean,
man. I'm
you-
trying
you-
to.
okay, you
I'm trying
claim the
to
measurement of
explain.
distance,
I'm
okay.
trying to give you like a detailed like explanation of why this happens, right?
I mean,
Like,
okay, you've given
I'm
us a
trying
measurement.
to like flat water. I'm genuinely trying to give you an explanation. You won't let me finish, you know. And like,
Yeah,
okay, so
okay. Talk a
do
little bit
you
more. Let's go.
sure? Do you agree that the relationship between the angle right here in radians is a relationship between s, the length of this segment, and r, the radius?
What radius?
The radius of the Earth.
How do you know that that's there? How do you know that cartoon
like,
illustration actually represents what the Earth is and that it has such a radius to measure in the first place?
well, because okay, sure. So, but do you agree that that this angle can be described by this arc length and this radius? Like, do
That
you
can
agree
in
with
that
this
picture.
formula? Okay, great. So,
That's
so
you
so
for
let's
proof
just
of your R value.
okay. So assuming for the sake of contradiction that the Earth is round, right?
You don't
Or
have
sorry,
a
for
proof
the
of your
for
R
the,
value.
You're out. No, we didn't ask you to assume it. That's the very thing in question that we're asking for proof of. Then you just go ahead and assume it? What the hell, dude? Why would you do that?
okay. So I'm saying assuming for the sake of contradiction, right?
No, don't assume it. Just measure it directly. Prove it.
Yo, why
I
are so
got,
many
I got a
people
mic check,
muted?
lads. Lads, can you hear me?
Assuming for the sake of contradiction means you can prove it wrong. You fucking dipshit. Jesus Christ.
Can anybody
Okay.
fucking hear
So
me?
when we're
So
talking,
hostile, bro.
when we're
Heretic, can you hear me,
when
bro?
we're wait,
Spake, I can hardly hear you. You're
yeah,
sounding kind
Spake,
of
your
muffled.
mic is bad, dude. Yeah, like we know how fast camels travel, right? And
Okay.
we can what?
Okay, so now you're going back to a measurement of distance again. That's okay, but I was looking for a measurement of drop over distance. Are we getting to that part yet?
Yes, we can if you just stop muting me.
What is your profession?
See, old friend, I brought more soldiers than you did.